Hello everyone and welcome to Adobe Live from myself, Tony Harmer, and Shawn Kosel.
Hi Tony.
How's it going?
It's going well. Were we going for a handshake? Okay.
Yeah, we're doing it. We're on the same stream together.
In Munich.
So amazing. We are indeed. If you're joining us on YouTube or if you're joining us on Behance, come along, say hi. Let us know where you're coming in from. And of course, drop your questions in. I've got them all ready here to have a look at with our mascot today, who is Seraphina Picklejar, my little owl on the front. Who's just sat. She's great.
I see that. I see that.
She's great.
I didn't know we had animals.
Yeah. And I won an award today, mate. I've got to tell you. I won an award.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Tony.
Oh my God.
Anyway. So it's going to be a fun hour, well, for me and for you lot.
The first Tony given away. And I didn't win it.
I know.
Oh, jeez.
So good.
But you know, I got an idea.
Yeah.
Here, let me see that one right there.
This one?
Nope.
This one?
Oh, no, you got it. The base, too.
Oh, the base as well.
The base, too. This is a ball bulb.
A ball bulb.
Ball bulb.
A ball bulb.
So this is my award.
It is.
It's not. No, I love it. I love it. Let's put it right there.
Keep that there.
Keep it there.
Just in case we have any ideas, that will come in useful. But we're going to be doing some exciting stuff today, right?
Yes, we will.
We're going to be having fun.
I hope.
Because we have something to announce, first of all, don't we?
We do. We do.
We do. There's something new in the Photoshop family. Can you guess what it is? Can you guess what it is, Shawn? Well, I hope so.
I'm the one working in it. I hope I can.
So Photoshop has a new surface. Let's sound like marketing people and say like, oh, Photoshop's got a brand new surface.
No. Wait. Photoshop has gotten to the age of 35 years old.
It has.
And
But
it's
same as me.
Me too. We're twins.
Twins. Hatched from the same egg.
It is.
Anyway, Photoshop is 35 years old. And of course, we work on Photoshop on the desktop. We work on Photoshop on an iPad. We work on Photoshop in the browser. Photoshop in browser has been around for a little while now. Very, very handy. Where else can we access Photoshop now, Shawn?
As of 3 minutes ago, Photoshop on the iPhone.
Yes.
It has been released. Make sure to go check out the App Store to download it. Really important, just so you know, there is a free version for everyone.
Yep.
So this is amazing. This is such a great intro to anybody that's new, that is working more mobile centric, that they can actually start out in Photoshop for free.
Yep.
Now, there is a plan. It includes Photoshop on the web.
True.
And Photoshop mobile, or I want to say Photoshop iPhone.
Yep.
But if you already have a plan that has Photoshop, this is all included. Photoshop web, Photoshop on the iPhone. So all of that's going to be included. And by the way, I want to say hello to everybody in chat. And Oliver, I saw what you said about the two weird guys in the thumbnail.
Caroline was nice. She just said, hi, Shawn and Tony.
Hi, Caroline.
And Valdez said, I think it was Valdez said, Photoshop is having an aging crisis. 35 is not aging.
Way to make us feel old.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, yeah, you speak for yourself. I'm just 35 and a half.
Ugh. I came out first.
There you go, you see. But anyway, so two things. Firstly, Photoshop on Android will be coming along at some future point. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to be asking that question. I'm surprised I've not seen them already, actually. And so, as you're going to see with Shawn, it's got a reimagined interface. It is a version that is appropriate for the phone, but it's actually quite powerful. So I think you'd agree with that.
I do.
Perfect.
Yeah. Now, well, you know what? We're going to get into this. We're going to get into
Let's do it.
Let's actually jump over to my phone. Now, I'm going to be totally honest. I'm working on the beta right now because it's only been out for 5 minutes. I didn't take time to download it.
No.
So I'm working on the beta, but as you can see right now, here are all my files. And this is all my files. So anything saved to the cloud. Oh my gosh, who is that? I should be doing something with that. Mr. Tony Harmer.
There we go.
So any files whatsoever that you have in the cloud, that's where they are. Yep. So this is the home screen. Thank you. And this is where you get started. As you can see down at the bottom, it says home, and it has a learn tab also, which we're not going to get into today. If you download it, you can click on the learn tab and check it out yourself. But how to get started? So first off, you've got from your photos. So from your photos, let's actually click on that. And what this is going to be is it's going to be your photos that are from your phone or your collections. And so this can end up being any place from your phone. Let's get out. You've got create a blank document. So you've got a custom size, screen size, letter. You have socials. You've got your print sizes. And the good thing to remember is that your resolutions that you're working with are all going to stay full scale. Yeah. So you're going to be able to print. We have generate an image. So we've got our square, our portrait, landscape, and widescreen. If you're used to Firefly, you know what we're talking about, but you can generate a starting image. And this is really cool. You can start from, start from Adobe stock.
Yep. And there's a set collection, right? Special collection for...
It's the free collection. Yep. So you can start from there. Now, if we end up wanting to start from a blank document. Now, I have an idea in mind for a finished. So we're going to start with a blank document. We're going to do a custom size. And let's switch this over to pixels. And I'm going to put in, let's do, our width is going to be 1080. No.
1800.
1080.
Same year I was actually born.
1350. Some of you may know what this is.
Year Tim was born.
We can set our PPI. We're going to leave PPI right now at 300, just for the fun of it. White background. Yep. Our choices are going to be the same, just like in Photoshop. You have white, black, or transparent if you're going to be using PNGs. But we're going to just go ahead and leave white. Then we can hit create. And boom, we've got our document. Now, the way it works is you've got this little arrow right there where you could see. That's your layer panel. We're going to be building that up. Yep. Next off, we've got a plus. And this is, what do you want to add? So you can add an empty layer, a fill layer, a type layer, adjustment layer, or an image layer. Cool, cool. Then at the bottom, we have our layer properties, our select area, which is, it's the selecting. They've got a new type select.
It's real cool, yeah.
Tap select.
Yeah.
So if you have multiple items, it's almost like select subject, but you can just click, boom, 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 and make multiple selections.
Incredibly clever.
Very cool.
Yeah.
We have a quick select brush, a lasso, object select, rectangle, an ellipse, and the magic wand. So if you're familiar with Photoshop, this is all going to sound very familiar.
Yep.
So let's get back out. We've got a retouching. So you've got the spot healing, remove, clone stamp, a lighten and darken for retouching. Ooh, let's get back into this. Then you've got your brushes. You've got an eyedropper, you have a brush, or you can add a new layer. Now, I just added a new layer by accident. So let's open up the layers. And you can see I've got two layers. I have an empty layer there. You can see the transparent block. Yep. And on my background. So I can go ahead, click that arrow, and now my layer panel opens up. I can hit the three dots, and the red one right there says delete. But you have multiple things that you can do with a layer as you're working. So we're going to delete that. And with the layers, you can blend and opacity. So you have all your blend modes, or most of your blend modes. And you also have opacity. So that is great. We'll be using that shortly. You can create a mask and you can transform your layer. So let's start making something.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do it. Let's do it. A couple of people, by the way, in the chat are excited about seeing this and saying they're not seeing it yet in their app store in the US just at the moment. That might be a couple of things with approval. In fact, Oliver's just pointed out on the Behance chat that it might be submitted but not approved. I think it will have been approved already, but it might just be, sometimes these take a little while to propagate and getting it so that it wasn't out at like 2 a.m. this morning for loads of people to find it before we managed to talk about it. So but anyway, it will be there. Keep coming back. But for now, you can enjoy Shawn.
I hope.
Playing with it in here.
All right.
It can actually, sorry, I was just going to say, on the thing with layers, it can actually support thousands of layers, right? It's just an insane amount of...
Okay, the team, I'm going to point this out. The team made a slight mistake in some of their FAQs, and they said unlimited layers.
Yeah, right. No, nothing. Is it 57,000, same as the desktop?
No, desktop is 8,000.
I thought it was 57, something ridiculous like that.
No, with its birthday,
yeah.
Photoshop was doing a lot of streams about giving facts, and one of the facts that was given on Adobe Live was 8,000.
Right.
Now, I've never gotten close to 8,000.
Is that because it's getting older, it can't carry as many layers now?
Well, what did you say? You said 5,700.
I think somebody told me once it was... I would never look, so I've never maxed it out. Somebody just gave me a number, and for some reason I thought that number was something ridiculous, like 57,000. Something you never do.
57,000.
So what would you do if you had like... Well, I mean, what would you do with 8,000 layers?
I don't know.
What are you doing? And are you naming them all?
Chat. 8,000. 8,000.
Yeah.
I can't even...
It's still plenty. Yeah.
Okay. So yes, you've got plenty of layers and smart objects.
Smart objects are there, yeah.
And yes, smart objects.
Yeah.
Very important. I don't think I'm going to be working with smart objects. Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see.
But chat, what I need from you is we're going to make a poster and we're going to have close-ups of some animals, their heads. So I need some animals to use as background and texture. So for that, I'm going to hit the plus. Let's jump in. We're going to do an image layer. Now, we can add from our photos. We can add from Adobe stock. We can generate, which we'll generate next. Or I can even take a photo of us and use that. And we can add... No.
Oh.
We can add from Lightroom and we can add from files. So wherever you've got your images, that's where you can find them. So to start with, we're going to go ahead and do Adobe stock and we're going to let it open up. And this is the new interface for the free version of Adobe stock on Photoshop. So I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to put in a lion and I'm going to spell it right.
Yep.
And let's go ahead and hit go. And we've got some amazing lions here.
Yep.
And I'm the first one.
So cool.
That is really cool. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And we're going to bring this lion in.
I wonder if you can identify any of the animals that have been suggested by the chat already. And this is on both Behance and YouTube.
Any of them?
Yeah, if you can.
Can I just name one?
Yeah, okay, name one and see if you can get 20 extra Tony bonus points.
Oh my goodness. Well, Badger is going to be the first one.
Badger has been mentioned several times. Bruce is asking, where's Stian? Oliver's asking haggis. I think that's post animal, actually.
That's, yes. It's not, we don't
yeah, and on YouTube, Clever is in there saying badgers, of course. Elephants also did make a brief appearance in there as well, but yeah.
Elephants, I like that. Okay, so right now, as I said, I wasn't going to do this.
Capybara.
We're going to get into our layers properties, and I am going to convert this to a smart object, and then we're going to go in and we're going to transform. So I am going to go in now. I'm going to do a double pinch to pinch my canvas, and we're just going to fill our canvas and with a lion head. Okay. Now I can scale and rotate, skew, distort, do a perspective warp. I don't need all that. So we're gonna just go ahead, hit okay. Let's get out of that right now. And we got to do a badger. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna hit plus, and this time let's generate. Let's do an image layer, and we're gonna generate, and let's do a close up of a badger head.
Ooh.
Let's see what we get.
Yeah.
You never know.
Badger's going down there. So good. Bruce is peeking through his fingers.
Oh!
Well, that's not a bad badger.
That is
actually,
not
is it,
bad.
is it?
No, we've got 3 options. Let's go ahead and move this around. For what I'm doing, I like the first one.
Yeah. Are you going to do a fusion of these two creatures together? Oh.
No, I'm not.
A blion.
A blion.
Or a lodger. A lodger. A leodger.
You'll see where I'm going.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
so
excited to see.
we can do we have another one? We had an elephant.
Oh, there was a capybara. Or a capybara. I can't remember which the correct spelling is off the top of my head. Dragonfly.
Yeah, that won't work.
Yeah, no, it won't work. Elephant.
Yeah, let's go for an elephant.
Yeah.
Okay. I do not have
there's a goose emoji. The Clever's just popped in.
Of course. Thank you, Devlin.
Yeah.
We're going to grab an image layer. And for this, let's do it again. Let's generate it. Let's see how it does it. And we're going to keep the same prompt. Let's do close up. Elephant head.
Okay, there's going to be loads on that, I'm sure.
Well, we're generating, so it's only going to be 3.
Yeah.
I'm not, I should have gone to stock, but that's okay. We can generate.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Yep.
That's got a very, very strange looking head.
It does.
That's a normal, what I would consider to be a normal-ish elephant head. The one in the middle looks like it's, well, there's some sort of, I think it's been fused with a hammerhead shark.
Okay.
So Firefly's thinking like, what would happen if hammerhead shark and an elephant had a baby? And there it is.
For what I'm doing, I'm going for the hammerflint. Hammerflint.
That's so good.
Speaking of hammer, I have always tried to get Tim to do this.
Yeah.
And it never worked. So here in Germany, when you're really excited about something,
Yeah.
and you go hammer,
Yeah.
okay, why I don't know, but you say hammer when something is really cool.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get Tim for a long time on the UK lives to go hammer.
We could perhaps get him to do it today. We could get the Adobe Express in here. That I know we can get that. But yeah.
Okay, we're gonna open up our layers. We're gonna keep going. Keep going. Let's get into our layer panel.
Has that also got antlers? It's really... That's very odd protection at the top there.
It is. Okay, so up at the top of it, we have select multiple. So I can select multiple, and I'm gonna grab our elephant, our badger, and our lion.
Cool.
And we're gonna group. Now, I do not know if this works. I haven't tried this.
Well, we can't. So it's been a great way to find out.
Yep.
Let's find out.
Yep. So we're going to go ahead, get out of our layers, just close our layer panel, hit plus. We're going to do an adjustment layer. And this is important here. I want to do a black and white adjustment layer. And we can play with some of the moodiness that we've got going on. And the cool thing about this, I'm going to hit OK. Let me open up my layer panel again. Let's open that up. You can see it's got a clipping mask, and it added automatically that adjustment layer to the layer below, which in this case is a group.
Yeah.
So I've got those 3 layers in a group.
Yeah, I see where you're at now.
Yep.
I've got it. I love it. Yeah.
So we're going to keep going. Now, next one. Let's grab. Now I'm really questioning if I did this right. Because I haven't done groups. I know. I'm going to go, oh, okay.
By the way, just quick update on the layers thing. When we're talking about the number of layers, Sandrine is saying you've never seen one of her Photoshop documents. Oh. Now we've got to.
Yeah. The question is, are they named in French or English?
English, yeah. Or a mixture of the two. Franglais.
Yeah.
Franglais. Could be franglais.
It could be.
Yep.
Knowing Sandrine, they're all cuss words.
Probably.
We're going to add a new layer. And this time we're going to add an adjustment layer. And let's scroll down, and we want an exposure adjustment layer.
Yep.
And I'm going to take that all the way down to black.
What?
Yep. I know.
You're crazy.
I'm mad. We're going to go ahead, hit OK.
Yeah.
Now, let's open up our layers. And as you can see, again, it's clipped. So let's open that up. And we need to unclip that layer.
Yep.
All right. And we're going to go over and hit Create a Mask.
Yep.
So as you can see right now, you've got Select Subject, Background. You've got the touch taps. I don't want any of that. I want a rectangle. Let's grab that. I'm going to use my finger and I'm going to start drawing that mask. Let's hit OK. And it didn't give me the mask. I didn't hit OK. Let's cancel out of that.
Give it another go.
Yep.
Sandrine, by the way, is saying most of her files are PSP. So that's big.
That's big. Okay.
And no cuss words, only risque ones, and not in French. It wouldn't help my bearings on a French UI now.
Oh. Okay, there we go. So we're going to hit OK. Let's close this down. So now, as you can see, I've got half that is black. But because I'm working with a fat thumb, fat fingers, it's not right. It's not in the correct location. Yeah. So we need to adjust that mask. So let's get back in. Let's select that layer. Let's open that up. Grabbing that layer, you can see down at the bottom it says Edit Mask. So we're going to Edit Mask. And we are going to go into... I thought there was a where's the transform? Okay, we're going to draw it again. There we go. We're going to edit that. And we're going to do it one more time.
Yep, this time with feeling.
Yeah, and I missed it. I missed the corner. There we go. Now I think I got it. That's close enough for what we're trying to achieve right now. Here's one of the things to remember. When you're trying to do precise work like this on the phone, you may not always achieve.
Yeah.
That's why it's so wonderful that you can just jump over to Photoshop on the web or Photoshop on the desktop to make those slight changes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead, hit OK. Now, I'm kind of digging where this is going, but I want to be able to bring down the opacity a little bit of that. So let's go in to our opacity, and I just want a hint of that coming through.
Yep.
So hopefully that's good. We're going to go ahead and
I think everybody can see that okay. It looks okay on the monitors. Yeah. So I'm sure it's just fine.
Okay, let's add another layer. Let's close our layer panel. Let's go ahead. We're going to do a text layer. Now, for our text layer, I'm thinking this through, how I want this done. We're going to go, let's delete everything. Come on now.
Okay. And by the way, the app is now showing up on the UK App Store.
It is?
It is, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and thanks, Oliver, for monitoring that for us.
And let me know who in chat has downloaded it.
Yeah, and why. You should be watching this. Then download it.
Or you can play along.
Or you can play along, that's true.
Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to get out of this. Now we've got our text options. Let's click our text options. Font family. First off, you have access to all Adobe fonts. So fonts.adobe.com,
Yeah.
all fonts.
So good.
Oh, you know the other cool thing? You've heard of color.adobe.com,
Yeah.
right? All the colors are available too.
Yeah. Oh, right. So the themes. So if you create your own themes on color.adobe.com, they come in.
No, just all the colors.
Oh, just all the colours. Gosh, when you got me.
That's a downfall that the team is aware of.
Yeah.
That you don't have access to your libraries yet.
Yet.
Yeah,
but new users probably won't have libraries just yet. So that's probably a good thing.
Yeah,
And this is a great thing to get ideas going, right?
it is.
I don't know about you, but when I'm traveling, that's when my brain like really slips into neutral. And if I'm going to have a really good idea, it's going to happen when I'm on a flight somewhere. It's just going to like pop into my head, and then I need to either go up to the luggage bin to get my laptop out or whatever to do it, and frequently can't be bothered. Yeah.
Yeah.
To get up, just sort of lay there. But now I could just lift up my phone
That
and
is
do
true.
it from there.
Yeah. Okay, so I need a big heavy font. So I'm happy with that. Let's scroll over. Let's grab our color. We're going to go white, or I could tap up here for the white. Let's put that right there. And bringing this over like so. I'm okay. So far, so good. We are going to, we're going to go ahead, hit OK.
Yep.
Let's jump back into our layers, our text. Let's open that up. We are going to duplicate that layer, and we're going to bring this down. We're going to bring this down like so.
I hope Smart Guides come along soon. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes. Come on now.
Unless they're in and they've been hiding from me. Which is entirely possible.
That is.
Yep.
I haven't seen it. Come on. I can do it. No.
Come
My
on,
fingers are...
You can do it. You can do it, Shawn.
keep hitting the wrong button.
Do you?
Okay.
It's hard, isn't it, when you're live? Typing is... I'm super typing challenged when I'm live.
I am too normally. Let's duplicate that one. We're going to duplicate that. Let's get out. Let's drag this down. And we're going to edit that text and make it capital. There we go.
Ooh.
Okay. So right now, we've got all of our assets.
Yep.
We've got everything going the way we want it to.
Yep.
So I'm happy with that. Now, normally you have effects. And I could take this text
Yep.
in the layer effects and use the knockout. And
Yep.
I could knock it through that exposure down so we can see.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem is I've darkened everything up.
Yeah.
So I need to do this differently. Let's get back into our layers. Let's go down to our group. Let's open that up. We're going to duplicate that group. Now I'm going to grab this group and I'm going to just, you can grab on the side and drag to the top, just like so.
Yep.
And for this, I'm going to go ahead. Let's get back, not in the group. There we go. Close that group down. Get back in here. And, ooh, I need to group my text. Okay, let's group our text first. Let's get in here. Boom. Select multiple. Be brave. Be fearless. We're going to group that. Sweet. We're going to come back up. We're going to grab, get out of select multiple. I'm going to grab this. We're going to create a clipping mask. Oh, you can't do, okay, that's fine. If you can't do a, that's perfectly fine. Let's ungroup.
Okay.
So that's no problem up here at the top. We're going to ungroup those three. And we are going to, I think we're going to call this good for right now.
Okay.
Yep. We're going to call this good. So we've got everything put together. We have all of our assets. Now I just want to do the fine tuning.
Okay.
So let's go ahead. We are going to go ahead, hit the home, and you can see right there, Untitled 1.
Yeah.
Way to go, Shawn. We can actually jump in.
I'm just surprised that it's only 1. I don't know how many digits would be on mine.
I deleted a bunch right before we went live. So let's call this live create. There we go. Let's save that. Item renamed, and it's saved. And we're going to close down the phone. So we are going to get out of the phone. And now let's jump over to my laptop.
Over we go with the magic of Adobe Live.
Is Tim still awake?
Tim's still there. He says no. Quick question in the chat, and I don't actually know the answer to this off the top of my head. Is this app going to replace Photoshop Express for mobile? I don't think it is just right now, is it? That'll be around for a little while.
Well, I don't think it is.
I can't remember hearing that mentioned at all.
No. I've never opened Photoshop Express.
Haven't you?
No, I never have.
Yeah, I
never
have.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you feel in comparison between the two?
I don't know how the two would still exist, but anyway, we'll leave that for someone else to dig up the answer for that, and we could find out. So let's not speculate on that right now. I think, but interesting question.
It is
worth following up.
I mean, it's the same thing. No, we're not going to get into it. Okay. As you can see, I've got Photoshop on the desktop open. Right there is my PSDC. So when you are creating something on the phone, it's automatically saving and it's creating a PSDC. So you don't have to hit save. It's automatically being saved as a cloud document. So you can open it up anywhere.
Yep.
And so that's the beauty of this. So let me, oh my goodness, zoom stop. There we go. Oh, you almost had it. Come on.
You zoomed.
I zoomed in and this is the problem, not using my mouse.
Sean's mouse packed up just before the stream. Do you want me to assist? May I assist?
Oh, there we go.
You got
there we go. Oh, okay. Sean, don't zoom anymore.
It's all right, buddy.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Caroline, by the way, is saying that she's on Android, so Photoshop Express is useful for her, especially right now. So there you go, you see. And that's and Crystal uses Photoshop Express every day.
Nice.
So there you go.
Okay, as you can see over here, we have all of our layers. There is our elephant, and that is a weird looking elephant. There's our badger, and there is our lion. So we've got everything going well here. Let's go ahead. We've got our group. We've got, that's all good. Let me close down some of these. Let's get rid of those. And then that's our text. And here is our exposure layer. So getting into this, we are going to do a little bit of adjusting on this. Let's grab the rectangular marquee tool, and I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key, and we are going to do, we are going to clean this mask up, maybe. There we go. You know what we may do? Let's do it this way. Let's do a brush. Let's grab a hard brush. Let's hit return. Let's make our brush a little bit bigger, making sure we're painting with white. And let's go ahead. I'm going to click once right there. I'm going to come to the bottom. I'm going to hold Shift and click right there. Now,
okay.
Oh, it exposed. Command Z, Command Z, Command Z, Shawn. Command Z. We're going to, okay, back to the brush. Hit X. We're going to paint with black, Shawn. Come on. So right around there, coming down, holding Shift, coming down here, clicking there. There we go. That looks better.
Yeah.
That's about halfway.
Yeah.
So we've got that.
You know how you could have guaranteed it was halfway, don't you?
Tell me.
Command R.
Command R.
Yeah. Rulers.
Yeah.
Go up to the rulers, right click in the rulers. Change it to %. So you should get a context menu there, or control click if it, there you go. Change it to %.
Ah.
And then what you could do is you could drag a ruler guide. Don't do it from the left, drag it from the top, but hold down the Option key as you do it.
Okay.
That will change the orientation. So just that's it. And then just take that to the 50% mark and it should snap to it. And that's
Bam.
it. And then you know you're absolutely 100% on the money. And you can then focus on the layer mask, hold down the Command key, and then just use the right arrow key to nudge it into place.
Okay.
You like. Or any of your other techniques.
No.
You don't mind me adding that in for you, do you?
Absolutely not, Tony. This is a team effort.
It is.
So perfect. There we go. Bam. Okay, let's get rid of that. Semicolon, Command R, remove our rulers. Thank you.
No worries, man.
Okay, let's bring back our text. There we go. Now we do need to move these around a little bit. So let's go ahead. We're going to open this up. Let's grab our create, hitting V for the move tool. Let's bring this down. Okay. And you know what I am going to do? I am going to bring a ruler back in. And let's bring back our rulers. Let's bring this over. Oh, no. Come on. There we go. And line that up right there. And you did not. You snapped back. There we are. Okay. Let's go ahead. I do not have auto snapping on. Let's grab Be Brave. Let's bring that over. Let it snap. Be Fearless. Let's grab this. Now, I may need to... No, that's perfect. I'm good with that.
You want it to go edge to edge like that, yeah?
Yep. I'm going to go ahead, hold Shift. We're going to grab all of those.
It's kind of strong. I like it.
That's the point. Let's just get that out right there. Everything is aligned. Let's bring it down. Wrong way. Let's bring it down just a bit. Now, this is not going to be the finished. So
I'm excited to see how this is going. It's good.
Okay, let's close that. Now we've got these layers here. I'm going to grab.
That badger looks so cross.
We're gonna grab our exposure layer. And excuse me, we're gonna grab our black and white layer.
Yeah.
And we're gonna drag it up, holding the Option key. That's gonna make a copy.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this on each one, like so.
Yeah.
And whoops, we're gonna not clip that one. There we go. Holding Option, we're gonna drag that up. Now we're gonna hold Option. We're gonna clip each one of these down. Not that one. The black and white.
That's old school technique. Love it.
This is old school. Okay. So this is what we've got going. Now we can grab our I'm thinking this through. Okay, we've got it. Let's ungroup.
Yep.
So right click. We're going to ungroup.
Don't ask me any questions for 2 seconds. I'll just grab a drink.
Why is the sky blue?
Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. The sky isn't blue.
It's not?
No.
Okay, so we're going to ungroup. I'm all flustered right now because of my mouse.
It's all right. No. Take it easy. It's all good. The chat, by the way, enjoying this. And Penny, that's a bit of it. Penny Doodles is saying, now the allergies will come and take us all out in the spring.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Now we've got everything laid out.
Yeah.
Everything is the way that we want it.
Okay.
And one last thing that we're going to do is let's grab our create. And I'm thinking, yeah, we'll do the create with the elephant. We're going to grab.
Okay.
Be brave. It's going to be with the badger. and Fearless is going to be with the lion.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're good to go.
Okay.
So we're going to close this document down.
Yeah.
Saved. Let's go ahead. We're going to jump into Adobe Express. Let's go into My Stuff. And here it is. Live Create. We can go ahead and we are going to create a new Express file. And we're going to leave it as custom size. No, that's not the right size.
Ooh.
That's
It's great, isn't it? When you can tell when people teach stuff all the time, because whenever you go into anything, you know, like Express, their files are always like a right mishmash of all sorts of stuff. Like mine have rockets. And
oh yeah,
all sorts
yeah.
of-
I've got a ton of stuff going
Yeah.
on. It's not coming up as original size, which is strange, but that's okay. We got to make it work. Okay, width is going to be 1080 and 1350. We're going to go ahead and create that. Let it do its thing. Let it all load. And that's weird that it did not come in. It did not come in.
It comes in scaled, doesn't it? It's kind of, yeah.
What? Well,
Yeah. Oliver, by the way, telling us that the sky's blue because it's a reflection from the sea.
but it just gave me my elephant.
It gave you your elephant. Only your elephant?
Yeah, that's it. That's there. That's there.
Well, you know, I thought you were going to open the PSDC.
I did. Let's get back into my stuff.
Ah, okay.
Here,
There it is.
there it is. I don't want to open. Okay, let's do it different. Let's do it different. So let's get out of this.
Okay.
And gotta work. Stay on our toes. Stay on our toes. Let's open this up. And instead of a PSDC, we're going to go ahead and save this
Yep.
file. We're going to do a save as.
Yep.
And live create. That's great. On our computer.
Valdair, by the way, is saying the sky is blue because Louis Armstrong told us that in his song. And, you know, that's coming from the man who first played trombone on the moon. So,
Okay. We're going to save this to our desktop. PSD, everything is good. We're going to save.
libraries help us, says Bruce. Is that some sort of new incantation? I'm unaware of this.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't.
Tim is surprised that I wasn't the first man on the moon playing trombone.
Well, we are all surprised of that. So let's go ahead. Let's grab our PSD. Let's just drag and drop that in. And we can take this as a linked and see, this is not working properly.
Sometimes, you know, there's a whole bunch of different reasons why that might be the case, but don't worry too much, man. It's all good.
Okay.
Alexandre in the chat is saying, name your layers. Too many black and white to one copy. That's a fairly good impression, I think, of Alexander. Alex, he won't mind.
Yeah.
And
Okay, convert PSD.
Tim says, I must have been busy with my ice cream cone refurbishing business. No, Tim, that was when I was doing the bubble wrap refilling. If you want a sensible answer, the sky is blue because of Rayleigh scattering. There you go.
Okay.
Don't worry about that for now. It's not a TED talk.
Yeah.
I love this. I love these little things. It's so nice that they, you know, do something. I mean, progress bars are a thing, right? But it's so nice that you get these nice little engaging things that say, you know, we are actually doing something, and here's a puppy. Really good.
I love the little doodles of when you're doing like audio.
Oh, the animation. Yeah,
Yes.
that's really cool. That's got Dave Werner's. Dave Werner's the product manager for Character Animator, amongst other things, and that's got his name written all over it. That is typical Dave. If you're watching Dave, it's typical you. You guys are cracking me up, says Penny. Good. As long as we're cracking you up and at the same time exciting you to explore Photoshop on the iPhone, and indeed in any of the other places you can use it. Alessandra's agreeing. And Shawn's agree with you. Who's that, Tony? Who's what now? Who did what now?
I am not a happy camper right now, people.
It's okay.
Yeah, so, okay,
Did
what
it
we're
not
going to
do
do. No, it didn't do it. We're going to turn this into a smart object really quick. We're going to
Is it still a PSDC? Can I throw it out there that you just try doing a save as, that you shouldn't need to do this, but just to eliminate anything else from our inquiries, save it locally as a PSD and see if that changes the outcome.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, it's up to you, but that's what I'd suggest. That's moody with that line, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We're going to have to make some changes to
Texture.
that.
Does he have a handle? Who would have a handle? Da, da, da. G77. I have no idea what that is, Magizian, if I'm saying that correctly, but let me know. Interesting.
Okay.
Shawn's having a hot minute.
I am.
It's fine though. These people love you. It's good.
Okay. So I went in a totally different direction here. And what I ended up doing, and I may have to Martha Stewart this because I want to figure this out. I may just work on it when you're streaming. But let me jump back here. Let's open this PSDC up. And okay, so just to kind of give a Martha Stewart, this is what I was working on and what I was trying to actually do. Let's.
Ooh,
okay.
Get that texture through.
Yeah. So the way that I had to do this to get the texture within the text of the lion is, as you can see, I ended up I copied the lion, I brought the lion up to the top, I added a black and white layer effect, and then I clipped it to the text. Now, the reason I did that is because within the text, as you can see, it's brighter than the image of the lion that we see on the left-hand side. So this way, I had the control to brighten it up enough.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I tried to reset this and bring it all back down, it's going to be too dark and it's not going to pop, as they say. So, this was the plan, and this is totally 100% created on the phone.
Yep.
And then just made a little tweaks in Photoshop on the desktop. The mistake that I made is adding the badger. Stian, I blame you entirely for this. No, I wanted to create, and I'm still going to work on this.
Problems roll downhill.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create 3 different posts. One with the badger.
Yeah.
One with the elephant.
That badger's so moody.
I know, I love it.
It's a bit glossy as well. Do you think he's been waxing his beard?
Well, you know.
I mean, like.
Do you use a badger tail shaving brush?
No. I have got one somewhere, but I don't know.
I have lived by it for probably a decade.
Yeah, I shave with nothing on my face other than, you know, it's just cold steel against my face, like an idiot does.
I would be a bloody mess. I would just like.
No, I don't really. I do have a badger. I do have a badger shaving brush, incidentally, but yeah.
I want a Tony goat shaving brush.
A Tony goat shaving
You could
brush.
just
Why do you want to shave your goat?
Oh. Okay. So this is I'm gonna keep working on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
And we're gonna see what we can get. In my mind, what I was hoping for is that, like, I don't even have all my layers here. All of my effects, all my layer effects, my adjustments, were not brought into Express. So I need either.
So you'd need to bake those, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to go in, because what I was planning on doing, and if we get out of this, I can jump in here.
Oh, so Express was trying its best to do what you wanted it to do.
It was operator error. I just bit off more than I could chew. Yeah.
You know picnic, right?
The
Problem in chair, not in computer.
We're gonna duplicate that. We're moving on. Duplicate that.
You've got about 6 and a bit minutes left to go. So
okay. So we need to
so you know, and I just kick the bucket. It's fine.
We're gonna delete that. We're gonna go ahead and leave. Yeah, we're gonna delete create. We're gonna delete the badger. And yeah, this is not, I'm not happy with this at all, what we've got going on here.
It's all good.
Well, no, it's just I'm going in a different direction. Ooh.
Looks super moody though, doesn't it? I love that. I like the texture in that line's crazy. Just crazy. Jack's in the chat. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. I'm not.
And
okay.
Alessandra was starting to feel sad for the goats.
Ooh, wait. Let's get back.
Thank you, Nightwalker, for reminding the people on YouTube to like the stream. Yes, do that. That's a good thing to do. Remember to like the stream.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, even all of the exposure is gone.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I know what I need to do. So it's got to be more Photoshop.
So you would have to, but yeah, that's cool though. Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Do it, yeah.
What do we got? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Okay. Let's go ahead and...
I think I'm going to have a badger in my stream now.
Are you?
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't going to, but now I might. I want to see if I get a similarly like that badger. Could you imagine bumping into that in the dark?
Oh my gosh. So I was going to tell you this story really quick. Where does this need to be? This needs to be on the top right there. So first time I lived here, I used to drive a little Fiat Barchetta, which is a 2-seater roadster.
Yeah.
And
did you sell it to a badger?
No.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
But what happened...
This isn't going to be a terrible story, is it?
No,
okay,
it's not.
Good.
What happened was I was going to be... I was driving down the road. I lived in a village surrounded by a forest, very rural area. Yeah. And as I was coming off the hill through the forest, all of a sudden I come around the corner and here's a badger walking across the road.
Yeah, quite big.
Oh my God. It would have trashed that car.
Yeah.
I
remember this in your stream actually. The other week we were talking about this.
Probably.
So I said there was one outside my house.
Oh.
And there was another one just outside my daughter's house. We live in a city. It shouldn't be there.
No. Oh. Okay.
But no, that is one heck of a badger graphic. Penny agrees it's very dramatic in the black and white.
Okay.
Nightwalker saying badgers are great animals. They are.
Are they really?
Yeah, so my first job out of college was I worked for the Royal Society for Nature Conservation, it's not called that anymore. It's called the Wildlife Trust now. But I worked in the education department of Warwickshire Nature Conservation Trust and then Amber Valley. And when I was at Amber Valley, Andrew, who worked in the same office as me, took me to some woods in Derbyshire.
Mm-hmm.
And badgers came out, badger cubs and their mum came out of the set and were playing maybe, 8-10 feet away from where we were. It's quite magical. However, at the same time, you're kind of scared because if the wind changes direction and the mama catches a whiff of your scent, you'd be in deep trouble.
I bet.
Yeah. There we are. We've got just under a couple of minutes to go, Shawn. So just so you know. And thank you everyone for joining us on this stream. Coming up next is a guy called Tony, who'll be showing us some stuff in Photoshop Mobile with, I think there's a guy called Shawn who'll be hosting Tony, which will be really good. Please do not adjust your set.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. When when you see people in the alternate positions, nothing's gone wrong with your screen at all. That's just the way things are.
Yep.
There you are.
Okay. I am just making sure everything's going okay here.
Shawn thought my first job involved Tim thought my first job involved manufacturing waterproof bathing towels. He must write a list of these things, right?
He has to.
Yeah. Valdez saying in blending options, there's a knockout option as well. Yeah, Shawn did mention that actually earlier on. Where we could have done that. Yeah, absolutely.
Now the whole thing with this is why I didn't use the knockout, is because now I could use it because I'm in.
I'll tell you what. Let's pick that up in the next stream. Let's start off with that when we go, because we've got just a few seconds left.
No, hey, you've got your thing. I'll be working on this and I will post it when I'm done.
But no, we'll start off by talking about knockout.
Okay. The reason I didn't use knockout for this is because I wanted the text, which means the lion.
Yeah.
Because the lion, I wanted that to be brighter than what was on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So I had to be able to adjust that.
Yeah. I get it.
And knockout's not on the phone yet.
And Shawn's processing pause was
okay. We will be right back, everybody. Please stay tuned, and we will see you soon. Bye. Welcome back, everybody. It's wonderful for you to stick around. We are lucky to have the Design Ninja.
Ooh, let's bump on that.
Oh, so exciting, so exciting. And welcome anybody new here. Just so you know, Photoshop on the iPhone is out. Download it. There is a free version. Check it out. And Tony, what would you like to do today?
You know, it's going to involve kittens.
Okay. Lasers?
Maybe lasers. Maybe lasers. We'll
Okay.
see. We'll just have to wait and see. But I thought we'd just have a nice play inside of here because you introed this so lovely earlier on. I've only made a few things playfully with my phone so far on here, but I think we're going to have a giggle with it. I think it'll be good.
All right.
Because I've got the extra pressure of having to deliver a load of Photoshop tips at the same time, so which would be good. But one of the things across the top here, by the way, if you're opening this for the first time and if you're brand new to Photoshop, because remember this is free, okay, there's an extra tier for people who subscribe, essentially free, which is really, really good. If you want to learn what this is about or find out there's some fantastic content here, mainly by lovely Elise Swopesy, who will be talking you through various different things. So meeting Photoshop here will take you into things like understanding layers and all of that stuff, and the however many layers it is. I can't believe I said 57,000, but for some reason I thought it was some nuts number like that. But anyway,
Just getting started with Photoshop.
just getting started with Photoshop.
Yeah.
It's all good. All good stuff. Okay, so we've already got one cat down at the bottom there, and that cat is almost, let's just open that up. I made this cat blue and kept his eyes at that colour, but I think he's from the same family as your badger.
It might be. They have the same look.
I'm definitely going to do that right now, actually. I'm just going to go ahead and get something from generation. So let me just generate an image. I'm going to do a square 1x1. 2048 square is more than enough. What did you type? Did you just type badger face?
I did a close-up of a badger head.
Of course. What's that thing? What's that? There's a mnemonic for how you should type a prompt, isn't there? It's got place or something, where you position or something like that.
But when you're trying to get something that's so tight,
Yeah.
you don't want to give it too much information. You want to make it as simple as possible.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Picnic, but Kiss.
Keep it simple, silly.
Oh, silly. Okay, you cleaned it up.
Yeah, well, I don't like it being stupid.
I didn't.
I just keep it simple, silly. It just sounds really British as
It
well,
does.
right?
It does.
Keep it simple, silly. Close up of badger face. I feel like I've got badger face, but it's dark. So anyway, moving on. Have you got your ticket for Max London yet?
I do not. I was waiting to see if I was going to work it.
Get a ticket anyway.
Okay. On it.
Not right now. Do it later.
No, I'm thanking Bruce because he's saying I'm looking really good.
Again, is Bruce coming? So that's now mine. And you know the difference there, right? Are in those tiny little flecks above the eyes.
Yep.
Mine now looks curious, as if it's trying to look out of the phone and see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Underneath the image. There's another one there. That's interesting.
Okay, so it's really interesting. I said close up. That's a good one. Close up of a badger head. And you put in face. So I wonder if it's actually trying to give it a little bit more personality.
Let's try it. Let's see what it does with close up of a badger head. And see what it does. I'm curious.
Stian is saying, I think that cat might be ill.
Really good. Right, so you remember in your stream just a minute ago, we were talking about my first job out being for the Royal Society for Nature Conservation, as was then.
Yeah.
My first 2 weeks at Amber Valley, which was the second job I did there. I did 2 jobs, Warwickshire and Amber Valley. When I turned up for my first day at Amber Valley, they said, right, we've got an exhibition going on in a couple of weeks, so it's all hands on deck to get this stuff ready for the exhibition. And then Richard, who ran the project at that time, said, we're going to need a badger. And because I was new, because I was new. I had to go and greet all the school visits dressed as this badger. And because I didn't just want to wander along and like go, oh, follow me, I made it funny. So I was dancing around and doing whatever, and I made all these kids dance into the exhibition. But I was in that badger outfit for 2 weeks.
Oh,
yeah.
Tony,
oh my gosh.
the dancing badger.
That's so funny.
Oh no.
I took it home. For my daughter. She was only little at the time. She was like 2. And I opened the door and there's like a 5'10" badger.
You know because of this story,
Yeah.
I'm never going to be able to get rid of the badger. I've tried. Jack and I have tried for
embrace. They're incredible creatures. Yeah, you see, mine's still not. That's very, very smooth.
That looks exactly like mine.
That's a very smooth badger. That one's slightly, I kind of like that, but I think we actually nailed it really in the first set, and I think that one looks that one looks like it's going to be told off for something. Also, it's got weird split gun.
You're a bad badger.
Naughty badger. There we go. That one just there, I think, is pretty good. I've no idea what I'm going to do with it, but we're going to use it anyway. So, of course, we can do a whole bunch of different things with that. So we've got selection. And let's do that one tap select, or that just double tap select. There you go. Look at that.
So good.
Double tap. And it is actually a really tight selection. Not bad at all. And you can always add to the selection and change it around if you want to, using the other tools just there. So you can go and model that a bit further. But I think that's pretty good as it is just there. I like that. I like all of these tools just down here. Kind of good. Let me try a different selection thing. Let's try select background. That's interesting. Look at that. Weird.
Now, the fact that you just hit select background and you already have
because I've got
badger.
additive on. That's the thing.
Yep.
That's the stuff just there. So I'm just going to tap to undo back past that. There we go. So maybe if I tap subtractive and try background and see if that. Oh no.
Oh,
It's getting good. I mean, it doesn't know what a badger is, right? It's not looking at it and going, "Oh, this is a badger."
Oh God, it should know what a badger is.
It should know. If Stian had his way, it would know what a badger, what a badger is. But no, I was happy with that. There's my selection. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, pretty good. And of course, we can always just adjust parts of that and change the selection a bit further. So let's just use the quick select brush. Let's just try that along there. There you go. Job done. Now we've got a complete selection like that. And apply as a mask. There we go. Boom. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all, really. But if I was, I wouldn't worry. Although I could use the other tools to refine that, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Yeah, because it's something I can fix when I get across to the desktop if I need to.
Yeah.
Or spend the time on it if I felt so disposed. Right, I'm going to use another layer here. I actually want another image layer. I'm going to generate it as well. Actually, no. I think I'll do it from Adobe Stock. Let's do it from Adobe Stock. And
I gotta say, this is so cool. I'm sitting here, and out of the corner of my eye, I can see your Photoshop updating with the PSDC.
it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so
crazy.
fast.
In fact,
it's so cool.
If Tim would be so kind as to just drop us across just to the computer just for a moment so you can see what Shawn's talking about. So there it is, just there. Thanks, Tim, by the way. You can see that that's happening live right now. Amazing, isn't it?
It's fast.
Really, really good. Really good. Okay.
Oh, one quick tip. Speaking of fast, I want to just make sure everybody knows this. To use Photoshop on the iPhone, you do need to have an internet connection.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, which is why it was wise for Tim to remind me that I was still in airplane mode just before the stream started.
Tony flew in like 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes before my stream.
So good. I don't know whether to choose from Adobe Stock or to choose from Lightroom. There's a weird... So Lightroom... You're a Lightroom user. Right? Yeah. I know you use Lightroom Classic a lot, but you're a Lightroom user as well, right? Yeah. So Lightroom's just had an update. And on the phone, there's a weird glitch on the phone with the grid. In fact, I can probably just very, very quickly show you that if I can get to that. There we go. Right, in my grid, so on my phone just here, if you look at the top right hand corner, there's an eagle. Now that's actually a square image, but because it's trying to shoehorn it in with the owl to the left of it, okay, which is a portrait image, then you can see it's got, or maybe this is a style decision that says, yeah, let's make it like a website from 1995. Maybe that's the thing. But anyway, that curiousness, the only reason I mention that is because if I go back into this image here and just choose image layer and then go to Lightroom, I just want a sky for the background here, but just to show you this. Hello, I said image layer. Why are you not doing anything? That's weird. Let me just try something else just for a minute. Empty layer is working. Image layer is not doing anything at all. Curious. Let me come out of this for a sec then. I'll create a new image here. Now that's a strangeness. I might just have to quickly relaunch the app, I think, from there. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. Because this stuff sometimes happens. Let's try that again. Image layer. There you go. And it'll be because I switched out to Lightroom. This app said you're seeing other photographic apps.
It's being jealous. Photoshop is like that.
It can be like that. It's older. But if I went into one of these, so this is from my Daily Lightroom Edits series, and if I went into here, and just, you can see that grid problem has persisted.
Why does Tony always have to go for the young, the new young hip? Why? Why can't you just respect the 35-year-old?
I feel dizzy now. Right. Choose another. I saw a nice sky just then. Oh, actually, that'd be even better. I'm going to choose that for no reason whatsoever because it's an abstract. So I'm just going to say that's fine. Open that up. I want to see how quickly this comes in. Just here. So that's loading that photo. Of course, I've chosen something that's like, I don't know how big. So I'm just going to tap here so I can see the layers. Then press and drag that down underneath like so. That's interesting. I like that. I also, at this particular point, because I want this to be bluish, I'm going to choose an adjustment layer, and I will also choose, shall I use hue saturation? You did hue saturation last time, didn't you? No, I'll do hue saturation then. And
I did black and white.
You did?
Yeah.
You did. Right, so I'm just going to move that across into that sort of region.
Ooh.
There. Yeah. Do that. I'm actually going to fade the badger back in just a moment. I think that for the purposes of right now, I mean, the closer I go to that edge, the more blue it will become. Do I want it to be that blue is good. I like it. So I'm going to go with this one here. And this is suddenly becoming a movie poster project.
Can you open this up? Because you, okay, the adjustment layer, hue and saturation clipped automatically to your image.
Yes.
That is wonderful.
It's really good. And of course, from the ellipsis menu we've got just there, he says using a long word.
Yep.
Has in there somewhere an unclip. So if I wanted to unclip it to go down, which you did also in your demonstration.
Right in the middle of the menu.
Yeah, right smack bang in the middle. There we go. Okay, so there we go. That's kind of good. Let's go back to the
I did a
badger
lot of
face.
stuff.
You did. That was good fun.
Yeah,
I was enjoying it.
Yeah. Doing it.
I'm thinking, wait, you're taking the weight off of me doing it. So that's kind of good. Close up a badger face. So let's go to blend and opacity. We've got like the blend modes in here, right the way down to luminance. I think they're actually all in here. Ooh, crazy. Yeah. So they're all just there. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's not what I want, however. What I want is I want the white of the badger to show through most. So the blend mode I'm going to choose is
multiply. Multiply is going to remove
the opposite
screen.
One. Screen.
Then I misunderstood you.
No, it's all good. So the easy. So if you think about the easy way to remember it, right, is if you've got a projector projecting on a surface, that's a screen. Yeah, and so the white is going to be strongest there because the shadows are something that are secondary to that. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
white will be prominent.
No, I was right. The problem is I didn't understand your accent.
Oh no, I get that all the time.
I'm never wrong.
You're never wrong. We could actually, I mean, maybe, you see, if I use multiply, the opposite of screen, you see, that's kind of interesting, but we could split the difference actually and go for overlay. Yeah, because in overlay, grey is a neutral, which means we get a little bit of the best of both worlds just there. Overlay would be a good...
Try soft light.
We could do,
Usually
slightly
soft light-
balanced off. Yeah.
Bit too much.
Yeah.
Soft light's always one of those like,
Yeah. But I like that the shape, and this is absolutely unrehearsed and unintended. The shape underneath from that abstract is mirrored by the nose of the badger. Can you see that?
Yeah.
That's what we call a happy accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a happy accident. So I could change this document now, but anyway, that's just fine. So we've got that just there. Now we want another layer. All right, I'm just going to close out the layers thing just there. It's kind of annoying. That plus is sitting underneath the layers at the moment. I mean, if I tap them, they collapse back down. But I kind of wish they wouldn't do that. That's a small niggle though, teeny niggle.
But it's adding a click. And you are all about the clicks.
I am.
Yep.
I am all about the less frequent clicks.
Yep.
Clicks, but yeah, some of the Adobe engineers I think are actually paid by the click, which, especially on the Illustrator team. Although having said that, you can be your own judge when you've watched the movies in this app. But anyway. So we've got, what should we do? Let's have, and this time we will have an image from Adobe Stock because we've just used one from Lightroom. We've used one by Generation. Let's just have a quick look. Let's tap more for the animals and see what we've got here. Hyena, zebra, chameleon. I feel like I'm reading a child's book. Right, where are the kittens?
Well, you can search for them.
Yeah, I know, but you know, I'd expect kittens to be immediately prominent.
Adobe Stock is saying, there's too many kittens on the internet. We're going to make you work for it.
Oh, look at the kitties. I need to do this, get it to do something. Actually, I want a kitty that's... Oh, they're so lovely. You've lost me now for the rest of the day. I'm just gonna sit here, look at that. Anyway, right, this isn't helping you with learning anything Photoshop-like.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. We have lost Tony Harmer in a sea of kittens from the free Adobe Stock site.
Absolutely. I'm going to try this one. I'm going to add this white kitty cat. There we go. And
I love the background. Get rid of it.
yeah, I think that's a good plan. So, I wonder if we can do that from... Is there an option to remove from there? No, let's go with select, I think. We don't have an automatic background removal there, do we, just at the minute?
Oh.
Or do we? Do we?
What are you on? What did you come up?
Let's have a look. Do. So, I think we should have, but anyway, not to worry. What I can do is I can select, and I use that tap select thing again. So tap, and there's the kitten. Has it got all of it? Tap. It looks like it has. Thank you, mate. And yeah, let's go ahead and apply that and see what we've got. Really good. And oops, let's go and apply that as a mask. Yeah, there we go. So we've got a little kitten.
You're not making badger lunch, are you?
No.
Okay.
This is a hero cat.
Okay.
This has become sort of Instagram movie poster with a hero kitty.
Nikki's saying, I was just waiting for the kittens.
That's because they've got to be kittens. It's the law. But yeah, no, this is hero cat. The badger's the villain in this particular
Okay.
story. So I mean, all the badger's doing is going out doing what it does, but it's scaring this kitty. It doesn't want to go outside.
Rightfully so.
You know, it doesn't realise the badger's secretly his friend. But, I don't know. We're reading too much into this story.
There's layers.
There's layers to this story.
Oh,
there are.
witty.
Yeah.
We're in Photoshop
Yeah.
on a phone.
I know.
And there's layers.
There's layers. This is. I'm just going to double cap. Oh, actually, no. I'm going to type this in lower and upper and lower. We're just going to call it badger. There, like so. No one can argue that we're not responsive to the needs of the audience, right? No one can say they're not responsive to the needs of the audience. We totally are. Right. So what I can do is, first of all, is go ahead and stretch that out terribly. Let's undo that. Let's just change the size of it. So we'll come away from that transform, and we'll go into the text options. So Myriad Pro is not for me, thank you. Let's try flicking through some of this stuff. I want something strong. I do kind of like that Alibaba Sans. Not quite antique olive. Anton regular. I like that. That's really good. I like that. Let's go back out to that. It's already on it. Don't have to commit it. Let's go ahead and change the size. So that's 109 points right now. Let's change that to 800 and see what happens. It's very big. Okay, we'll change that down to 500 and see what happens. That's much better. Although it's likely to change in just a moment. So we've got that. Let's change the color of that. So let's take that up to the top. Let's use something different. Let's use the sliders or the swatches. Sliders would be really good. HSB, that would do. I think I could rather have RGB because that way I can push all of those over to the right hand side, he says. And there we go. That was the long way around getting white text on there.
That was a long way.
That was a long way. Right, I'm not done with the text. So the text is center aligned at the moment. I think I've got some other options here, right? So you can see height, value, scale. Just there. Here, there is an option for caps. So we can change it to all caps by tapping on there, which is nice. That's called a transformation. That is. Okay. So in reality, the text underneath it is still upper and lower.
Okay.
But this is a transformation. This should be, in Photoshop, should be a transformation. So we'll find out when we get into Photoshop, right? If, you know, at the bottom of the panel where it's got like TT in real big,
yep,
all caps.
Yep.
So that's a transformation from reality. So that's something that's used in quite a lot of different places where you want the text presented.
But in reality,
it's upper and lower. Yeah. So if you were collecting names for an email list, for example, and you were mailing stuff out to these people and you wanted it to be in all caps, because quite a lot of countries like that, they like everything to be in capitals, you could effect a transformation on that text to change everything into all caps. Just a fun fact for you, but there you are, Shawn. Anyway.
Still learning.
Still learning. Let's just take that to there. See, this, I should have gone with poster. I really would like there to be some smart guides in there at some point, which I'm sure there will be, but we can correct all of that later on. So that's pretty good. I'm just trying to think what else we might want to add in here. Ooh, I know. Let's drop this down and let's add something else. We're going to generate something else, I think, just here, and also maybe add in a fill layer. In fact, let's do that first. Let's add in a fill layer. I'm going to go with magenta, just for whatever at the minute, and let's just spin that out. I think click to layer below, that's on the text just there, so we bring that down, and of course there's all that stuff with the mask. I thought I might end up with a pink kitty, but anyway, moving on. We'll get rid of that one because we've adding layers in, but what we haven't done is deleted any. So there we go. And I like that the things both involving deletion are really easy to spot.
Yep.
So I've got a color difference like so. Okay, let's come back out of that then, and we'll go ahead and collapse the layers there, add a new layer, and we'll go for an image layer like so, and we will do generate and wide shot of an urban. I don't think I need to type urban. of cityscape. Let's try that with lights in Windows. Let's see what we get from that. So you know the sort of thing I'm after, like a cinematic spread of of city buildings. Let's see what we get.
While this is generating, we have 30 minutes left. So chat. If you've got any questions, requests, please put it in chat. Let us know. Thank you for being active so far. Ooh.
That's interesting, but it's not really what I want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that to let's see if it understands establishing, because that's quite a common thing. Let's see if that gets that. So let's find out what we get.
Robert's saying you're never too old to learn something, Shawn. Oh, is there an undo?
Yeah.
Chris, if you look at the top right, yep, right there is your undo. And because this is new, it's just out for an hour and a half, we're going to go old school Photoshop and only give you one undo.
That's not happening.
No. I'm joking.
I've worked out the keyword I can add to this if I don't know. I'm still not getting what I want. So, right.
Devlin, the Tim generating music is only on my personal stream and Tim's. Möbest.
What's that?
Tim is saying that the Tim generating music, Tim sent me the file. So when I'm generating something on my stream, I play it and it's like, dun, 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 dun,
Fantastic.
But Tim says that's only available in the Adobe plan.
So good. He's so funny. Right, okay, so I need that cityscape thing, not getting it just at the moment. So I'm going to delete that generation. Let's have a look if Adobe Stock has what I'm after, because it's trying to create me something slightly different. So if I go for an image layer this time, let's try for Adobe Stock and see if we get it. I'm going to type cityscape silhouette. And in fact, if I type, maybe because I'm putting scape in there.
No. Cityscape, that's the correct term. You could do like 80s, because you've got that pink in the background. You could totally do 80s vibe, retro cityscape. Ooh.
Boom.
Yep.
There we go. Got. Let's have a quick look through those. That one just down there looks pretty good. In her tutorials, by the way, Swopesy does a thing with putting Chicago in a cup of coffee, I think. No, on top of the world. It's kind of fun. And I was putting the moon onto a cup of coffee.
I put the moon on a cardboard box.
On a cardboard box?
Above a cardboard box.
Nice.
For those of you that have seen my streams,
yeah,
you know what I'm talking about. Amazon.
Yep. You monkey. I know where you're at.
Penny Synthwave. Nailed it. Thank you, Penny.
Yes, I tried for a synthwave gradient. Didn't get exactly what I was hoping for. But again, that actually honestly probably was a picnic. That particular one. Right, so let's tap this layer now. Make sure I've got the right one. No, I've got the background. So we'll go ahead and target this layer and do transform. That's interesting. Oh, it is the right one. Look at the amount of breathing room around that. It's crazy. Let's make that big. In both ways.
Oliver saying boo, shake to undo doesn't work in Photoshop. Can you, the carpal tunnel that you would end up having because you undo so much in Photoshop?
Yeah, but I mean, that is the thing. You must get that warning from time to time on your phone saying, do you want to undo typing? And it's just, do you ever get that?
No.
You don't get a little bubble alert that comes up on your phone. It just says undo typing, cancel, and...
By the way, just so everybody knows, my phone is an SE Generation 2, and it ran Photoshop no problem. So it's old. So there's no bubbles.
That's kind of cool.
Well, I know. I was stunned. And I didn't check.
I wonder what the lowest bar is for that. Tim will no doubt know that nugget, and we'll probably mention it in the...
I haven't seen it in the FAQs.
No?
No.
I mean, that's normally a thing, is supported documents. So, supported documents, supported types, devices.
Yep.
Normally a thing.
I'm diving in.
Yep.
Betty Brooks is asking, and I just covered it up.
I'm switching over to the desktop now, by the way.
Okay. So, you want me to switch it?
You can switch it. Magically, it did it.
Nice.
Same way as when I was just going to move us to the left earlier on. I was just about to push the button to move us onto the left. And then suddenly it just happened. It's miraculous. It's like there's somebody who's watching what we're doing and actually
paying attention.
Paying attention.
Betty, just so you know, to bring the menus up, you just have different tabs. And so as you go through on the phone, you're going to see a plus. You hit that. If you need your layers, you hit that. So whatever it is you need, you click on it, and that's going to open up the menu.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm going to do a few things in here. Badger.
It's transformed.
It is transformed. So so if I go ahead to the type here and get to the type options, I might need to just change my workspace here. That's core tools. Let's go to essentials and reset essentials. Just there. And just above it, you should see transforms. Oh, that's actually transforms. Let's go ahead and there you go. So absolutely. So if I turn that off, there it is. And so that's what a transformation is, just so you know. It's useful to know that sort of stuff. And where I found that information to be most useful is I've done a lot of stuff in variable data publishing. And those are things that you kind of have to know on there, because you can't always guarantee what sort of text is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you might, for example, want particular product names to be changed into that, and so you can write a thing that changes that to all caps, so there's no mistaking it. Anyway, that's by the by. So you can see that transformation just there. Let's go to the kitty just here. Hello, precious. Just there like so. Okay. Now we've still got a bit of fringing going on there. There's a few different ways we can approach that. One of the ways I might try approaching it just now is I focused on the layer mask here in Photoshop. Okay, and I'm going to run a filter on that and see if it helps me out.
Okay.
What it might be a good idea to do, or can't really do right at the minute now, would have been convert this to a smart object, because then anything I do here would be non-destructive, but that doesn't really matter too much. I could always hold down the command key, that would be Control on Windows, and click on that to save that as a selection, or to get the selection up. So that will do in anything involving transparency. We'll do that. And if I really, I don't here, but this is just because, I need to throw some tips out there.
Tony's paid by the tips.
I am paid by the tip, yeah. So here, right, it's going to save it into this PSDC, just there. It's going to create a new channel, right? So you'll see that in the channels panel. There, like so, and there we are. Now we've got that. I can then just deselect that. So if I really needed to preserve that selection in the document, that would be the best way to do it. That way it's unarguably there. There it is, just down at the bottom. In fact, there's one already there anyway. But let's focus on that mask. Let's go to the filter menu here, and let's come down to other, and I'm going to choose minimum from there. And then we can start to wind that down by increasing the numeric value here, and you can see there that if I push that up, you can't go too far because it's going to you can see already that's on 5 just there. Okay, and it's starting to change the shape of the ears. If I dial that back down, you can see how that's working.
Yep.
Now I could also have made another selection to counter that, but one way that I do it would be to do that. Now I can change the preservation there to roundness, and it will deal with it slightly differently. Yeah. But that will clear up for now, for what we need here, most of that stuff. So that's kind of good.
But see, I kind of like, see on the back of the kitten, the hair looks like it's standing up.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
didn't want to lose that too much. Yeah.
Somebody's looking at me.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm scared of the badger. That's what he's saying. Yeah. The badger's freaking me out. But
The spidey senses are tingling.
The spidey senses are tingling. Do you want me to try and take this one into? Shall I see if I get the same experience as you if I take it into Adobe Stock? Because I'm going to can do for a minute.
You mean Express?
Sorry, Express.
You can, but I think we're going to have the exact same problems because of our hue and saturations. But you can try it. Try it.
I could always bake that in.
Yeah.
So if I maybe flicked all of these off like so, right, and then went from here and merged the visible layers, like so, then that's it, it's baked in. So we could try that. Don't technically need that background on there, by the way, because we've already got everything we need. Shall I try it?
Devlin says, freaking meow.
Freaking meow. This is so good.
Yes, please try it. Go for it.
Ooh. An unresolved conflict. Saving your changes as a new document. Probably because the layers, probably because of that thing going in. Don't know. We'll find out.
Is it still a PSDC?
It's still a PSDC.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll find out in just a minute. Right. Let's go to Chrome. And if I create a new window and type new, there we go. Like so. Busy day. Right, okay, so shall I start from a document, or you started from content, didn't you?
I just dragged. Well, you can go to your stuff.
Yeah.
And it should be there. It should be. Yep.
It is. In fact, both of them are there.
Yep.
So let's try that one. And I'm just going to go with Instagram story. Oh, I'm just going to shrink that, isn't it? Let's just do custom size. Leave exactly as it is just there and do that. Which is what you did. And I've got the same weird thing.
Yeah, and it flattened everything.
Yeah.
Because, okay, so...
That's interesting. That isn't what I anticipated would happen.
Not with PSDCs.
No. So let's try, because you didn't get the chance to really do this. Let's just do this. If I do a save as on this and stop it from being a cloud document, so on my computer, and I'll just drop it into the document folder just here, and I'll need to mark it as something for deletion later. Okay, so let's just call this Kitty Badger, because I wouldn't delete it if it just said Kitty. Even though it says delete on it, you'll find files on my system that say delete, but they've not been deleted because they're about a cat.
But add a badger and it's out of here.
Add a badger and it's gone. Yeah, absolutely. Right, if I try, I need to come from my machine, don't I? So if I need to go to your stuff,
or you could drag and drop.
Or I could do that, actually. Yeah. Let's do exactly that. Let's go back to there. Bear with. All right, let's get this window. This is always risky. Do that just there. No, because I might have client work on it.
I know.
So, let's...
I've heard about your client work.
Oh, dear. Right, let's have a look.
Tim.
Place the PSD as a linked image. What's Tim doing now?
Saving you.
Saving me, right, okay. And that.
Go ahead, because
I do want to convert it though, don't I? Obviously, it's been a week since I did this last.
Yeah. Go ahead and do it. We have time.
Let's do it.
Because
because you did this and you had the same. That's teeny weeny again though.
Yes. So it brought, when I did it this way,
resolution down.
No. It brought everything in fine.
Yeah.
It just all of my adjustment layers
Yeah.
were out the window.
That's
so,
right.
So everything that I did, like using the exposure, trying to, you know, it was gone.
Working on that.
Yeah. So doing what you did, baking it in, or making it a smart object, or, you know, reducing your layers down to a bare minimum before you bringing it into Express is what I needed to do.
Yeah.
So, as you said, picnic.
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 Let's just open that up and see what we've got. Oh, there you go. It's all right size, everything on the right thing.
But
yeah,
look at your text. See?
Ah. No, still there. Oh, but it's lowercase.
Yeah.
No transformation. I wonder if Andy's watching this. Andy, if you're watching this, maybe you want to change that. So I have to actually type.
Oh no!
Oh no! You know, my girlfriend thinks I'm more millennial than she is.
Oh, there's a Photoshop. There's a desktop joke in there. I'm just not going there.
I actually have to type. Oh, there you go. Anyway, that's. I feel obliged in so. What I really want to do is just animate that cat in. Do you mind?
Please do.
I
love a good animation.
I like a good animation, but in the absence of that, I'll just animate this kitty.
You could show off the animate all. Ooh. I mean, you've got 4 layers.
But what am I going to do with 4 layers?
Just animate all. I literally just told you.
Doing it now. I'm just choosing which one. No. I didn't mean what am I going to do. I meant what animation am I going to choose.
I got you. I got you.
I knew what to animate all, man. Be nice. I promised you some free voiceover work for your stream. There you go. Well, that was kind of nice.
Meh.
I'm thinking the same way. So I'm going to remove all. Let's go back out there. But I could see how that could be used. So if you just wanted to make a quick add pop.
Yeah.
I much prefer doing it through the timeline. And we will get back to Photoshop in just a second. I promise. We're good, right? We've got like 13 some odd minutes and change. Just on there. Let's just do it. Let's just go animation. And I'm going to animate in the cat. So I'm going to choose that to rise. So, ooh, yeah. I can modulate the rise because I want to take the fade off of it just from there. So that's the thing that I see people miss out in there. By the way, I was training a company on Adobe Express in the UK just a few weeks before Christmas, and there was somebody next to me who uses a similar sort of thing that's not an Adobe product. And when we got to the generation thing for, the scheduler, in doing that, absolutely lost her mind over it. Oh, converted, just like that. And you just think, I'm just showing you this because it's just, you can't think what to type for this particular thing. Generate me something. Absolutely lost it. And so that's it. I'm done. I'm changing.
Yeah.
Incredible. Really incredible.
Now, in the animation, in and out, do you want to know my favorite new feature?
Okay, tell me.
Okay, go ahead and click on the rise again.
Yeah.
Start off the page outside the page.
Oh, so it's right out. That's cool. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that is relatively new, and it's so much better, especially.
Yeah, because that way you get the full experience of it moving it. That is cool.
Yes, and so all the ins and the outs have that.
Let's do something to it while it's there. So let's have it loop a couple of times and let's do some bobbing. Let's not do that.
It looks like it looks like a lure, like you're trying to catch the badger.
Anyway, we'll leave that on there because we're not doing an Express stream, right? And it's my fault, by the way. I'm not doing it. But anyway, there we go. Fantastic. I'm going to start something else off on the phone and then we'll come back into Photoshop again in just a minute. So let's do something real quick from here. So if I go back to home at the top. So I don't know if you saw that. In fact, I'll do that again. just here. Oh, it's going to take a hot minute to open. Let's cancel that. Let's open this one.
Thank you, Tim.
There we go. Cheers, Tim. And just at the top left-hand corner, so when you're done with the file, you want to go back out, it's the little home icon at the top. Simple as that. Okay, so we can tap out through to that. Let's go and add a new document here. Let's do create a new blank canvas again, and let's do custom size and just say, yes, that's just fine. Let's do 7 by 7 here. So we'll go ahead, delete that 7 by 7. Right, so I can't believe I'm using inches as a unit.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
And I'm not building something. That's one of the weirdnesses about the UK. Everything we do is like millimeters, until you're building something, then suddenly back to feet and inches. Well, it's useful. Anyway, right, let's do that. Let's do create. So we've got our file just there. Let's do a couple of things with some fill layers. I'm going to choose a fill layer here, color fill. That's just fine. I'm happy with that color as it is. And let's do another fill layer here. Let's do something that is the opposite of that. So I'm going to use the wheel for this one. So I want a complete complementary of where we are right now. Opposite to that on this particular wheel here is green, because this is a digital color wheel. And this is one of the things that, you know, that Illustrator is something I do a lot. And the Illustrator color wheel uses the artist's color wheel, in which green is directly opposite red. In the digital color wheel, cyan is opposite red, because if you look at that, I know this sounds like information. Why would I use this information? But honestly, I wouldn't tell you if it wasn't useful. Look at the wheel now. So there are 3 primary colors here. Yeah, and the 3 primary colors are red, green, and blue, right? Which we all know, because those are the controls we have. And you can see they're 120 degrees apart. If you imagine drawing a triangle to the purest parts of those colors, they would be at 120 degrees.
Yep.
In between those are the secondary colors, right, of cyan, magenta, and yellow.
Yep.
Just there, so the secondaries. The artist color wheel is different, because the digital wheel here is based on projected color. So color that's emanating from something or being projected out. In the artist color wheel, the primaries are red, yellow, and blue. Green is a secondary on that. Right, and so they're 120 degrees, slightly apart. So that green in the artist color wheel moves around, so that's directly opposite red.
Right.
It's secondary.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Exactly. Yes.
And that's the difference between those things. So I've seen people on various different channels who start talking about color theory, and then I watch them, and the minute I see the digital color wheel next to something from the 16th century of Van Gogh, or whatever century it was, and I just think, you have no idea what you're talking about, because none of that makes any sense whatsoever.
No, okay, so I'm opening up color.adobe.com,
Yep.
and the crazy thing
is that's the artist's wheel.
Oh
Pretty
my
much.
gosh.
Does that make sense?
A total sense.
Yeah.
Because when I'm picking colors,
Yep.
and I don't mean to get into a tangent, but I usually use color.adobe.com.
I'm Tangent. I am Tony Tangent. We're good, mate.
Okay. So
I'm just going to open color.adobe.com on my browser, so Tim can drop us across onto that in just a second, I guess. So everybody else can see what we're talking about just here. Right, so look at the color wheel there. That is much closer to the artist's primaries.
Yep.
Yeah? You see it?
Yeah. Okay. Stupid question.
There's not many stupid questions.
Which one's right?
They're both right. They're both right, but they're both in different spaces. But most artists' color theory, things like Van Gogh and Itten and so on, are based on the artist's color wheel. The theories still hold true, yeah, but it's just something you need to take into account. That's why people say these look very different. So they see a tutorial on Photoshop, and they see you doing exactly what I'm going to go back to the phone, right? So they see you doing exactly what I'm doing on the phone. Is I'm looking down here at this sort of magenta color, and then I think, right, well, the opposite of that, directly opposite, if I drew a line to that, is up here in these super bright greens. I'm actually going to steer just a little bit to the side from that to this sort of lime color. But they see something like this, and then they go into Illustrator and they use thing for recolor artwork.
Yep.
And so they drag the slice and think, well, that looks really weird. Doesn't look the same because it's a different wheel. There you go.
Oh my God.
That's my nugget for the day. And
my head is blown. Honestly.
now I get paid for my tips.
Oh my gosh.
So it's interesting, right, that you've got all of these different things here that you can. They are all connected, right, to different things. Now I can't actually transform this layer here. However, I can actually make a mask for it here, as you did earlier on. So what I can do is I can go ahead and, in fact, if I just change that first of all and create the selection, well, actually, no, I can move it. There you go. Work perfect. I wonder why that wasn't working a second ago. There we go. Picnic, just there like so. So you can see there we've got those very, very strongly contrasting colours. My question to you now, Shawn, is which looks stronger, the magenta or the green? I was like an optician, right?
Close your left eye, your red.
Yeah, the red or the green. Which is stronger than that? I'm going to add in another image layer here because I just like them. This is gratuitous adding from stock here because this parrot up in the top corner here, I'm loving that parrot. I'm going to add that and just drop it in like so, because that I think makes for like a nice, interesting thing. So I'm going to choose transform. I'm going to make it a bit bigger and use this widget at the top here to rock that around a little bit. And what I'm aiming for here from point of view of composition is look at the angle that the top wing is pointing up largely towards the top right hand corner.
Yep.
And I've now managed to mirror that, okay, by making the tail feathers, indicate downwards towards the bottom corner. And you can see that composition is working pretty well. I mean, it's jarring a little bit against the colour, so it'd be a good idea in a minute for me to change that colour before nobody on the stream can see anything else. But we'll do that over in Photoshop, I think, right now. But you can, it's so easy to mess around and make interesting stuff, explore ideas. A lot of people commute to work. I mean, I know a lot of people work at home as well, but a lot of people do commute to work, and it's those things where you're on the train, or bus or whatever, that you get the time to go and explore things like that. So let's pop that back then into the shop of photos. Just here, there it is. Don't have to wait for it. It's all ready. Whoever thought about that pipeline deserves a pat on the back.
Yes, they do.
They do. And so this is just a color adjustment layer, as you can see. So I could maybe change the overall color of that. Do you know what might be nice? Actually, it would be to pull a color out of the bird itself. So I've just moved outside of the dialogue. I'm just clicking there. See, that's kind of interesting.
That is.
That's really nice. And let's do the same for this one underneath. Let's double click on it to access it. So you don't need to, there's no icon there to access the eyedropper tool. The eyedropper tool engages the minute you move outside, okay, of that dialogue. Just stays there. And there's just in case you've never seen the tip, I know you've seen the tip for it, okay, but if anybody else hasn't seen the tip for it, if you wanted to choose color from something else on your system, you can always make Photoshop's window smaller. And then let me just, easier if I demonstrate this at the same time, because that, gets me paid for another tip. So let me make Photoshop's window slightly smaller. There we go, like so. Yummy, yummy. That's so annoying.
While you're dealing with this, we got 2 minutes left.
Yes.
Just a reminder, everybody, Adobe Photoshop on the iPhone just came out 2 hours ago. Go to your app store, download it. There is a free version. If you already have Photoshop, that means you have Photoshop on the web and also Photoshop on the iPhone. Photoshop for the Android is coming out soon, and there's a waiting list, so you can sign up for that. Is that a quick recap? That was pretty quick.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty good.
Okay.
That's pretty good. I'm just trying to remember which key it is you hold down now to do it. But anyway, you can get the eyedropper, and then I think it's Command, or is it Command and Option? Tim, can you throw one in for me? It's gone quiet now.
Yeah.
I think it's Command Option. although apparently not, because it's gone from outside. But there we are. Anyway, it is possible to do it. Find one of those tips to do so. Anyway, I'm going to pick something from the file just there and get that. That's kind of nice and contrasty. Just there, let's pop that up to the top so it goes outwards again, like so. And there we go. That's kind of nice that we're able to pull around all those different things. This doesn't come in as a linked asset. At the moment, it comes in as just pixels from there, but of course. You can always go and replace that with whatever it is you need to replace it with.
Tony,
We had a little bit of fun, huh?
today was a blast. Oh my gosh. I need a nap.
I can't. I've got another stream to go to.
You do. You do. But everybody stick around. Tim
gonna
is
miss
going to be
Tim.
up next. And well, you've got your own thing happening.
Yeah.
But Tim's going to be up next, so stick around, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. Chat, you were amazing. Thank you for your help. And Tony, you were great.
Thanks, man. And you were too. It's all good.
We'll see you all soon, everybody.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Oh dear, that camera's a bit lower. Hello, and hang on. There we go. Welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Tim. I work for Adobe on the community team, and it's my pleasure to talk to you today about the latest and greatest of Adobe Photoshop on iPhone and in the browser. And I actually have something quite special for everyone at home today, because you can win something. For those of you who may have read the email that was going out, it's absolutely right. You will be able to win a year of Creative Cloud, all apps full access. So what do you have to do to participate in that contest, in that giveaway? I'm going to share my screen right here. Hang on. Yep. That's perfect. We have the design right here. So I've created this in, of course, the Photoshop app in my browser. And this is what you need to do. We are, or I want to see a wonderful design. It can be a photo you've taken and edited. It can be a graphic design. It could be something with Firefly related. It doesn't matter, as long as the topic, which is spring, is part of your artwork. So what do you have to do to participate? First of all, like I said, create your design, image, photo, I mean, whatever it is. Be creative in Photoshop on the iPhone, or if you don't have a phone, you can of course use Photoshop on in your browser, which is at photoshop.adobe.com. And then once you have created your work, you're going to submit that to the Photoshop Discord. The Photoshop Discord link is in the chat above. Either on YouTube, it's linked as it's a pinned message. On Behance, you should see a banner at the top which says get feedback and daily reminders, join the Photoshop Discord. And on YouTube, it's just the linked comment. In there, you're going to find the Photoshop gallery, which is right here. And in there, look for the Adobe Live Photoshop submissions and post your work here. The deadline is... Deadline has passed. Wait, did I do something wrong? Shouldn't have. Maybe, Oliver, your time is set wrong, because today is February the 25th, right? Yeah. Okay, let me know, Oliver. It should show that this is happening midnight CET, and it should also show this in your local time zone. So PM, yes, Oliver, PM, not AM, PM, tonight. So you have until the rest of the day to submit your work, and if you go to Discord, you will see the timestamp, which will be reflected in your own time zone, in case you don't want to do any conversions. Yes, topic is spring. So this could be open to interpretation. I'm going to do something related to spring, but that doesn't mean that you have to do the same thing. So let me know. What do you want to do? One winner will be announced tomorrow in the Photoshop Discord. So do stick around in the Photoshop Discord. That's where the winner will be announced. We will look at each submission based on originality, artistic use of the Photoshop tools. So if we see, some Firefly in there, or if we can see some nice cutouts, I don't know, and the technical skill. This just means, ideally, you do more than just paste some text on a white background and call it a day. That probably won't win. All right, no purchase necessary, because on phone, the Photoshop is free, or if you don't have access to Photoshop on your phone, you can of course get a free trial, a 7-day free trial to the Adobe Creative Cloud. So yeah, everyone can participate as long as Adobe products are available in your region. Right. I'm used to the 24-hour clock. I saw 11:59. Yeah, I know. I know, Oliver. I'm definitely with you. Okay, be careful with that glass. I mean, it's just outside the frame. Adobe Water. Okay. Then I'm going to go through all of this later on in the stream for those who join later, but I think it's now a good time for us to get started. Right, so I am already in Photoshop in the browser, and I'm going to create a new design because what I would like to do is I'm hosting a party, and I would like to create some invitations to print or hand out to everyone. And yeah, let's pretend I'm not at home. I am somewhere on the go, so I don't have my usual machine with me. So why don't we start in the browser? Because obviously I can sign in anywhere, from anywhere in the browser. So I'm going to go back to the main page, and we will create something from scratch. There we go. Here we are. Of course, for an invitation, I probably want a different size. So I'm going to quickly change this by going here and image size. In this case, let's go with centimeters. Well, 67 centimeters, that's a bit big. I would say, let's say 12 by 10 centimeters, something like that, at 300 ppi. That looks good to me. Yeah, that's all good. Click OK. And there we are. Trying to trick us so you're the only one submitting. Yeah, Penny. Okay. Cool. So, nope, sorry. First things first, since this is, of course, my first time seeing this interface, wink, wink, I don't know where all the tools are. So, here's a neat shortcut. If you hold down the Option key and the spacebar, on Windows Alt and spacebar, you get nothing. Why not? Come on, this was working just a moment ago. Oh, there we go. Probably hit the wrong key. If you hold down the Option key and the spacebar, you will get the search feature, which allows you to search through all the photos, recent files you have, or what I like is any tool. So if I'm not sure if, I don't know, crop, let's see, I don't know, crop where that is, no idea. Let's just type in crop, and there we go. It's under here. Or I can get the crop tool on. And the eyedropper, it's a fuzzy search, so if I mistype something, it's okay. In this case, I want to generate something or import. Yes, Photoshop import tool. So this is how I can find. Let's start with the stock import. I want to have a nice background, perhaps, and some text for my invitation. It should have just a brief bit of text and the name, probably, and maybe one more thing we can swap out. So let's start with some text right here. By the way, I know the default version of Photoshop on the web is in light mode. You can change that. That was one of the first things I changed. I changed the color theme from light to dark. Much better, much better. All right, takes that here. And when we are starting with Photoshop on the web, we also get some presets, which is really nice in case we want to have some inspiration here. Let's see if anything jumps out, and I feel like this could be quite fun. So nice. Probably gonna go with this. We don't have to use a preset if we don't want to, but we can. So we need a name in the chat. What should we call our spring-related party? Right now, spring party, and of course we do want this right here. Yeah. Looks good to me. I know it's very creative. We're going to replace that once you give me some cool ideas. Maybe you have a cool name for the party. Just doing some layout work. Oh, hello, Annika. Hello. Nice to see you. How are you doing? Long time no see. Then holding down the Option key, I can quickly copy something by holding an Option or Alt and clicking and dragging. That's how I can quickly create a copy of this. So here we're going to add the name. Of course, perhaps not this big. I don't know, maybe 20 points. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Big and most important question, Tim. Can we get the banana in the Photoshop mobile app? I can't tell you that. If I told you that, I would have to uninstall your Photoshop. So, sorry. Spring Party. Name. What else? Spring It On. Oh, that's good. I like that. Spring It On. Nice. I do love a good pun. Right, we have a name, we have the title. Now we need just some invite text. So I'm going to quickly duplicate that one more time. Join us for our super duper, I know, copywriting on Adobe Live. How thrilling. For super duper fun and not at all Photoshop related party. If it doesn't have a banana, is it even Photoshop? The banana was in our hearts all along. Right. Okay. Join us for super duper fun and not at all Photoshop related party. Right. I'm going to put that here. Please. Oh, that's here. Although, by the way, nice that I can actually see when text is overflowing. I get this little filled in circle. If I can make that a bit bigger. See that? And if I can see the text, that filled in circle is gone. So that's just a nice addition. So I know there's more text. So I can uncrop. If you win, Tim, I want a week of free CC for the title. Oh, I see. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I can submit. I think that's what we would call in the business a conflict of interest. Okay. Please come dressed as a, and then we put in the title of what they should come dressed as. So convert that, title. There we are. Make sure that's all centered. It is. Nice. Perfect. And also I'm going to select all and quickly align those just in case. And I think we can even align it to the group or canvas if we want to make sure it's bang on in the center. Don't give up yet. They haven't chosen a winner. It's fine. It's fine. Yes. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm going to go back to that in just a moment. But first, let's continue here. So, spring it on. Name, join us for super duper fun and our Photoshop-related party. Please come dressed as a title. And then, of course, an address. Finally, Stian's place. I don't know. There we are. I suppose we could even make this here not bold, because otherwise everything is just way too important. Coolio. That's our very basic layout done. Now, of course, this, well, it looks like something someone has designed in, I don't know, in Paint back in the 2000s. So let's, oh no, I gotta start cleaning. Yeah, more coming over. come dressed as a tool. Well, I have some invitational names prepared, so hopefully we can use those. Right, let's add some color. To do this, of course, I have lots and lots of options. For example, we could obviously just select a color here or use a color for the background, but I feel like I would like to add some sort of imagery. In this case, since let's see if we have a banana ready. We do have lots of bananas ready. Should we use one of them? Great, thanks Adobe Stock. How about this one? I think this one is closest to whatever the Photoshop icon was. So I'm going to click on this. And of course, want to have this at the very top. And I do want to remove the background because I don't want the white to appear. So right there. Now I need to remember which, was it like this? Yeah, something like that, right? Okay, look out for the badges. Thank you, Penny. All right, what else? What else do we need, chat? Let me know. What do we want to add? We have some bananas, some badges, perhaps. I feel like, let's see if we have some. Ooh, we do. How about, interesting choice. Thank you, Adobe Stock. How about this one? There we go. Of course, I could remove the background again, or I could even use select subject. Or what's also pretty cool is I could use the new object selection. So I can look, I can not look, I can select, that's the word, select with my mouse and actually pick whatever I want to have. In this case, it seems to also grab some of the foreground, but we can adjust that. So I'm gonna click on select less. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna, yeah, that looks fine. Let's just create a layer mask. That's fine. We can edit that layer mask by just subtracting from the mask. I hit B for the brush tool there. There we go, and we can put the back. Why is there a second banana? I probably didn't save the transform, did I? Ah, well. Let's try that again. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let's try that again. Or we could put the badger on the banana. Although that would be quite a small badger. Yeah, I probably didn't hit done. That's fine. Right there. Nope. I always wanted to use Command T to transform, but I don't have to because if I select something, it already has the transform. That's why, and I don't want to open a new tab, but thank you. Thank you, Chrome. Right there. Let's see. Daffodils, flowers, forest friends, donuts, squirrels. You're just trying to see if I can pronounce the word squirrel, right? Squirrel. Squirrel. Rabbits, chipmunks, birds. I like the way you think. So let's do exactly that. We, of course, go here, and there are some pre-cut out animals already available. But donuts. Okay. Or donut, probably because we only want one, since we want to cut that out in just a moment. Let's use this one. This seems like something fun. I feel like I'm channeling my inner Jack Watson. Donuts. Remove background. Perfect. Smaller. Move it over here. Actually, the badge is still a bit large. Make that just even a bit smaller. I mean, if this isn't peak graphic design, I feel like that meme, graphic design is my passion. One with a frog. Incredible. But I promised you we could add some things. So one more thing, perhaps flowers. That's on point on this spring party. So flowers. Maybe we can pick a nice background for our flowers instead of using it as a cutout object, or we could even use one of these. That's interesting. This, we're going to pick something out of those 26,303 results, so let's just go with that one. Of course, this should go all the way at the back. It's gonna move that down here. All the way. There we are. Although I do think this might be a bit too busy. Here's something we could do. How about we put this right here, scale it up, of course. Oh, no. I want to scale it up like this. I want to preserve this right here. And then using the Option key, we can create a clipping mask by clicking right here. And maybe, no, even better. We're going to group the text first. Group. So now we have one layer as a group, and then we use a clipping mask. Interesting. Interesting. Bad design is trending. Oh, not bad, but it kind of breaks all the rules. Well, luckily, I'm not submitting to the challenge. By the way, if you have just joined, we do have a challenge going on where you can submit your work. I'm just going to open that in a new tab, so I don't have to close this one. There it is. We do have a contest going on, a challenge where you can submit your work to win 12 months of Creative Cloud All Apps as a subscription for free. So all you have to do is create a design like I'm doing right now, or an image, or a photo, something you've edited in Photoshop on your iPhone. Or if you don't have an iPhone, your browser. And then once you've edited something, submit your work in the Photoshop Discord. The link for the Photoshop Discord is at the top of the YouTube chat and the Behance chat. There's a link where you can sign up. And in there you will find the Photoshop Gallery. And in the Photoshop Gallery, you will find the Adobe Live Photoshop submissions. And in here, just click and drag your artwork and we will pick a winner tomorrow. Deadline is at 11:59 p.m. That's later tonight, CET, or 2:59 p.m. Pacific time. Topic is spring. Do whatever you want with that. And here are some terms and conditions. Take a screenshot right now. All right, back to our work. Can we use an iPad as well? I mean, you could always start out in Photoshop on the web and finish in Photoshop on the iPad. I mean, I'm doing that in a moment. We're going to go to the Photoshop on desktop to finish this invitation. So, I guess. Okay. Right. Let's see if we can make this one a bit darker so the text is a tiny bit easier to read. To do this, I'm going to create a quick adjustment layer. In this case, probably the exposure. I'm going to clip that. There we go. And down here in our properties, we can now adjust our exposure. Or you can even play with the offset. There we go. I think this, as always, might be one of my best designs. Okay. I don't see Photoshop over. I still don't see Photoshop over the App Store. Yeah, I had the same problem. I was searching for Photoshop. Try searching for Adobe Photoshop. Sometimes the App Store is a bit weird because if you search for Photoshop, it doesn't find it for whatever reason. Or what you also can do is you can go to the App Store, search for Adobe, and then go to that developer, to that profile of Adobe, and you see all the apps. And then you can see if it's in there. If you can't find it, use Photoshop on in your browser. That's completely fine. No need to do it on your phone if that doesn't work right now. And of course, we're still rolling out the app, so might take some time for it to show up. All right. Now, finally, let's add some background elements so we can get rid of this boring white and empty layer. In this case, I'm going to go with probably one of the presets. Maybe a gradient. Maybe even one of these. That looks definitely fun. That could also be, I mean, that's spring right there, right? Or that one maybe. And that's very vibrant though. How about, let's see, do we have any others? Oh, I do think the first one was quite nice already. Yeah, let's, sure. That might even be the same one I used here, is it? Nope, it's a different one. Never mind. Okay, that doesn't work at all. I think we might need to rethink our clipping mask. That's no. just no. That's bad even for me. So we might just want to, or maybe make it lighter. Let's see. Oops, come on. Make that a bit bigger. There we are. No, I don't think that's doing anything for me. The idea was certainly there. Yeah, I don't think anybody would notice that's flowers in the background. So I like the idea. Oh, hovering art director, what do you think?
It feels too advertising.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Feels too advertising. Okay, so let's actually go with, I think white might, although it's boring, I agree, but it might be the safest option in terms of readability. So I could go ahead and probably just go through all of them. However, I wonder if I could simply create a, oops, sorry, wrong one. Adjustment layer, not a layer effect, adjustment layer. Where's my adjustment layers? Of course, no, wrong one. In this case, I'm going to go with hue and saturation. I'm going to colorize it, make it light, and you've guessed it. Oh, brilliant, thank you. Create a clipping mask. So this was just an easy way so I don't have to go through all of the text fields and change each color. Just a quick and dirty way. I could also just create a white layer. I suppose I didn't have to create an adjustment layer. Yeah, it's probably jet lag approval. Probably. Good afternoon. Hello, Sander. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. All right. So now I think well, I wouldn't say I'm happy with this design. Let's be honest. I think we might need to adjust some of this. Maybe we could create we could change these to an outline effect. Maybe that would work a bit better than what we have right here. Okay. Cool. Now, I would say, why don't we try and bring this into the desktop version of Photoshop to now create our our invitation, because we do want to make this a bit more advanced. And personally, I don't care about typing out all the names and all the titles by hand. So why don't we try and create a series of images? So I'm going to go to my Photoshop on the desktop. And to do that, I can just click here to say Open in Desktop App. Alternatively, of course, I could download this first. However, that one's easier. Right, lets me know if I'm editing something on the desktop. This will become read-only. That's fine by me. It doesn't show for me in the App Store search results, but it does show under Adobe's list of apps. Yeah, that might just be the App Store taking its time to roll that out, because we literally released it just a few hours ago. So yeah, probably best idea just to go to the Photoshop, the Adobe developer account, or the list of apps, and then you can find all the Adobe apps in there. You should find Photoshop. Cool. Now we are in Photoshop on the desktop, and what I have here is the exact same design as we've just created in my browser. Of course, same thing would work if I am on my phone. And in here, I now want to change, first of all, these layers, and I want to create some sort of outline effect. In my case, let's try and see if we can use a filter. Probably stylize and find edges. Well, that's a bit much. Let's try the filter gallery, because I do think there are some nice ones in there, especially the stamp one. Can see if we can reduce the smoothness. Nah, doesn't really lend itself. Let's see if we can go with another. Oh, that's not bad. Yes, and now, of course, blending mode to add. And we probably even want to just reduce the saturation and add. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Let's try that again with the banana. That's much better. There we go. Nice. And it's gonna duplicate that. And blend mode, add one more time. Well, that's a bit sad in itself. So let's just give it some friends. There we go. Add. Maybe that can live down here. How about that? Just a tiny bit smaller. Right there. Perfect. Hue, saturation all the way down. There we go. And one more time. Ooh. Tony says, I just invented the self-peeling banana. I left it on the table, and when I came back, it was peeled. Well, that's certainly something. I'm surprised you even have the time to invent things. You know, after inventing the inflatable dartboard. Right. Last one. Let's see if we can just get away with this. Yes, we do. Saturation and blend mode, add twice, that's fine, and one more time. All right, and also partially eaten. Yes, there we go. Installing, yes, it's working. Fantastic. I hope you can join the challenge. That would be fantastic, and good luck with winning. Right. Let's, now that we have created our brilliantly designed work of art, let's create the invitation, because we do still have to switch out the name and the title. And in this case, I'm going to use a very, I feel like, little known feature of Photoshop, which is the variables. It sounds very scary, but it really isn't. So first, we have to define some variables, which means we have to tell Photoshop which layers we want to edit. And before we do that, here's actually one of the reasons why you should always name your layers, right? Let's check if, yes, that's the case, title and name, they are properly labeled. So, image, variables, define. Here we go. First, the layer is the layer name. That's why we want to name our layers. We want to change the text replacement. I'm just going to call it also name. Then we're going to go with title. We also want to replace that, and we're going to call that also title, just to make it easier. And now we can see, if we zoom in, we have a little asterisk next to the title and the name. That means Photoshop now knows these values as variables. So, if we now go to datasets, which by the way is the same thing as image, variables, datasets, same dialog, it just goes over to here. We can now add, I name my layers after I'm done. Penny, I'm with you. Honestly, most of the time I believe layer 59,638 is a valid layer name. Why name layers if we have colors? Am I right? Okay. Now, of course, we do need a data set, and to get my hands on a data set, I prepared something before the stream started. Right here, I have created this, this table of some names, and in here we have the name, properly also named because we want to know which variables we want to replace, and the titles. So why don't we save this? I mean, you could do this in Excel, you could do this in Google Sheets. It doesn't really matter. Numbers, any tool that supports CSV exports. In this case, I just used Google Sheets because it's easy. So I'm going to download that as a CSV. I've already done that, so that's why I have it twice. I've tested this, of course. Doesn't mean everything will go right. Usually demo gods are not with me, so if anything goes wrong, that's not my fault. And back in Photoshop, we can now look for that data set. And Penny says, I've done this using InDesign, but never Photoshop. Ooh, exciting. Yes, you can also do this in InDesign. Probably a good idea to do this there because InDesign is great for print and print preparation. In my case, I've got to send these cards virtually, so I don't think it matters that much. But yes, InDesign would definitely be also an option. And hello, Annika on Behance. Right. Now, we need to import a data set. To do that, import button on the right. Select our file. And of course, I think I've saved mine to the downloads. Yes, there it is. Doesn't matter if I use this one or that one. Let's use the new one, because why not? Encoding, automatic. Usually we don't have to change this unless you're working on a specific system. So first column for dataset names, yes. Oh no, sorry, not yes. First row. We don't want the dataset names. All good. Yeah. First row, not first column. Okay. Back to Photoshop. Replace existing datasets. Yeah, that looks good to me. And there we go. We now have our preview in here, and I think we can also. There we go. Ooh, good point. Now we notice some names are definitely too big, so we probably need to move our badger. But yeah, that looks definitely good to me. We can have a swap through. There we go. Yeah, definitely. I think we need to move that badger. And also the donut by the looks of it. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, we can click on apply. And have a look. Yes. All good. Looks good to me. So I'm fairly happy with that. And from here, seems like I'm gonna have a lot of fancy people over. Yes, definitely. Okay, you got it working. Good, 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 good. Anything on YouTube? Looks like we are all good, although please try to chat in English, otherwise I have no idea what you're saying and I can't answer your question. All right. Cool. I'm happy with that. Gonna click OK. And from there on, we can export our work if we want to. But before we actually do that, I do realize our badger is terribly positioned, and also the donut is badly positioned. So I think might as well just nobody says it has to be visible all the way, does it? Yeah, or we could put them on here. How about that? Right there. How about that? Yeah. That's it here. Done. Whew. Okay. What else? The banana. Yeah. Okay. I guess we could add perhaps just a bit of stylization to this text, because otherwise it feels a bit boring. So let's try. If we go back to this, let's bring it on. Actually, I'm just gonna drag that outside of the group because we could use a different color for this. How about yellow? No, that's not very readable. Although, I mean, we could go the dark way, but that feels a bit depressing. And it's spring. I don't know. Let's try yellow, but let's add the drop shadows. And I've shared a cool trick last time by going to the blending options right here. I did show the drop shadow, and luckily I still have that saved from last time. So if you want to see how I did that, go back to the last stream and I will show you right there. In this case, the pixel values are a bit large, so I think I'm gonna quickly change this 6, 8. It's riveting content. Tim is changing numbers, I know. 12, 14, 16, 18, and finally 20. No, not the opacity. 20. Nice. Some retro word art. Isn't that fun? Is there an autocorrect font size to allow the graphics to stay? Ah, I see what you're saying. That's a very good question. I do wonder if we, I mean, I don't think there's font size fit features in Photoshop. You might, yeah, you might want to do this in InDesign. Or I do wonder, I mean, this is completely off course, but I do like that question. I do wonder if Express has an add-on for that, because if you don't know, I mean, this is not Photoshop related at all. There are a lot of add-ons. No. Maybe there's an Express add-on. And if there isn't, maybe we should code one. Oh, that's going to be a fun stream. But I'm not sure if Photoshop has that. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. If somebody else knows about this, you can, of course, let me know. But I don't think there was also... of course, I don't think I've saved this, right? No, of course I didn't. No, we can replace the text. You can extend the text area size in Express. Oh, bulk create. Yeah, of course. That's absolutely, yeah, Annika, you're absolutely right. I totally forgot about bulk create. Yeah, of course. How could I forget about that? Well, that's because we're doing Photoshop today. Yes. But in case you don't know what Annika is talking about, thank you very much, by the way, Annika. Bulk create. So, I mean, we could probably even do a round trip and we could take this design now into Express. But there is a really cool feature. Just going to go with a blank one called bulk create. It's right here. So if you have text, which I'm going to quickly add my text, and then bulk create, and then we can also grab and drag and drop our CSV in here. So that's very it's essentially the same as Photoshop, but we can do it in Express. And yes, the text should adjust to the size if you have set the size to, where was it? Default? No. Text layout. Dynamic. Yes, look at that. And if the text, if the name is even longer, then it gets even smaller, and you can even have multiple lines. All right, that's definitely not a feature in Photoshop. Photoshop doesn't have this dynamic text, unless you have perhaps an add-on. So if you want to do that, Express will be your go-to app, or of course you can do it in InDesign or whatever. Doesn't matter at all. So, last few minutes. Well, I guess we could do this one more time, but I would rather actually tell you about the challenge one last time because we only have about 5 minutes left. So, if you want to win 12 months of Creative Cloud for free, then join the challenge. Hang on, I closed it already. Bring it on. Brilliant. Perfect. Let me reopen that. There it is. Shouldn't have closed that. Win access to Creative Cloud for 12 months. We will pick one person, one lucky winner, and all you have to do is you have to create a design, image, photo. You can do an invitation like I did. Perhaps invest some more time than the hour I did. Yeah, create a design, shoot an image, edit that in Photoshop on your iPhone or in your browser. And from there, save your image and submit your work to the Photoshop Discord. Link is above the chat on YouTube, and on Behance there's a banner above the chat. And in Photoshop, find the Photoshop gallery. Go to the Photoshop submissions and submit your work right here. And deadline for that is, there we go, later today in about, well, 6 hours-ish. Submit your work and we will announce the winner in the Discord tomorrow. And the topic is spring. Could be anything you want, could be an invitation, could be a nice photo you've shot, could be a photo composite. Doesn't really matter as long as it's related to spring, and we're going to pick the winner tomorrow. Here are some terms and conditions. Please have a read through them. There we go. And that's about all the time we have for today, because right after this, we are going to our friends in San Francisco. So do stick around here on the Adobe Live YouTube channel or on Behance. We will be live all day. So I think 5 more hours of content for you to enjoy. And from there, thank you so much for watching. I hope you are going to try out Photoshop on your iPhone or in your browser. If you have enjoyed this, do let us know. Can't wait for the spring party. Yes. By the way, just one thing, because I know some of you have already won a year of Creative Cloud. So if you are still on the free year of Creative Cloud, you have to wait until that year is over. Otherwise, we can't, the system doesn't allow us to give you your Creative Cloud. So if you already are on the free year, then just wait until you redeem that code. Coolio! Then we'll be right back with more Photoshop, and we'll see you in just a minute. Grab some snacks and hopefully have a wonderful day. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Hi, welcome to Adobe Live. My name is Emma, and I'm here with Andrew.
It's me, Andrew. Hello.
Your
And
fave.
we are a vision in blue this morning.
All blue everything.
Why are we so blue today, Emma?
Because Photoshop for iPhone is now available. Woohoo!
Yay!
So excited.
It's
yes,
here.
we got our phones
The
out.
iPhone. We have our phones out. So we are going to be working pretty much all day showing you different workflows. We're starting out kind of just showing you an overview of the app, everything that is new. If you want to learn more about that, you can stay tuned right now.
Yes.
And then we'll be doing other workflows. We'll be showing you how to do collages. We'll show you how to edit your photos, and then a bunch of other stuff all throughout the day. So make sure that you stay tuned here on Adobe Live.
So many fun projects, so many cool features, everything we know and love. Now on our phones.
Yes.
Which is so exciting.
Yes. So
What are we doing?
So we are going to be, actually, let's hop over to my laptop real quick. I know that we were talking a lot about phones and we're starting out. So what we're gonna be doing today is trying to recreate this. So this is something that I created in Photoshop a while ago. I am a big fan of The Wizard of Oz.
Me too.
Love it,
Went to
okay.
school in Kansas, so
Yes.
we're not in Kansas anymore.
Bless up public domain. So we are going to be working to create kind of a book cover, social media image, this kind of cool look. And this is something that I would have to sit at my laptop and like break down. But we're gonna do it and recreate it on our phone, which is really cool. And the best part about this is we do have access to Cloud Docs. And so if we wanted to, this is something that I could open on my phone directly from Photoshop. But we're doing it from scratch so that you can show you all the different pieces and how to do it in the Photoshop for iPhone app.
I'm impressed that you're going to be able to recreate this on your phone because this definitely looks like some layers and some time was spent on desktop.
It's lots of layers, lots of masking. We're actually going to go a step further and we're going to do some generative fill on it. We're going to remove some background, so it's going to be a really great time. Chat, if you have any questions, please add them in. And chat, if you have suggestions today, boy, do we need them. Put in any suggestions you have. If you want us to chase a rabbit trail or create something for you, we can do that very easily. And today, we also have, Studio Manager, can we go to hand cam?
Oh, yes.
We have a beautiful and gorgeous hand cam. Look at this.
Hand model who?
Hand model, that's it. So you'll be able to see where I'm tapping. If you want to tap along, you can also do that in the app. But before we get started, I do want to talk about this project. And this is a really cool collaboration with eBoy, right? Nice. Really cool. So if you zoom in here, you'll see there's all kinds of little details everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
And you'll see there that I'm just moving things around with 2 fingers. So if I take 1 finger, it's going to select a layer or an element here. And then as I click and drag, I can drag that around. Just like in Photoshop, right? We're working with layers. But I want to zoom out, so I'm just going to pinch with 2 fingers and kind of drag around with 2. So we can look around here. Look at the cute little puppy. And just like in Photoshop, you can tap to select whatever you want to work with. And maybe we want the puppy to be sitting on the table. I can just select him, and we're going to move him over here.
I'm so impressed how it just keeps all those layers live. Like, I don't know why I'd expect it to still be a flat image, but
it's pretty cool.
Awesome.
And someone's saying, have you tried brushes yet? Not yet, but we will. And so we'll put this puppy over here and you'll see that he's actually going behind the table. And the reason for that is, guess what? We got layers.
Yeah, we do.
We got so many layers right here on iPhone. So I'm gonna place him where I want him. And then you just tap right here and you can see.
Table almost.
Yes, you can see all the little layers stacked here. Now, if I wanted to do a little bit more of a deep dive, you can click on that little arrow or tap on that little arrow, I guess. I keep saying click, but we have no mice today.
Yeah.
You can tap and you can see the layer here. You can scroll all your layers. You also can click and drag and hold to different layers. But what I'm gonna do is I can actually come back here and you can tap and hold and then drag layers right here.
Nice. That's kind of similar to how layers function in Express too.
Yes.
Which I really appreciate, having a little preview of what the layer looks like. Sometimes it's harder to see in desktop. So I think that's really great when you're on the phone, just being able to drag things around like that.
Yep, so I'm gonna go ahead and we're just gonna make that dog a little bit smaller. And again, right there, all I did was just tap on the corner to make him bigger or smaller. I wanted to make sure that his little paws fit on the table. And so we can drag him around. hit that check mark to transform, and now he is transformed, and we have him sitting on the table. So this file is actually available to all of you right
No,
now.
wait, I can get the file, Andrew?
You can get the file right
yay.
now, which is really cool. Cody Bear just put it in the chat for us.
Thanks, Cody
it is,
Bear.
yes, just go to adobephotoshop.app/link/KQ. Just click on the link.
Yeah.
So click
In the
on
comments,
the link. Sorry, don't click. Tap.
because we're on our phone.
We're tapping today, chat.
Tap, tap, tap.
Tap, tap, tap. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get started on what we want to work on today. Now, I promised we were going to do some Wizard of Oz stuff. And so let's everyone conjure up a tornado, and
All
we are
right.
going to head out of Kansas and into Oz. You are Kansas girl, right?
Yes, I
Okay,
am
cool.
a Kansas girl.
So we are going to start by getting our elements into a document. And we're going to start a new document right here. We're just going to start from Adobe stock. And we want to do a portrait size. So we're going to choose portrait.
Perfect.
And then here we can search free content. Now, if you ever want to see more free content from Adobe stock, you can go to stock.adobe.com/free. And everything there's free.
There you go.
It is pulling from that, searching free content. And we don't just have images, right? You can see here that we actually have some stuff that has the background already removed.
That is so nice, especially for Photoshop on iPhone. I know I've played around with collages, and I think that's something that we all often use Photoshop for, is to
Yes.
remove background. So stuff that already has the background removed is a huge time saver for sure.
So we're gonna start out with our maybe like Dorothy character.
Okay.
And let's maybe just do
Should have worn my ruby red slippers
Right?
for you today.
like woman portrait. And I think we want like brunette. So let's see. All right, so we're gonna hit go, and it's gonna search Adobe stock for us, and we can get started and see which one of these, if there's any of these.
Did Dorothy have braids, like 2 braids?
Oh, yes, she did braids. Okay.
I feel like that's like a key detail.
Yes.
Obviously,
So let's do woman with braids.
living in Kansas, that's like the one good topical Halloween costume.
Yes.
And like the blue and white gingham.
Do we do like a modern Dorothy? Is this our Dorothy?
Honestly, maybe.
Okay,
Oh,
let's
with
see.
some blue hair.
Wait, where's blue hair?
Isn't that in her braids?
Oh yes. That
kinda
eye is pretty funky. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I'm not mad about that. I want something that's a little more straight on.
Sure, especially when you're doing the like layering effect with all the faces.
Yes. Okay, so let's just go here and let's do woman portrait. Let's say, let's just try that actually.
Okay, let's see it.
Okay, let's do
Those
this.
are a little bit
I like these
cleaner.
eyes that are just like, because what we're doing is we're basically going to be taking pieces for each character. So we're going to be doing Dorothy, we're going to do the witch, we're going to do Tin Man, Scarecrow, and
The lion?
the lion. Oh, the poor lion. I'm so sorry, I almost
the
forgot
cowardly
you.
lion.
Yep, so we're going to hit OK
He's
here.
self-conscious about you forgetting
I know,
him.
and I forgot him.
It's okay.
Okay, so it's going to download the asset. It's going to bring it into Photoshop on iPhone for me. And there we go. We have the
Perfect.
image, which is cool. So we can do this, and let's go ahead and resize this. We can click and drag. It is going to like stretch if we don't have our proportions locked.
Don't do that.
don't do
well,
that.
I mean, I guess if you want to, but
Yeah.
that screams like poorly resized photo on a PowerPoint
Yes.
slide that your teacher made.
So if we grab the corners here, you can see that it's actually going to scale for us perfectly. And I think that I want it to be pretty much in the center. So I'm gonna kind of eyeball this for now. And then once we get into masking, we'll be able to have like all the individual pieces
Sure.
looking good. So I think that I'm going to start by layering all the different pieces, and I want the end to look like a face, right? So this is going to be a good guide for where we want to lay everything out. And I think that that is going to be pretty good. So I'm looking here, and I want the top of the head to be Scarecrow.
Okay.
Then we're going to do the eyes of Dorothy.
so
to
keep this person's
Yes,
eyes.
Scarecrow, Dorothy, nose of the lion, mouth of the witch, and then body of Tin Man.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
Whew, it's gonna be a lot. So let's go ahead. We have our layer in here. That's great.
Kind
we
of
want
Frankenstein.
Very Frankenstein. We're gonna add in another layer, and that is going to be another image layer, and we can just grab from stock again. So we're gonna grab these from stock, and again, we could go in and change details or use generative fill or something like that if we wanted to. It's all here in Photoshop, but we're gonna start with stock. And next up, we are going to do a scarecrow.
Perfect. That should be pretty straightforward for stock.
Yes, but I want like a friendly one.
Oh, yeah, you don't want a spooky,
Yes.
ominous.
Scarecrow. Let's see what happens. Is that how you spell it?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. And I want, yeah, these are too scary. I don't want a scary scarecrow. I want a friendly scarecrow. So
And not
let's
clip art
see-
either.
And not clip art, and not a baby.
And not a pumpkin.
Yeah. Okay, so let's use, I think let's use this one, but we're gonna zoom in a bit.
We gotta make sure that face looks okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna go here and we're gonna just zoom it in. And we may even like crop this, we may remove some things, but let's see. So actually, let's go ahead and mask this because I just want this little piece here.
Sure.
So we're gonna go to create mask, and what's cool is we can just tap on our image, tap on create mask, and now I can select, right? It's actually broken out all these pieces for me.
These shortcuts have been so amazing.
Uh-huh.
I use this to remove people from like the backgrounds of photos all the time.
Yes.
And again, great for collaging, great for things like this when you just have a bunch of negative space you want to get rid of quickly in a photo.
Yep, and so I'm just gonna scale, or just grab my selections, and I'm using the rectangle there to make those selections so that I can really grab that piece.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I'm gonna hit OK, and boom, there we go. So now we have him scaled down so that I can really kind of work with it a little bit easier. And we're really gonna zoom into this.
Which is good we're doing this on the phone too, because then we don't have to worry about like huge photos
Yes.
or like the quality. We know it's gonna be preserved.
This might not be big enough. That's fine, we'll roll with it.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out as we go. It's not gonna be big enough.
You want the hat though, kind of, don't you?
I want the hat. I need to zoom in too far on that one,
Okay.
which is fine. So I can delete that, and then
like
we're
a
gonna come
straw
back here.
hat, maybe we can
Yes.
figure that out.
Yes. So let's actually, you know what?
You're gonna fill it?
I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go to image layer, and we're gonna generate an image.
Aha.
So we're gonna go ahead
it.
and we're gonna generate image, and from here, yes, generative fill is in here, and we can generate an image, and we are just going to do scarecrow portrait. And see what comes up here. Hopefully it's nothing too spooky, but it will generate that scarecrow for us so that we have an image at that size, and then we can use that image. And we're going back and forth using stock, and now we're using some generative fill to kind of fill in the pieces. So let's see what happens.
Which is perfect because I think that's like a very common use case for generative fill too, is when you, oh, that is exactly what you didn't
Yay!
want. Oh, okay, that's a little happier.
Yes.
But when you don't have something that's like perfectly fitting your needs from stock, then I always go to Gen Fill.
Yes, especially when you have something
figure it
like
out.
this specific.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have these in. They got a little bit spooky. I put in photo. Oh no, there's no. Why are we scary? That one's cute. Okay. So we're gonna use this one.
He's got some flowers.
He's got some flowers. And so now we have our image here, and I think that we have
And
pretty
did you
much what
put
we want.
photo in to make it more
I
photorealistic?
did, yes.
Okay.
Photo was the piece that like helped it to
Yeah.
kind of pull back in.
Just to make sure it looks a little bit more seamless.
Yes. So I'm going to start my masking here. And just like in Photoshop, right, we are going to try to mask in like bars. So I think I have 5 different bars.
Okay.
And so I'm going to kind of eyeball it. I did cheat on the other version and made some like guides, but we're going to eyeball it here.
Yeah, we're on our phones.
Yeah.
You don't need guides.
So we can create a mask here, and then we're going to use our rectangle, and I want to do just the like top little portion.
Okay.
And I want to have about 5 of these with some space, so I'm gonna really eyeball just grabbing the hat portion of that. So we're gonna hit OK, and now we've locked in there. That looks good.
Yeah, that does look good.
I think Dorothy is going to have to come up a little bit, and you saw there I can just tap to select that layer, and then I'm going to bring it up and make sure that those eyes are looking pretty centered.
Yeah, it's nice that you don't have to manually tap between all the layers in the layers panel. Like that's
Yes.
better just for rearranging what's in front and what's behind.
Yep. And actually, we can do this. Let's show a little hack here.
Okay, let's
So
see
what I
it.
can do is we are going to go into our mask, and here we can. Oops. If we tap on and hold on. Oops. Come on. There we go. If we tap on that little arrow, you can come in here and you'll see that we have the mask on that layer. Is I can tap here, and if I wanted to, I could load a selection, and it's gonna grab everything on that layer, right?
Oh.
So because I know that like I'm pretty locked in where I want that hat, and I wanna maintain that size for everything,
Right.
what I'm gonna do is, and I like that we're demoing how like refined this app is, and I'm about to do something that every designer does in Photoshop. I'm gonna duplicate this and then hide it because I wanna like have a safe copy
Oh,
of it.
yes, okay. And that's when you get copy.
Exactly,
copy
yeah,
two.
100%, yeah.
Yep.
So we're showing you how easy and streamlined this is, but also how realistic it is in your workflow.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to turn off that background layer, and then I want to just rasterize this. And you'll see in this layers panel, I can click on these 3 little dots, and then we can scroll and go to flatten rasterize. And as we do that, it is going to kind of condense it down so it's not a generative layer anymore. Now I just want to merge down for that mask. And so I'm gonna tap on those dots and go to apply layer mask. And now you'll see that I only have that little piece.
That's perfect.
And so now, check this out. I can go here and I can go to load as selection. And now I have the selection of that layer.
Oh.
So if you're ever trying to like select a certain object, you can have it if it's on its own layer, or if it's it only activates the active pixels. So if you've worked with something and you want to grab that space, you can use active pixels.
I love this. I'm so impressed, like how many of the desktop capabilities we love are in this tiny little phone,
Yes.
being able to do so much.
Yes, 100%. So I just masked it into that layer.
Perfect.
And so then what I can do is we're going to go ahead and get over here. Grab this portrait, and we are going to try to move it around. And I'm curious to see. Okay, so let's pull it right into this space. Let's see if we can get this lined up. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So the 2 fingers is to like pinch and zoom, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
1 finger is to tap and activate things that are on the artboard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And so then what I want to do is right now the mask is clipped in, and I actually want to see if we can edit this mask, and let's see. I want to move the image within there.
Oh yeah, to get the eyes showing.
Yes. Let's see. What do I need to do? Okay.
Real live on the fly.
Right. Here. Oh, chat. I know that you can do this, and now I can't remember
believe you.
how to do it. Unlink mask. Okay, let's do this. Let's unlink mask. Okay, I think that this is it. Yay! Okay, so we
Can we
unlink
get
mask.
some claps?
We put our photo in there, and then we're just going to tap back in here, and we're going to link that mask back in. Link mask.
This is a good question. Someone in the chat asked if all stock in the app is free. I believe
Yes.
it shows you all the free content, correct?
Yep. It will only show you stuff that is accessible to you in the app.
Which is great.
So we got that. Now we need to do the nose of the lion. So we're going to go image, and we're going to go to stock, and then we are going to do a lion nose.
There should be plenty of those to choose from.
so many
in
lion
stock.
noses. Ooh, do we do like a mad lion nose? Let's try just a lion. Oh, yeah. Right
That
there.
is perfect.
I think that this is actually the exact same lion that I used when I was
It
practicing
looks
to do
pretty
this.
similar.
Okay, cool. Great. So
Yeah,
now
that's
what I can
definitely
do
the same.
is we are going to go back, and again, we're just using the sizings of this top layer here. And so I'm going to load that as a selection. We're going to go here and load a selection. Then we are going to go to our lion. We are going to create a mask. Where is my masking? Oh, it's not in
I
this.
keep looking at this small version of your phone instead of just the...
Right?
I'm squinting. I'm like, where is it? Oh, it's larger on the screen to the right.
So we're going to unlink the mask, and then I am going to just drag this. I should have dragged that whole layer down. Let's do that. I'm going to drag this whole layer. We're going to need to drag this down. Let me go and relink that.
So with loading the mask, that's what keeps the proportions consistent of these bars. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. That's a good trick, especially with something like designing on your phone where you know, on desktop, I think it's easier to have that precision naturally and like measure things differently, but that's great shortcut on your phone to make sure that everything's proportional in your design.
Okay, so we're gonna grab, oh, it's grabbed the selection and that. I don't want that. No. Okay, great. I'm gonna pull him up here. There we go. And so we'll have some overlap, and that way I can really grab the nose area. And again, I'm just aligning these so that I can load the selections in and use that as a selection. I could also just like manually do this so that it's not perfect. Let's do that. We need to make it a little less perfect.
Yeah. What is the saying? Like, don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
Yes.
And it's gonna be great. So
It's gonna be so great. Okay, so let's go ahead, create mask.
Someone asked if you can import direct from camera, which I assume you mean camera roll. You can do, I believe, your camera roll, like your photos.
Yes.
And files too.
Yep, 100%. So if you stay tuned, we are going to be doing more of that a little bit later today.
Yeah.
We are going to be doing a stream. Actually, I'll be back later today doing a stream about street photography.
Oh,
because
awesome.
really great use if you are a street photographer. It's really easy to use Photoshop to kind of level up your street photography, add some good like effects and stuff. And so right after this, we have the photo collage memory remix happening. That's going to be with Matthew and Berkeley. And then what's going on for the rest of the day?
We have some parkour posters. That's exciting. I'm interested to see what that's about. Like you were saying, your street photography. And then I'll be back to end the day with Berkeley with some memorable Instagram photo collages, which I know that's personally how I've played around with Photoshop for iPhone. So I'm excited to see what Berkeley creates.
Yes. Okay, cool. So we are 2 steps in, and you see that we're starting to make like this
Yeah,
cool
it's coming together.
face, right? Cool idea. And Joshua says, love street photography. Same. Big fan. All right, we have 2 more to go. We have the witch's lips, and then we have the Tin
What do
Man.
the witch's lips look like?
I think that I want, so in the book, did you know this? In the book of Wizard of Oz.
I don't think I've ever read the book.
Which is public domain, does not have a green witch. It is just a witch with a wart on her nose is how she's described. So I want to do a witch, but I want to do maybe like a purple lip kind of thing, right? So let's do this. Let's go ahead and see, should we make a lip? How much time do we have? Should we get a portrait of like a red lip and then see if we can turn it into a different color?
Yes, do that. I love that. That's a good use of our time for sure.
Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and we're gonna add another image layer here. We're gonna go to stock, and this time we're going to go to like lipstick smile and see what comes up. I don't know if I want to smile. I do want to smile, but I don't want to show teeth is the thing. Let's do.
There's one.
This one.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
perfect.
Great. Okay, so what we're gonna do is it's gonna download this asset for us, and then I am going to crop in on the lips to get like a really like clean look. I do think that it's not going to be wide enough, but we have generative fill.
Yeah,
so we can fix that.
That's the best use case for this for sure.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we are going to, I'm gonna align this up here, and then we're just going to create our mask. We're gonna go over here to our rectangle. I'm gonna drag it out to be that same size. Por favor. All right, create mask.
I am so impressed how fast you're working on this app. I thought I was decent at it, but just watching you are a pro at moving these pixels around.
Well, it's funny
really
because
fast.
I think a lot of that just comes from that I use Photoshop a lot.
Sure.
And I'm familiar with Photoshop. And so this is the 5th, 6th time that I've used the app. And like if you have the knowledge of Photoshop, like you'll pick it up in a snap. That was
That's
probably
great.
really good on that mic. It's just a really good snap. And somebody said, I've never seen a scarecrow with lips. That's a great observation.
Or a lion.
Or a lion, that's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Okay, so I do want to space these a little bit tighter, and so I'm going to kind of drag these up to space them out just a little bit tighter. We are going to be putting text between them.
Ooh, okay, so we need a little bit of room.
Yes, but not too much. I just need to make sure that I have space for the extra, for like the 5th one, which is gonna be the Tin Man at the bottom.
Yeah, last but not least.
Okay. Oh no, he's like fully locked to the bottom. Okay, we have space. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go in here and I am going to unlink this and then move it around. And we are going to scale it, which is going to mean that we are gonna lose some of the sides. So let's go ahead and we're gonna scale this down because we want the lips to really match the mouth. Is that about sized right? A little bit too big still?
Yeah, a little too big still.
Okay, so let's go
That
here
feels
maybe.
better. Yeah.
Oops. Okay, so we're gonna line
go.
that up here. I think that that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And then let's roll the dice and we are going to generative fill the rest of the area.
Okay.
And see what happens. I'm very curious because we have like so much extra space. Let's see what happens. And someone says I'm using iPhone mirroring, which works well.
Oh.
Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and we are going to do a select area. And here you can actually select objects, all that stuff. We are going to select a rectangle. And I am going to select a rectangle that just goes over these sides here.
So guess how I've been using this in my personal workflow.
How?
When I have a photo I want to post to Instagram story, but I don't have the like enough room at the top.
Yes.
And I need a little bit more, because I don't want to like lose the things on the sides.
Yep.
I use generative fill, and usually it's just like a random background or sky or something. It works perfectly, and then it fits the dimensions for Instagram stories.
That's great.
Yep, I
So
love it.
Let's see if this fills in. Even if I just get, like, I really just need to get, yes. Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, that's like almost exactly what you had in your
It's
example
so
too.
perfect, yes. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and let's zoom in here and chat. We talked about making these lips a different color. Now, how can I do that? Very easily. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Ooh, is that better?
Ooh,
I like having a little bit of something behind it,
that's fun.
right? We have all black, and then we have...
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Okay.
I like the little bit of texture.
So let's go here, and let's go ahead and figure out how to make these a different color. So what we can do is we are going to go in, and we can do a selection. So we're going to select again. We're going to go select area. It is going to analyze this image for us, and it should actually give us one that says, like, lips. So let's see. Let's go to tap select. And let's see if it breaks in. Oh, no, it didn't. But what I can
I'm
do
surprised.
is we can go to object select. Oh, am I on the generative layer? I'm on the generative layer, that's why. Okay, so on the actual layer, and you'll see there.
See, wow, you're a pro. When you know that I would be frustrated and be like, why isn't this working?
Yeah, well, I was like, it has to be picking up
Because
these
it's
lips.
such a
Like,
clear,
they're there, yeah.
such a clear subject.
So I can just click right here, and it's going to add the lips to the selection right there.
Beautiful.
It missed a little bit, so I'm going to add in just that little bit that it missed right there by just going to the quick selection
Which
brush.
is, again, what we use Photoshop for all the time,
Yep.
just adjusting masks, but doing a lot of the legwork for you,
Yes,
which is
and
awesome.
let's look at the detail of how well it just selected that. I like that it's
Yeah.
like hand canvas here. Is it selected it, but like the lipstick doesn't hit a little bit on the lip, and it was
Yeah.
like, oh, that's not lipstick. Let's not select that.
That's
which is,
so true.
Which is like bad for us, but really good for the technology to be like,
Yeah,
oh wow, it
I
like
recognize
did really
that.
well. So we're gonna go ahead and we have the lips selected now. That's great. Now we want to adjust the area of our selection. And so what we're gonna do is I'm actually going to adjust the selection here, and I wanna feather it out a little bit, right? I'm
Okay.
going to expand it by maybe like 2 pixels. So it's gonna expand the selection, and then I'm gonna feather it out just a little bit by like 2
so you
pixels.
have some softness on the edges?
Yeah, so it's not gonna be like
I like
crazy
that,
hard cut.
yeah.
So we have our selection now, and I am going to go to adjust area. We're gonna do hue and saturation, and as you can see, I can simply drag and change the color of
Look
this
at
lip,
that.
right?
I think the feathering was good too, especially when you do apply a color or hue change
Yes.
in Photoshop. Sometimes when it's a really harsh line, I don't know, you can just tell that it's not a natural way to change the color. So this looks great.
Yes, and I do think that we're gonna have to go with the green lip.
I mean, it just fits.
Right,
It just makes
a little
sense.
Emerald City.
Yes.
Yes, a little Emerald City moment.
I
So
love it.
we're gonna pull that up there, and you can see that we now have made that selection. We've edited the color. We used an adjustment layer there, which is really cool. And if you look in your layers, you can see right there that it has the adjustment layer.
Oh,
and so
perfect.
it's working non-destructively, which is the biggest thing for me is working non-destructively in Photoshop.
Yeah.
This is allowing us to work non-destructively. And someone says, has anyone been able to download iPhone yet? So There is, it like is hard to find in the App Store. And so there is a direct link that I think maybe our mods have that can send you there.
Yes.
Or if you click on that link that our mods have in the chat for the template for the eBoy template, it should take you to the App Store to download Photoshop. All right, last one, we need Tin Man. What's he doing in here? So let's go ahead and let's go in and let's do add from stock.
What was the Tin Man's problem? He didn't have a heart?
He didn't
or
have a
brain?
heart. He didn't have a heart. The Scarecrow doesn't have a brain, the Tin Man doesn't have a heart, and the
Lion's scared.
lion is scared.
Cowardly.
He doesn't have any kind of like, that's funny that they're all missing things, and then he's like, you're just scared. Like, okay, so let's go ahead and we want to do the Tin Man. So let's do maybe like rusted robot and see if we can get, right?
That would also be something that maybe Gen Phil, if you
Ooh, that-
wanted
that
to.
is the most Gen Phil thing.
I feel like we always, like when I first started playing with Firefly, I was always doing robots or
Yes.
something with outer space.
Ooh, I actually really like
Whoa.
this, right? It's like a little intense, but let's see. Okay, so let's go. Let's go back here and let's use Gen Phil. That's a good idea.
Courage.
Courage. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chat.
Okay, so we're gonna go in here and
It's
let's go
been a
ahead and create an image. We're gonna create a new image layer here. We're gonna go to generate image.
Nice.
And then from generate image, we are going to do maybe like round 10, like robot rusted simple. I do so much of that when I'm working with generative fill is like just throwing words in there. And yes, chat always knows, Joshua, that is the most true statement.
Yeah, thank you, chat. We love you. What would we do without you?
What would we do without you?
We would just be talking to nobody.
Yes. Okay. I'm actually not mad at all about this. So it's
Okay.
definitely in a weird layer space right now. So I'm going to pull it up so we can see it a little bit better.
There you go.
And cropping in to like where it is right here, I think is going to work really well. But I don't want it to be in color. But guess what? We have Photoshop.
It's Photoshop.
It's
We can
just
fix
Photoshop,
that.
just all the Photoshop things. So all I need to do is I'm gonna come in here and we are going to go to layer properties and we are going to, let's not do properties. Let's actually add a adjustment layer. So let's go
Okay.
here, we're gonna go to adjustment layer and we are going to do a black and white. I think we wanna do black and white here.
Sure, to get the tin
Yep, so
metal
let's do black and
vibe.
white. And then we can actually augment all of the different pieces of the black and white. And I'm gonna be grabbing like this portion. And so as I pull this up, I wanna have
Ooh,
like
nice
a very
contrast.
very tin kind of contrast here to make it silvery. And chat, I never know what any of these do. I've
You
been
just
doing
have
this.
to play around with it.
Yes.
Does anyone really? I mean, maybe.
Terry White does. Terry White is the only
Okay,
one.
fair.
He's the only
We'll
one.
give him a pass.
Yeah.
But for us, yeah, just mess with those sliders.
Okay, cool. We've gotten the Tin Man here. That looks pretty good. And then I am just going to make my selection. And if you can see, it actually didn't clip to the layer below. Oh, no, it did. Okay. This has
Oh,
changed. This has changed from I
nice.
saw it last. Sorry, chat, leaking secrets. So when you create an adjustment layer now, it is automatically clipped to the layer below it.
That's huge because
Yes.
otherwise, if it wasn't, it would make our entire artwork black and white.
Yes.
Which we don't want. We only want the robot to be black
Hot
and white.
mess, yes.
Hot mess.
100%. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to create a mask here, and then we are going to just grab the rectangle, and I'm going to make a mask. Oops, I definitely didn't do that right. No. Let's
I
see.
believe in you.
All right, we are eyeballing this one to the max.
It's also going to the bottom, so if it needs to extend off
Yes.
the page a little.
Oh,
that's all right.
actually, that's true. Hold on. I can cheat. I can cheat this
Let's work
so
smarter,
well.
not harder.
Thank you so much.
You're
Wow.
welcome.
Okay, so we're gonna select area, and then I am going to. Oh wait, actually, I want to do the bottom area, probably, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's definitely too much. Maybe not. And then we're going to apply as mask. So we actually did that mask a little bit differently than we have in the past.
Sure.
Is we made the selection and then applied it as a mask, which is cool. And somebody's saying I'm still trying to figure out how to remove the background. Well, I will show you that in just 1 second. Actually, let's do this. Let's show you that right now. What's cool is this is going to be saved for us. I can go back to the home right there and boom, it's saved as a cloud doc. And not only is it saved on my phone, I also could go into Photoshop and it would show up right there in Photoshop.
And
for
open
me.
it right back up on your computer, which is so nice. I also saw like some of my fresco files opened up in Photoshop, which was really cool. So if
Oh,
I
that's cool.
was drawing some stuff in Fresco, I could bring it in, maybe cut out the background of some of those things.
So someone is asking how to remove the background. Well, we have this photo
A giraffe in The Wizard of Oz, Andrew.
Here. A giraffe.
For the sake of example.
Ooh, what does a giraffe in Oz look like? I mean, honestly, a giraffe.
Oh, yellow, all yellow with like gold spots for the yellow brick road.
Yes. You know what I thought of?
What?
I thought of the what is the gum that has the zebra that has like the rainbow stripes? I thought about that, but like with ear, like very like Lion King, just can't wait to be king sequence. Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, so all you need to do is tap on your image here, and then you're going to go to select area. You're going to do tap select, and it is going to find the giraffe for me right here.
I mean, that is just amazing.
Yep. And then all you need to do is hit the check mark. It's
Fruit
going to make that
stripe.
selection, and then apply as mask.
That's the gum, fruit stripe.
Fruit stripe, thank you.
Chat, you are on fire this morning, today.
Great.
We love you.
Yes. So super easy to remove the background there. We just created a mask, and we'll do that one more time just because it took us like 2 taps. What we need to do is we selected our image right there, and then we went to create mask right there. And then it is going to choose one of these options. So we can choose the subject, the background, or any of these different options. So we have the sky, the ground, and the plant. I put plant and ground in the same word.
I gotcha. No worries.
So we're just gonna tap on the giraffe, hit the check mark, and boom, now we have a mask of the giraffe. So
and
it's
you
like
can always
removing
edit the
background.
mask like you would do in desktop if
Yep.
you needed to touch things up.
100%. So now we're gonna come back here, and we have all of our pieces pretty well done. And I just need to maybe move these to align them a little bit better. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, okay. So because this is a generative layer, what I'm gonna do actually is I'm just gonna merge this down.
Okay.
So we're gonna do, we're gonna flatten this. Ooh, can I group multiple? Can I create groups is the question. I don't know if I can.
I don't know. There's one way to find out.
Okay, I do need to move these 2 together. Let's go ahead and see what happens. I need it to-
Select multiple at the top.
Where? Yes.
Bingo. And you
Yay,
can group.
groups! We got groups, chat.
We should have never
groups.
doubted it. Of
Oh
course
my
it's
goodness,
in there.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so now I can just move the group around. And oh, it looks like I think that what's happening, I like when weird stuff happens, I have to try to figure out what's happening. I think what's happening is that the mask is locked within the group. And so as I'm moving around, as I move the generative layer is not locked, but everything else is. So it's moving that up and down. But it's fine because we got it aligned the way that we want. Oh, no, we didn't.
Shh. Whispers. No, we didn't.
No. Okay.
You are so good at problem solving on the fly, though, and it's so helpful, honestly, for me and for other people to see, like, yeah, this is the design process. You don't
Yes.
just, like, boom, make something perfect without a little bit of trial and error.
Sometimes things go wrong, and
no
that's
matter,
okay.
like, how familiar you are with the tool, too.
Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is... Okay. Actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to go to Merge Group. And look at that.
Honestly,
now
so much easier.
there's like 90 different ways to problem solve, and that was the worst of the options. But again, chat, there is nothing right
It
or
just
wrong.
gets rid of all
in
those
design.
layers and puts it into one
Yes.
image for you.
100%.
Which on a phone too might make it easier to navigate all the different layers.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you know what I just thought of?
Tell me.
You don't have to worry about naming your layers
Oh, no.
in Photoshop
Not at all.
for iPhone.
I mean,
That's pretty sweet.
You can, but you don't have to.
I remember getting in trouble for that in design school, being like, you didn't name your layers, points off.
Uh-huh.
Now you can just see what's
Chat,
in your layers.
You can have all the points.
Yep.
Okay, so now I'm just going to eyeball a bit and kind of move these pieces to evenly space them.
Yeah, because you got to add your text in.
Add my text in. Oh,
The
okay.
title.
What's happening here? Okay, what's happening here is the layers are overlapping each other. There we go. I just needed that to go a little bit higher. Okay, so maybe there, and then move this one down just a little bit.
It's looking pretty close.
Pretty close?
Nice.
I think it's
Yeah,
looking pretty good.
I'm loving
so
it.
I do want to add in. Here I am in the details. Okay. I was gonna die. Okay, so looking pretty
Fair.
close. I do want to add in a couple things. So I want to do an adjustment layer over the whole thing, and that is going to allow me to kind of bring this together a little bit more.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go here to plus. I'm going to add in a new adjustment layer, and we are going to do this as a, you know what? Let's do,
I'm curious, what are you gonna say?
what do I want to do is the question. Let's do curves. So we're gonna do curves layer.
Okay, curves are something that I need to learn from you on, because
Okay, cool.
I don't really touch them, to be honest.
Yes, so I am going to describe it how my brain thinks about it. Chat, this might not be the right way or the way that it is, but the way that I think about it is that to the right are the highlights. And so as I grab this and pull it up, you'll see that I get more of that red in the highlights.
Oh.
Down here on the left is lowlights. And so you'll see that I actually get more red in the shadows as I pull that down.
That's so simple.
yes.
I literally never heard that before.
Yes, and so usually what I just do is make S curves here, and that is going
Sure.
to allow us to kind of have, and I actually want more green.
Ooh,
like,
I like the eyes kind of getting green
everything.
too. That's fun to have those pops of color. So does the S curve then kind of balance it out
Yes.
between the highlights and the shadows?
Yep.
Nice.
So I like that toning. It's a little weird, but I'm like kind of into it. And what I can do is I'm going to go ahead and just remove this from being locked to any layer. So we are going to tap here, and we are going to unclip layer, and then I'm gonna move this all the way to the top. And did it disappear? There we go. I was like, did I drag it too far? And so what I like to do is drag this on top, and now you can see that the whole image kind of came together with a little bit of a different look.
Yep, doesn't feel like all those disconnected pieces. Applying the same like filter makes
Yep.
it just more cohesive.
Yep, so I need one more thing, and I'm gonna put it in the background, and this is going to be just a emerald stone
Joshua
texture.
uses the curve adjustment tool every day.
Yes.
Impressed.
Yes.
You're
Josh,
amazing.
yeah, pro. Pro status. Okay, and then we just, I think, have to add in some text, which we also can do here.
So nice.
Ooh.
Wait, these are awesome.
These are great. I like this one. I want it to be darker, though.
Okay.
But I'm going to drag it down to the back. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. What's happening? Okay, what's happening here is generative fill. Okay. Got it. So what's happening here, chat, is it generative fill? I generative fill some layers, and it generative filled white on the background.
Oh.
And so what I can do
okay.
very easily is let's go ahead and find where that is. And I believe that it's not that one. Which?
Was it the sides of the lips?
It's the sides of the lips. You are 100% right. So I can come in here, and we are going to just select area. And then we are going to do, there we go. That selection, hit OK.
Okay.
No. Select the whole thing, hold on. We are going to add to that selection, select area, and we're just going to do, I did this totally wrong, chat. So we're going to grab
It's okay, we're all learning with you.
whole piece. Swoop.
So you're remasking.
Remasking.
Try to get rid of that white.
Yep.
Which, yeah, in theory shouldn't be too tricky.
Yep. Okay. Grab this whole area. There we go.
Moment of
Okay.
truth.
And now I'm going to apply as mask. There we go.
Oh,
Boom.
Andrew, I'm so impressed with you.
This is fun.
You
Chat,
don't freak
this is
out under
fun.
pressure.
No, because there's always a way to figure it out.
Yeah.
So we're going to add in one more layer above here. We're going to do an adjustment layer, and I do want this one to be brightness and contrast.
Okay.
We're going to make it a bit darker and super contrasty for that green.
I love it.
Cool.
This is coming together so nicely.
Okay, so now text. So we can go here, and then we're going to go to type layer. We're going to type in the. And that looks pretty good. We are going to change the text, obviously.
Okay.
So we are going to go to text options, and I am going to change it to white.
Beautiful. I love someone in the chat just gave me some YouTube video tips for curves. So I'm excited. I'm learning from you all as well, which is fun.
And these are all like fonts that I have used recently.
All Adobe fonts.
All Adobe fonts.
All of them
So
are
many fonts.
there for you, which is so fun.
Ooh, and I'm not mad about this. I want something a little bit thicker. I definitely want something that has like wide. Do we do italics? I don't like italics. I keep talking myself out of it when I find something. So the one that I would want to use is Mrs. Eves. Let's see if it's in
Okay, that's a
here.
classic.
Yes. Oh no, that's Mr. Eves. Sorry. Here's Mrs. Eves. There she is.
The wife.
Yes, the wife. Which I think Mrs. Eves came first, and then they were like, "Oh, we need another one." And then
Mrs.
they
Eves
made-
is a
yes.
little shorter, right? And
Yep.
a little stockier.
Okay, so you can change all of your different pieces. So I do want to have all caps on, and then hit OK. And we are just going to place this in the center up
Incredible.
here. And let's shrink
It's nice
that
that you can
down
turn
a little
on
bit.
all caps, so then you don't have to be like typing, constantly hitting the
Uh-huh.
all caps button on your keyboard.
Okay, so that's good. And we are just going to come in here and let's go ahead and duplicate that layer and drag it down. Super easy, able to duplicate those layers.
That's perfect. That's way easier than just creating brand new text layers and making sure you're applying the same settings every single time.
So we're gonna do wizard. Drag that over and then duplicate again.
Beautiful.
And chat, we are gonna have probably like 10 minutes or so to just answer your questions.
I love that. Well, you've answered a lot of my questions already. And I've already played with the app, so I'm excited to see how other people start to use it too.
Oops, let's spell that right. Okay, move that to the center. And then I think Oz is the last one. Yes,
Yeah.
we did it.
Way to go.
Chat, we did it, and I'm very happy that we did.
Yeah, this is looking amazing. It kind of blows my mind how much that final adjustment layer made a difference with just adding some more green tones throughout all the images.
Yes.
It's looking so nice.
Yes. Okay, this is like, the alignment on this is so wild. Okay, not even close. Let's see. Let's see if this gets a little bit better. Okay, and then let's move this piece over.
Yeah, have you found any tips for how to align things better?
I haven't.
No.
I kind of have to just eyeball it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not mad about it, chat.
Dare I say I like this better than the one you created on your computer.
It's pretty good.
I
and I
am
do
a
want to
fan.
add. Do I want to add this? No. Okay, but what I do want to add.
Talking yourself out of things again.
Yes, what I do want to add is, let's say that I want to add like a little like the little like beauty mark right here.
Okay.
So we can actually do this really easily. Is we have brushes, so we haven't showed brushes at all.
Oh yeah, and
we can
someone
come
had
here-
a question about brushes
Yes.
earlier on, which we all know, we all love.
Yes, we can come in here and we can use brushes. I am going to create like a new just blank layer for us to brush on up here. So we're gonna come out, oops. No, stop that. All right, let's go empty layer. Grab a brush, and then we are going to just brush in just a little dot. I do need to bring this to the top. Wait, is it not at the top?
Is it just a really small size?
Ah! Okay, we're there.
You found it.
We got it. We got it. All right. Let's undo that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to grab this brush, and you can see that we can change the sizing of the brush.
There we go.
A lot smaller.
Yeah.
Hardness, smoothing, opacity, all of that. You can change these settings here, which is really cool. And let's see if I just. Oh. What is? Oh, am I sampling a color?
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, back to brush. Ooh. Okay, let's
Oh,
do hard
okay.
round.
Bruce in the chat said that they've been trying out all the brushes during the stream. So, Bruce, if you have any tips for us, feel free to share.
Please let us know. Is it not on the right layer? Okay, now it's going. Okay, so
Oh, yeah, I
but it
just
did sample
sampled the-
black. So let's sample that color. Ooh. Okay, so not mad
That's
about it. It's
interesting.
too big for sure. but I like that you can sample the color. I actually just discovered that right now as we were talking.
I love it. Live discovery.
Yes. Okay, so let's put it like up here. And then we're gonna change the blending mode. And yes, we do have blending mode. So with this
Another great feature.
selected, we can go to layer properties and we can go to blend opacity, and I wanna change this one to multiply.
Which is great because then it kind of takes on the texture of the skin underneath, and it helps it not feel like you just blobbed on paint on top of the image.
Yes, although I did just blob on paint on top
Right,
of
but it makes it look like,
Yes.
oh, that was naturally on the photo.
Yes. Okay, looking good. Now something else that I do want to do is let's go ahead and let's do some retouching here. So this is already retouched, which is hard. Let's say that we are like working on a portrait, right? And we have some like rough skin texture or like a little bit of like a little blemish over here, like right there. Like if we want to take this out, super easy to do in Photoshop.
Okay.
We can go to retouch right here and we just do spot heal. And oh, the brush is so big. That brush is so big. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the right layer. So we're gonna grab the right layer. And then I'm going to go to spot heal, and we're going to take that brush size way down.
There we go. Couldn't even see it.
And then I'm just
so
going to grab
large.
that little space right there, and it's going to, boom, spot heal it for us.
That's perfect.
So if there ever is a day that like you're doing a photo shoot and it's just like not the best skin day, which we all have, you can very easily do that. You also have the clone stamp if we want to like sample other skin texture.
Yeah.
We can lighten, darken, all kinds of stuff, or we can even remove if we want it. Oh my goodness.
It's going to be big again.
It's gonna remove the entire mouth area. I'm just curious. Yes, perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. And so if we wanted to, we could go in and remove that. So let's say that maybe with the lion, we don't want to have, actually, let's say
Lion's kind of perfect.
right here, yeah. No.
Getting too tap happy.
Getting too tap happy. So with the scarecrow, let's do that one. So with the scarecrow, I do want to take out like this little piece. So I'm gonna go to remove. We are going to adjust the size from 684.
That's a large brush.
My goodness.
Even for desktop, that is massive.
And just brush in this area because I don't really want it. And then it will remove for us. So using the remove tool is super helpful.
Yeah.
To be able to just push things through. And boom, removed.
This will be great, I bet, for your street photography later. Get rid of some wires and things.
Don't miss the stream.
I know, gotta stay on.
So we created all this in Photoshop on iPhone, which is pretty crazy.
I am so impressed.
It's pretty fun. I hate the dot. I need to take the dot. I need to take the dot.
Well,
away.
it's a good exercise. Teaches you how to use the brush.
Yes.
I'm glad we learned how to do it.
Yes, chat, are there any other things that you have worked on or you're curious about of how this app works?
Someone asked about filters. Do you know anything about filters?
I don't know anything about filters. I haven't seen them in here, and so I don't know any more information about that. But if you come back later today, I will have more information for you about filters.
Yes.
100%.
And also, you could kind of create your own with the curves and playing with the adjustment layers too.
Yep.
Like, that's a good way to create some visual treatment similar to what a filter can do.
Yes, and I think I am going to add just another little layer in here and do, no, not curves, no. I want to do a new adjustment layer.
Okay.
And I want to do some contrast. So I just want to make sure that the contrast is, there we go.
Make it pop.
Make it pop. That's how you make it pop, is just add contrast.
Yeah.
So someone's saying Smart Filters says the feature isn't featured yet on mobile. Okay, cool. Yes, thank you. And someone said you make a brush at 500 pixels so you can scale it. Oh, so it's just kind of maximum size.
Okay.
All right, well, this is what we created using Photoshop on iPhone today.
Andrew, this is amazing. I learned so much. I know our chat learned so much, and chat taught us some things,
Yes.
including courage.
Courage. We got courage.
Yes.
We got knowledge, and we got heart all together.
Yes.
Yes. So tap your heels together and stick around for the rest of the stream. We will be back in about 5 minutes with more content coming up with our friends Matthew and
Finn
Finn?
are next.
Matthew and Berkeley.
Berkeley.
Sorry, Berkeley. Matthew and Berkeley. So stick around. We'll see you there. Bye, everybody.
Bye. See you back.
it's all about style matching. So I'm gonna show you how to use generative fill and how to use Adobe Firefly to match your style of something that you've created. So when we're working with this image, let's say I want to reimagine it in a different style. So I want to create this out of clay. And we have generative fill, and I'm just going to do this as clay. So it just generates clay, right? And it's not necessarily taking in the input of what's happening in the background. It is just 100% filling with clay. Here's what we do. We're going to create a new layer hitting Control-Shift-N. We're going to hit the Q hotkey. And Q is going to take us into quick mask. You can see here that we have that red layer. That means we're in a quick mask mode. So using the paint bucket tool, we're gonna make sure that we have black set right here. Boom, click right there. So the whole thing is selected red. That means that it is filled 100% with black. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-F, and that's going to bring up the fade panel. So if I change this to about 50%, so I'm going to hit OK right here. To go out of quick mask mode and just use our selection, we're going to hit Q. So we're going to hit generative fill, and maybe let's do colored clay. So there we go. It is converted and it's done a really good job. But what it's telling me is that it's actually considering the prompt a little bit too much. Let's do 75 and see what happens. And same thing, I'm going to do colored clay. All right, so we've gotten a lot closer. I like what's happening with the type. One more time with that workflow. Let's do 65 this time. So you can see here, this is the 65%, and this is the 75%. So you can see it gets a little bit cleaner and it gets a little bit closer to that original image. Let's hop over and take a look at Adobe Firefly. Let's come in here and I'm going to do a living room at Christmas, fireplace, Christmas tree, gifts, wreath, candles, and a chair. So then at the end here, I am going to type in line art, sketch, and maybe pencil drawing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the image. So now I'm just going to go to Control New and create a new document. So Control-Shift-N is going to create a new layer. Q to enter quick mask, fill with 100% black. And we're going to fade the selection to about 90%, which means that it's only going to be considering 10% of the prompt and keeping 90% of the sketch. We're gonna hit OK here. From there, we're going to do generative fill, and we're just gonna describe the sketch that we've seen. So we're going to hit generate here. You can see that it's a little bit different, but it's only taking in 10% of that sketch, right? Here's where the magic comes in. I'm going to set this at 50%. And then generative fill. We are going to put that same prompt in and hit generate. Turned out pretty good here. So you can see that we have matched the sketch almost perfectly using that 50%. I need this chair to be red. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new layer, and we're going to help give Firefly some more information. And so I'm just going to try to paint in some of this color, and we are looking fantastic. Okay, now we are going to do our workflow one more time. There we go. So we have our red chair with the blue pillow. We've got the blue curtains over here. So check this out. We are going to open up a document that I have here. So I'm going to use the object selection just to select that little guy. We are going to Control-C to copy, and then we're going to paste him right into our scene. I also am going to grab this Christmas tree here. I am going to add a gradient map over the whole thing. That's just going to help me bring the colors together. From there, I'm going to change the blending mode of this to soft light, and we're going to hit Control-Alt-Shift-E. And that is going to merge everything down. So go to filter gallery, and let's go ahead and try a charcoal pen. So we've converted into a sketch. Let's go ahead and do our workflow. And I'm just describing the sketch scene that we have here. So we do oil painting and then bright colors. And then here you can see that it has converted that into this different style. So really, really cool workflow. So we're gonna go back into Adobe Firefly on the web right here. And I'm gonna show you another way to kind of match your style. Pattern of cactus and tropical flowers. So I can come over here and I can actually change in the reference image gallery. So this is going to match a style. So we're going to upload my own image, and now it's uploaded as my style reference. Now I do want it to consider this image a lot. So we're going to hit generate. So now you can see we do have the cactus, and it has changed from those renders that we had in the past, and it has matched the reference of the image that I uploaded. I'm not mad about these at all.
thanks so much for joining me. Hopefully you learned a bunch during this stream. It is a really fun workflow, so play around with that, try to create something, and see what you can make using this style matching technique. Bye, everyone.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry for the delay. We were getting everything situated. Hopefully you all joined in with Andrew and Emma for that demo they did on the Wizard of Oz poster. Very cool. I'm Berkeley. We've got Matthew here.
Hi.
He's going to lead us in another Photoshop demo. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, so first of all, my phone was not working with our in-studio software, but thankfully we have our camera, our overhead camera. So is that in frame? Yes. Let me move it down a little bit. Sorry for the glare. You can see the camera above, but I wanted to show you guys the eBoy file that you guys can play around with first. So you guys can find that within the Adobe Live social links. And let's check this out. All right, so this file is amazing to get started. You can kind of see so many different layers. It's so intricate, but don't let that stop you. You can kind of tap around, see what you can move around. See, I can move around this rug right here and these people as well. Now this file was made by eBoy and it's based off a dorm room. So let that spark your imagination and make your own personalized dorm room. See, you can see more makeup stuff here, some dorm lounge life here, but also you have some desk work, some, let's see, some gaming, and some music. So you can move this around. You can even change colors here. So if I go in and if I add, oops. Oh. If I add, sorry, I'm trying to access the layers. Yeah, so if I add an adjustment layer here, let's say for hue and saturation, I can change the color of this rug here. So there's a lot you can get started with on this file, and really quickly I'm going to move to my personalized dorm room, my personalized eBoy file. So I made a little lounge space here where all these different friends can come and chat. I've changed the color here of this couch by duplicating it and then reflecting it so that it is perfectly aligned with one another, so that there's this perfect lounge space where people can come hang, come make music, and come look at cameras and play video games. And yeah.
It's crazy how many layers that it can support. Like
yeah. So if you open this file here, you'll see so many different layers. I've since moved around things, added things into different groups, and have hidden some things as well that I didn't really feel like fit in my version of this file. As you can see at the top, I still have a lot to work on, but I really wanted to get that central location down in my eBoy file. So yeah, so feel free, download this link, download this file, and share with Adobe Live what you have made. There's a really good giveaway that's happening right now, and I think you guys are gonna have a lot of fun with it. So yeah, but I have a lot more to share as well. So as we get Berkeley's phone here, sorry, do you mind unlocking it? Yeah, as we open up Photoshop Mobile here, let's start a new file. Sorry, let's see. Okay. Do you mind if I restart this?
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Feel free to hold the phone.
Okay. Cool. Sorry, we seem to be running into some issues right now. Let's see, let's try opening this eBoy file here, and then we'll try to go back. If not, I'm going to clear the eBoy file and then we'll try something else. All right, this is this workaround we're gonna do. All right. So I'm gonna open the layers here and I'm just gonna clear this for a second. I'm sorry, eBoy, but your artwork is fantastic. I'm just going to need to make some changes. Let's see. Sorry, I think this part of the screen just seems to be a little broken at the moment. Okay. Okay. I'm going to try this one more time. Okay. Okay.
And we're back. Got that figured out.
Yeah, all we had to do was switch a dongle,
Yeah.
but we're back. So
We're tech wizards.
we're tech wizards. We have to be. So oops. You're gonna have to unlock it again. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So we're going to hit plus right here and we're gonna create a new canvas. I want to share this on my Instagram story with you guys. But for now, what I use Adobe Photoshop for iPhone specifically is to kind of ideate on posters. I love making travel posters, so that's kind of what we're going to do today. I had some great memories in London, and I've since shared that with my friends, but I want to really share why this trip was special with me in this poster. So let's get started. Gonna hit plus here, image layer, add from photos. You can see I have a lot of pictures here, but I kind of have a composition in mind, so I'm going to put that on the canvas to then bring into Illustrator later when I get home and when I'm at my computer. So let's see, where do I want to start?
Did you take all these?
Yes, I did take all
These
of
are great
these.
photos.
Thank you. Yeah, I walked around London a bunch, and I like being part of, I don't know, something. I like that aspect of travel, but now I'm going to create a mask. So they have this amazing tap select feature, but right now I'm actually gonna select the sky, adding this to my selection here, and I'm gonna hit invert. That's actually going to give me a really good start.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'm going to edit this mask just a tad. I'm gonna use the lasso tool here in the minus, and I'm gonna get rid of the parts that I don't need. And I kind of just want the base of this shape to then add a fill layer over. So I'm going to get rid of these buildings here. I really just want the circular feature of this Ferris wheel right here. Clipping this out. And then, let's see, how's that looking? I'm gonna want the full shape, so I'm just gonna really quickly go back, edit my mask, use the lasso tool, and you can zoom in as much as you need. The pinch and zoom, and just clean it up as best as you can. For the sake of time, I'm gonna try not to go super crazy with it. I definitely tend to go a little insane when doing my selections, but yeah, and then let's see. I'll clip these as well because I need the shape of these little gondolas here. Okay. And same as well right here. Then clipping that out. That should give me, great. This is a great start for this composition. So I'm going to go ahead, add my next picture. Image layer, add from photos. Next we'll do, this is the landmark. I feel like if you visit London, you have to see this.
Yeah.
So again, same. I'm gonna hit select area and I'm gonna do tap select. It's giving me the sky, but maybe all I really need is the subject. I'm gonna hit subject and then hit apply as mask, and it gives me the tower exactly as I need it. So because this is the central image I need, I'm going to transform, hit the scale tool, and adjust as needed. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. I think I'll keep this for a second. And because the clock face is its central icon, I think we'll expand this to add kind of a focus here. Yeah. And next, I'm going to add some pictures of the skyline here just to fill in our bottom portion. All right. I'm going to move this up and drag it down. Oop. And then same deal, I'm going to create a mask by selecting the sky and then inverting the layer. So now it just gives us the little buildings right here. So we're going to start here at the bottom of our canvas, and then we're going to kind of work our way up. So let's see what else I can add to kind of fill in the space between the buildings and Big Ben and the rest of the composition. Let's see. Image layer, add from photos. Let's see, what else can I do? Let's do the London Bridge.
You got every landmark.
I did get every landmark. I tried to. So, all right. Again, creating a mask. Selecting the sky. And then inverting that selection to give us everything that we need.
That is such a smart way to do it, to just, instead of trying to select everything first, just select
Yeah.
the one thing you don't need and subtract everything.
I love inverting my selections, and I feel like that's the main way I use Photoshop, both on desktop and now on mobile. Let's see, I don't want to cover Big Ben, so I'll have the bridge kind of in the back, and as through towers, it kind of balances out the composition, so I think I'll go in and let's see if Ski will give me anything good in terms of shape. Yeah,
Ryan
so
in
it's,
the chat says that the Ferris wheel is giving halo.
oh yeah,
It's
it is.
kind of angelic.
Yeah.
looking.
Good point, Ryan. So let's see. I'm balancing out those towers. They're roughly around the same height now, and in the composition I kind of see for this poster in my head, I like the way that the bridge portion of the two towers is now centering, or at least adding focus to the clock face. So I already like the composition as is, but I want to add a few more details, I think. So let's see what other images I have I can do that from. Oh, you can't forget a phone booth.
You need the iconic phone booth.
Yeah, there's so many iconic things in London.
There are.
Yeah.
I think that I feel like I heard when I went to London that they're taking away the phone booths.
Yeah.
That there's only like a few left or something.
Only for pictures.
Yeah,
Only for pictures.
It's just a tourist attraction now. Nothing
Yep.
you can make a phone call in.
We all have phones now. We're literally making photo edits on our phone.
Yeah.
So it's crazy to feel
Oh,
to
the
see.
phone booth.
Yeah. It's It's crazy to see how far we've gone. And oh, let's see. And then I'm gonna apply as a mask, and we'll drop this, I think, just in the bottom right here, because phone booths aren't anywhere higher. So we'll do that, and then I like this red here. It's a good pop, so I'm going to, I don't think I have any pictures of any double-decker buses, but what I will do is I'll go to the image layer, and you have access to Adobe stock images for this. Crazy, and it'll help you fill out the content that you don't have, or pictures that you didn't have, or take on any trips. In this case, I don't have anything from a double-decker bus, so.
And I think they're all free with the Photoshop, the Adobe
Yeah.
stock library.
Yeah, sorry, we are running into another technical difficulty. I cannot tap anymore. Let's see, I think this might be a,
Might be the dongle.
yeah, I'm gonna have to just restart the composition again. It should save. Yeah, it did save.
Yeah.
Great.
Everything should be automatically saved to the cloud, I think.
Yes.
As you work on it. So even if
Yeah.
you run into technical difficulties like we are, it'll all still be there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna really quickly, I'm noticing that it unfortunately did not save my little picture of the phone booth, so I'm just gonna really quickly add that back in, and with tab select, that makes it way too easy. So let's see, adding selection.
It wants you in there.
Yep. And then apply as mask, perfectly cut out. And we'll resize this picture. Again, dropping myself in the corner here. And then we'll add in the London Bridge yet again. So image layer, add from photos. Select area, sky, invert, and it gives us the building as needed, and apply as mask, perfect. Just gonna rescale this right here so that these balance out. And then with the skew, balance this as needed, because this is mainly just to understand where these buildings are going for my future vector composition as a poster. So dropping this right behind Big Ben again, perfect. And again, we're gonna add from Adobe stock, getting the results I needed, double-decker bus. Oh, I did not even spell that correctly. Let's try that again. Double-decker bus. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna just drag this in the front so that's not behind our Big Ben. So that's in the front with me, and I'm gonna create a mask. I'm going to subject select using tap select. Boom, gives us the bus that we need.
I feel like this looks like a postcard. You could
Yeah.
print it out and send it to people when you're traveling.
Yeah, I love, love postcards. So I love collecting them. Unfortunately, I didn't actually get anyone during my time here, so good thing that we're making our own here so I can send
Yeah.
out to my friends.
If you forget to buy a postcard, you can just make one.
Exactly. So now we kind of have our details here, but I personally like doing vector illustrations or vector design, so I like simplifying everything and drawing it back to really emphasize these shapes. And you kind of see all these different iconic shapes between maybe the clock face, the way that this tower is formed, same thing with the London Bridge, and I think the London Eye is what it's called. But I'm just gonna call it Ferris wheel, just so I don't get anything wrong.
Oh, I think someone said the London Bridge is the Tower Bridge.
The Tower Bridge, thank you. Yeah, you can tell that I was a tourist there.
Yeah.
Not just based on me making this postcard. So I'm going to select the layer I need. I want to add my adjustment layer to. And let's see, I'm going to, let's try this again. I'm going to do a fill layer, color fill. And don't worry, my screen did not just go black on accident. This time, I'm going to hit, let's see, clip to layer below. So now, unfortunately, our background is white, so you can't see the bridge. So I'm really quickly going to add another fill layer. I actually think I want this to be orange, believe it or not. So let's see, what orange is good? Yeah. So then you can see the Tower Bridge right there, and ideally, I would go in with pen tool in Illustrator and then add those kind of linear details you see. If I go in and hide this color fill, I would go in and use the pen tool and I would add these different lines here you see here. And just so we understand that where our kind of central focus is, I'm also going to add an empty layer, do a select area, and hit ellipse, and just draw out where I think the clock face should go in my composition. I'll hit select, and I'll just do a fill area, color fill, and then can I use my eyedropper? I can. I'll drag that there to give us the circle of Big Ben. Great. So now I'm just kind of going to rinse and repeat with a few of these other landmarks you see here. But first, I'm going to actually need to add a stroke to Big Ben right here. So I'm just going to duplicate this. And right below, I am going to modify the mask. Let's see, I'm going to, which one should I do? I'll do make border. Let's see, I'll do 20 maybe? Yeah, wow, that's fantastic. And I'm actually just going to draw directly on top of this image. In most cases, I don't think you should do that because that's destructive, but this layer is made specifically for that. So, actually, I'm going to need to find this. I don't know why it has a fill on it, so I'm just actually going to go back, add another fill layer, color fill, take my swatch, or my eyedropper, sorry, and drop that in. Yeah, well, it seems like it's not working. I think that's fine. Oh, it's because I have a color fill here that's not clipped in anymore. Clip to layer below. Oh, there was the issue. Got it. Okay. And next, let's see. Back to our stroke here. I'm going to draw directly on top of this. So I'm going to hit paint. And I'm going to adjust my color here, use my eyedropper, collect that orange. And I think I'm just going to add it as a swatch as well. So going back to my brush, and let's see, I'm going to draw directly over this. So you can see that I'm filling this in as we go. You can adjust the size as well. My size is 6, so I'm going to have to bring that up a lot more. And then you can kind of see that it's already making an outline so that it stands out a lot more. Perfect. And now I'm going to group these together so I don't lose them. You're going to do that. I think that's everything for the bridge, so I'm going to just rename that Big Ben. Rename. Got it. So now I have this layer selected, and honestly, I don't need to move it around, so I'm just going to lock it so to save from any other trouble. And going to go to the eye and add a fill layer. I think we will do a little lighter for the orange, just to stand out from the background a little bit, but just to give a more subtle focus on Big Ben. So let's see, I'm gonna clip to layer below, and we'll group these as well. All right, and group. Yeah, I actually really like that.
Oh, that looks really cool.
Yeah, and let's see, let's start with the tower bridge. Thank you. And we'll do a fill layer. We'll do white, because I think it'll match with the tower well. And then clip to layer below. Yeah, and now we have some 3 towers. There's so many different skyscrapers in London, but we'll stick with the 2 largest landmarks there, or oldest to that point. I'm going to group these together. Group. And let's see. I'm going to hide the double-decker bus and myself for a second because I want to focus on the skyline I have. I think I want to make this orange. I kind of like that it'll be cut out from our white here. So I'm going to go back, add a fill layer, color fill, and then actually, yes, this is the exact color I wanted from the swatches. And then we will clip to layer below. And yeah, stands out just like that. And now I have my postcard, or at least the concept of my postcard that I can send to my friends. Let's see, I'm gonna resize this to, and then I think I'll actually fix this with the skew as well. Yes, this is actually exactly what I wanted. And then bring this up a tad. And then now we'll unveil our double-decker bus again. I think I'll make this, I think I'll keep it red. I actually really like that it's red. So I'm going to add another fill layer, color fill, and we'll do something new. We'll do a red. Make it brighter, darker. We'll find out. And click to layer below. Gives us our red bus, but I need to stand out a little, so I think I'm going to add the stroke yet again. So I'm going to duplicate. Oh, sorry, duplicate the fill layer. I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to add this, clip this back, clip to layer below, edit the mask by making a border. Let's match the other one. I think it was 20 last time. Yep. So it gives us that selection around it. Let's double check. Yeah. And now, again, I'm just going to draw on top of that layer, unfortunately. That is a little destructive, but again, that's kind of what this layer was for. Let's see. Paint. That's my color. Yep. Gives me that outline that I will eventually use as a stroke in Adobe Illustrator. Wow, yeah, I actually like that quite a bit. Now I'm going to group these together. Group. All right, I'm just gonna maybe resize this a little. So transform, scale up, or scale down. Yeah. Do that. I have to fix something, so I'm going to lock that.
It's nice to be able to work in groups like that too, so that,
oh yeah,
you know, because like we said before, I think the app can handle like 8,000 layers or something like that.
Gosh, yeah.
So if you're working with 8,000 layers, you know.
The eBoy file will exemplify that. As you guys kind of try it out and look through those different layers, you will see that each item is a separate layer. So you can really customize that file to your full extent to really understand what Photoshop on iPhone can do. And I'm going to clip these, or sorry, group these together so I don't mess anything up. Let's see, is this the composition I want for so far? Yep. And I'll lock this here. And then, last but not least, I have myself. And unfortunately, I think I'll be cutting myself out of this one too. So, let's see. How do I want to do this? I think I know what the shape of this telephone booth is, so I think I'm going to go back in. I'm going to edit this mask. I'm just going to cut myself out with the lasso tool. I understand the shape. It'll end right here, even though I just did a plus. It'll end right here, so I'm just going to make a straight line down. Clean this up a tad. Yep. Let's see. I'm going to oops. Let's see. Edit mask again. Minus. Taking that straight line down, cutting part of that. Yeah. And this gives me the shape that I need for the telephone booth. Let's see. I want to skew this a little, so I'm going to edit this again. All right. Double tapped, so I'm gonna fix that. Adding the skew. Oh, I am warping myself. Gonna scale this up. Unfortunately, maybe it'll be bigger than the double-decker bus, but that's okay. Take this, add a fill layer, color fill. I'm gonna take that red right here. And no, I did not lose my composition because I'm going to use this as a clipping mask or in a clipping mask setting. Looks like I'm gonna have to fix this mask a tad. So using the plus, I'm just gonna kind of take this, fill it out. You can also use the rectangle tool, but there, that was good enough. It was just a quick fix. Again, I can go back in. uncheck this to look for the details here as I kind of would work on my vector illustration. Yep. So now I'm going to add one more stroke down below. So I'm going to duplicate this, clip this again, and modify that mask to give it a border of 20. Yep, perfect. And now just with my brush tool, my paint tool, sorry, I'm going to paint within that clipping mask. Oop. Let's see. Oh, I see. I was hiding it. Yeah, painting over this so that there's an outline here. I would ideally do that with a tougher stroke, but that'll do. Okay. I'm going to group these together too so I don't lose them. All right. And group. So I have my composition here, but I am nowhere to be found. So I think the last thing that we can do here is go to image layer. We're going to add from Adobe stock and find one of, oops, let's see. I'm going to have to restart this again for a second. So it probably won't save everything, but I'll just show you guys what I am doing.
Spam calls.
Not the spam
Not
calls.
the spam calls.
All right, maybe it's the
And there's our
dongle yet again.
postcard.
Yeah, there's our postcard, just straight red. Yeah, I'm just gonna clip this below. We still have generally what the composition was. Again, I will add my image layer here, add from stock. Getting the results I need. Walking man. I need something that really... I think this is good.
I was gonna say, that guy looks pretty jolly. I feel like
yeah, he
that.
looks really jolly. You can kind of see his shape here, so
He's happy to be in London.
he's happy to be there,
Yeah.
that's for sure. And I'm going to create a mask. Should be able to select him out of this color pretty easily. Let's see, adding to our selection here, and then one more thing, the briefcase to show that he's that he's on the move.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well traveled.
Well traveled. Gonna drag this here. Let's fill out this. And going to add another fill layer. I think I'm actually going to make, I'll make it red for now. I don't know necessarily what color I want it to be in the final product, but again, this is for ideating this for the composition, and I have what I need. So let's see. Fill layer, color fill, white. And let's see, up to layer below. All right, we have our silhouette, but again, we kind of need that stroke. So I'm just gonna group these together for now. Go inside, I'll duplicate. Oops. Duplicate our base layer. Again, I'm gonna have to reclip this. So clip to layer below. We're going to modify this mask, make a border. We've been doing 20, so let's keep it even. Great, so we have that kind of selection around him. But again, we don't want that to be the pink background that was around our person from Adobe Stock earlier. So I'm going to paint over it with our orange. So highlighting there really nicely. Oh, I love this reveal. I honestly love coloring it in. I know I can fill it in, but honestly, I really like it when you can fill it in with a paintbrush. It gives you just some more control, I feel like. It's not as instant, but it appears just as nicely. Okay, so I'm going to resize this for a second, just so I don't clip it. So I'm going to transform. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think I should make our man walking red? Make it pop more?
Yeah, maybe we need some more red.
All right.
You and the bus are the main focus of the whole,
True.
the whole postcard, the whole trip.
You know what? I think I actually have enough time to add our telephone booth back in.
Yeah, let's get it back in.
Yeah, so I'm going to just...
Did you go on a double-decker bus?
No, I didn't. You would have seen pictures if I did.
True, that's true.
Unfortunately. So I'm going to select this area here. Again, it'll probably give me the telephone booth. Let's see. And then myself. And using the lasso, we're going to hit the minus tool and just do this little cleanup here. Again, I'm kind of here for the shape and the detail. Luckily, because this will be applied, or the color that will be applied over the telephone booth will be a clipping mask, or on it will be clipped into the layer, I can just go back, hide that fill layer, and find those details that I need again. So I'm going to apply it as a mask and select it once again to transform, skew, give me that straight look. Perfect. Now, I'm going to scale him down, or me for that matter. And we're going to say goodbye to myself.
We already have the fake you. We don't need.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't need the
Thank
real
you. And fill layer, color fill. Grabbing my eyedropper tool to select that color. Again, I didn't lose everything, not this time. So I'm going to clip to the layer below. And yeah, it gives me that color. But again, I'm just going to need to clean it up. Edit mask. Lasso tool. Perfect. I'm going to resize it as well, trying to balance the composition a little bit more. Group. Transform. And resized right here. And then we'll move our man to the center here. I think I'll actually drop him behind the cityscape. So he's quite literally walking through the city here. Perfect. I think I'll actually increase this border mask here that I have, just so it pops a little bit more, because as he's at the center, he's really now our central focus. So giving that thicker line weight really exemplifies that. And let's see. Maybe I can hide him behind the bus as well. So I'm gonna group these together again. Group. Right here. No, maybe I actually do have to drop it down, balance out the composition here. Yeah. And then I think that's pretty good for the composition, but let's add a text layer.
Ooh. Matthew's big English adventure.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just do that, yeah. I can't even type. English adventure. All right. Oop. Let's find that again. I've made it orange on accident. Let's see, edit text. That's where you can change the type need be. I'm going to go to text options. I'm going to change this color. maybe black to stand out, or I'll just go with the red. And let's see, that's the good color. I think I want a different font. Luckily, you still have access to all your Adobe fonts on mobile. I'm gonna need something that stands out.
Yeah.
So
Big English adventure.
Yes, thank you.
If you guys are liking all the stuff Matthew's creating right now, he'll be hosting Finn in the next hour, and Finn will be creating some other cool stuff with the
Exactly.
Photoshop app. And then I think later there'll be a couple more streams as well. So we've got a full day of fun Photoshop stuff to use mobile. And then, yeah, later today, I'll also be doing a stream making a photo collage. So I think I'll take some of the things that I learned here with Matthew and apply them to my own stream.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
like, you're definitely going to want to come for that.
Exactly. Well, I think this is the composition that I would go into. So after this, I will take this and bring it into Adobe Illustrator and kind of mask out those shapes that I need. So kind of the tower bridge here has amazing shapes, but again, within the clipping masks that I'm using here and the fill layers that are clipped into, like, let's say Big Ben, for example, I can still unhide it. If I go into the group here, I can unhide it and look for those details that I need. But even then,
That's cool.
I could totally not fill it in and just use this from the color comp. So maybe if I just remove this, I like that Big Ben is kind of the central focus here, and maybe I can bring back some of these details. So I'm going to unhide this fill here for the double-decker bus. Unfortunately, I am cut out in this telephone booth, so maybe I'll just add another one from Adobe Stock right here. Telephone booth. Let's just make it look for a red one at that. Yeah, I'll do this one. It's right in front of the Ferris wheel as well.
Ryan said, Matthew's Big Adventure. Is it a novel? Is it a movie? Travel thriller?
Oh, a travel thriller, definitely, has to be. You'll see me doing backflips, in which I can't actually do in real life, but you're gonna meet someone soon that can. Let's see. All right, tap select. It's definitely gonna give me the box that I need. Yeah, perfect. Apply as mask. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get rid of my actual memory of the telephone booth to make up for the lack of detail that I had in that picture. So let's see, transform, move this down here. Yeah, and here we have the postcard I'm going to send my friends about my memories spent in London.
Every time I go on a trip, I'm going to text you all the photos and say, make me a postcard. My mom is probably wondering where I am, so I'll need a postcard.
Yeah, yeah, I think that'll be the best thing you can do. So, yeah.
Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. Matthew, this was great.
Thank you.
Like I said, Matthew will be hosting Finn in the next hour, and he, I think, is making some kind of cool parkour something.
Yes.
So definitely will be something fun to see. Parkour poster from Finn and Matthew. And then, like I said, we've got a couple more streams later today. So thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll be back, I think, in maybe 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, all right. Take care, everyone.
I'm Sarah. I'm a photo editor and photographer. I love this photo. Of course, there's a ton of people that's just kind of normal for vacation photos. That's why we have Photoshop, where we're gonna remove everybody. Then you can just go to Windows and then just do the contextual task bar. Okay. I'm just gonna select my subject. So it does a pretty good job. Copy and paste it into a new layer. So let's just try to remove this cute girl. Oh, that one's really good. Like, it followed like this line. I actually really like that one. And something I love too, again, about just the selection is just, you don't even like, right, it didn't even change my hair.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You just select the person. This is the object selection tool. I just love that, like, it's so fun because it's like, instead of concentrating on removing stuff, now I can think about like, oh, what would I add? Let me just show you something cool. If you save it to your cloud documents, right, I'm gonna Disney Tokyo. And then let's say I want to make like an Instagram post. Okay. Start a square post. If you wanted to make it longer, you could just resize it. So if you go to your stuff right in the left-hand corner, it's already there. Cool. Like, that's the photo that I was working on.
That's amazing.
But then I go back and I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot to remove these people. We can just go back and select them all. Remove them. I love that one. That one looks so cool. And you go back into AE. Oh yeah, your link assets have changed. Update. So this part is super fun. And we're just gonna select all of it. And oh, that one's super pretty.
Super good.
And so if you just want to change like, so like for this, I would say cross, because right, it doesn't really know what it wants to change to.
Right, okay.
Oh, this is cool. If, right, you're like, this is supposed to be smaller, you can go into edit and free transform, and you can change it automatically.
Ooh.
It's a little bit smaller. We just kind of take the clone stamps. Boom. Oh, that's kind of fun. They're a little funky, but like, look how cute that is.
Yeah, it's perfect for that. And it did match the lighting really well.
We extended the photo, right, and it fits perfectly. So if I wanted to add some text, Adobe Express makes it really easy for me as like a non-graphic designer. The recommendations based off of your photo, kind of like this one though, it's just kind of simple. Text effects. So you can add either classic effects, shadow, shape, right, because it's a little flat right now. Or you can just describe any kind of texture. And it shows up. So maybe like kind of to match the light, we could do like lantern. I think of like ball gown dresses, like silky. So maybe like golden silk or something like that.
So this is our golden silk dress.
And it gives you 4 different options too. And you can remove effect or even load more. And that too, like if you like don't even know what to put, then you can kind of like look like blue and gold marble, dragon skin. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you can invite collaborators, right? Your other Adobe friends, publish it to the web, schedule posts, like, and it has like a little app. And it's already right here. Like, let me just like, just went to Disney. And then you can add your first comment too. You can preview it, which is kind of fun.
That's
like, right,
fun. Yeah,
you can kind of see like, okay, I like that. So this is my final layer, right? I'm ready for it to edit. I'll go into filter and then camera raw filter. So this isn't a raw photo, but you can have like a little filter in it, and this kind of gives you the same, like this literally looks like Lightroom Classic, if you guys are familiar with that. You don't know how to edit photos like manually, you can just go into presets right here, and it actually does like skin tones. Like if you're like deep skin, medium skin, light skin, black and white, edgy, right? Like, so I have pretty fair skin. So it kind of edits, oh my gosh, I already love all of these.
Yeah, so it's like a preset filters, right?
So I would just turn down the highlights just a little bit. You go over to here, so I used to just select subject, sky, and background. And you can collect like their body, skin, hair, clothes. If it, like my bow, right? Like that's so cute.
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to make my bow a different color, maybe. Oh, look at that blue to like match the sky. Yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, no, that's super fun and super easy. Thank you so much for joining. Have a good one.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Adobe Live. I was just on the last stream, so thank you guys for joining us again. I am super excited to introduce to you guys my friend Finn. Finn, take it away.
What's up everybody? My name is Finn Evans. I'm from Colorado Springs, Colorado, joining from Brooklyn, New York, and today I'm gonna show you how I'm going to use Photoshop on iPhone to make some cool graphics for my parkour videos.
Super cool, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. I have a little presentation. Let's take a look at this. What's up everybody? My name is Finn. I'm here with Matt. Thankful to be in San Francisco at the Adobe office. I love meeting people and getting the opportunity to share my story with the world, so it's really great to be here. I am an artist. I have been drawing and doing design my whole life. But before that, and my main passion to this day, is actually being an athlete. I'm a parkour athlete. I've been doing parkour and freerunning since I was, oh my gosh, like young, 13, 14. And I absolutely love how parkour can kind of relate to art. So I consider myself kind of an athlete and an artist.
And today we're gonna see how you mesh those two together, right?
Exactly.
Great.
So a lot of people, if you don't already, a lot of people think parkour is this right here. This is a scene from The Office. And while parkour is about the feeling of trying to be free and fun, this is actually not true. Parkour is a bit more involved. You rely more on your skills. And although it is centered around kind of feeling fun, it's more about having practice. So this movie right here is Casino Royale. This is the film that got me started on parkour. But much to my surprise, this is not in fact what parkour is either. The vast majority of stunts are actually not like dangerous, death-defying feats. They are more about jumping from A to B. Quite literally, parkour was started in France in the late 80s as a way to kind of have a physical outlet that wasn't more sport-based, is more independent.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people to this day think parkour is done like on rooftops over these big buildings doing these crazy feats. But in reality, most of the time is spent at a play park on the ground, trying to perfect your skills to make sure you know what you're doing. Just like design, the vast majority of the time, you're not trying to do these gigantic projects, but just making incremental progress.
Yeah.
This right here is an example of that. This is Pasha the Boss from a group called Team Farang. And you can see that these simple staircases are usually meant for sitting, but he's kind of playing with them in a way that is fun and iterative and ultimately like not life-risking.
Yeah.
So this definitely changes the way I see the world. After I started doing parkour for even a few months, I started to see the world around me as more of a chance to engage with my environment. And I learned these skills through a class and a gym, and I'm now a trained professional. So if you're learning parkour, I recommend trying it safe and smart.
And I will also add to a disclaimer that we do not recommend that you try this at home, and we don't accept any accountability for any broken bones.
Yes, exactly. Yes, but ultimately, parkour is super beneficial, and I think it changes the way I see the world. Quickly, this is what parkour is. This is one of the videos that got me really excited about this whole thing. You can see why this took up most of my life, and I thought like design and art would be like a secondary degree to this stuff. These are all trained athletes who've been practicing for years and years to hone their skills and do amazing things, but they always start small. And a big part of that is making swag videos to show your friends and people online, because you can document your progress. You can talk about the cool challenges and accomplishments you've made, and that is a huge part of parkour, especially in my life, is filming and making these videos. So I would plan and make videos all the time, like nonstop. Like I have like gigabytes and gigabytes of footage of me like waiting to do tricks and doing tricks and other things. So a lot of the times, like I have this insane drive and this passion to make cool stuff, but I am filming myself. So I always find it like relatively difficult to make stuff like this, which is a really great team called Team Farang. They're some of my inspirations in life. That's Sen Shimada doing a double leg. You can see that they're traveling the world and having fun, doing their stunts and amazing things having fun and being creative with it.
Wow, that flip is amazing.
Yeah, that's Dom Tomato doing this running precision jump. This is my all-time hero, Jason Paul. He's the master of creative parkour.
Again, we recommend that you do not try this at home. These are trained professionals that have been doing this for years. Do not go outside and try to do a flip when you had never done it before.
Be smart and be safe.
Be smart and be safe.
Look at how handsome he is. Oh my gosh.
More importantly, I think he's happy. That's the best part.
Exactly. So I've made videos like this myself. This is a long-term project. This is like a 10-minute video that took me like 2 months to make. I made this over the summer with me and my friends after work at night. And I was really happy with this. It's called Overtime. I've had this film premiered at a parkour film festival this past year called Join or Die. And most of the time, like, parkour is exciting, but it can also be like really chill. It doesn't have to be the best thing in the world. It doesn't have to be death-defying. And these are the videos that I like to make the most. I do these like daily sessions sometimes where I'll just go out for an hour or two, film some clips, have a good time. And the other day I was at my house right outside in Brooklyn, New York, in the cold, filming some stuff.
In the cold?
Yeah, I was out there filming myself, doing my tricks, as you do. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy. I got to post this to Instagram right away. And I was like so excited to post this video, but I realized that there's a problem. Oh my gosh. No, Matt, I forgot. The most important part to a swag parkour video is the thumbnail, man. The thumbnail. How could I forget?
Of course.
Oh my gosh, I was so frustrated. I almost posted this video. I looked like a fool, guys. Thankfully, I had these cool clips of me doing a flip, hitting this cool pose, and I decided to film this randomly as well because I thought I might be able to like freeze frame it and use it later. So I ended up having these few assets.
Wow.
Right? So I had like me flipping these several poses. I had the sky, and I went ahead and drew this type that I wanted to use as the thumbnail.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, Finn is a trained professional that's been doing this for years. I know this is my third time mentioning it, but again, he makes it look good because he's been doing this for years. So that's super cool.
Don't try this at home.
Don't try it at home.
So here I am. I only have my phone right now because I'm outside in the cold. I'm looking at my phone like, what the heck do I do? And then I remember, I have Photoshop on iPhone.
Oh, you have Photoshop on iPhone. Let's get into
it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's hop over to our handy dandy application here. Everybody can see my hands. Perfect. We are going to avoid the glare as best we can and get right into it. So I need a post for Instagram that's a thumbnail, right?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to make a new document right here. Thankfully, we have one geared up. This one is 1080 by 1920 wide, but Instagram actually has a different aspect ratio for their thumbnails.
Well, it changes now. Between 1080 to 1440 by 1080.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Usually that's about a 4:5 ratio. So if we hop back in here, we're gonna load up something and crop it. I think that's the best way to do it. I always like to start by, oh my gosh, where do we go here?
You're gonna wanna go back, search.
Let's go.
Bring up the search bar, there you go.
Yeah, so we're gonna go new blank canvas and get right into it. Don't send. This app came out just today, by the way. It's super cool and super new.
Yeah.
But that also means there's some things that we're gonna figure out today as we play along with it.
Of course. And I just wanna say hi to Bruce. Thank you for joining us from Brooklyn. And
Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house.
And Ryan wants to know if you keep your phone in your pocket while you're doing flips.
Sometimes I do. I don't like how clumsy I am, and I've been known to shatter my screen before. So I'll keep zip pockets when I train, or I'll like find a spot like up high, far away, and kind of leave my stuff there.
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
Okay. You want to bring us back in their app?
Exactly. So here we are now back in the app. We have our options to do some things in Photoshop. We're going to start with the, well, actually, let's try the image first. Maybe that's what's going on here. Boom. So we're going to do an image layer. Let's try it one more time here. can also try this one, my friend. Do you mind if I pop it in my phone? Okay. We're gonna paint. Sometimes I like to sketch out what I'm gonna do. So I know I have like type over here. For this first one, I wanted to have like a figure, my figure, backflipping. So I know I'm gonna have like a backflip.
Okay.
I always think it's good to plan things out beforehand, even if it's like insanely low res and low quality.
Both with your parkour and your design?
Yeah, like a lot of the times I make a bad sandwich, is what I like to call it. So you start with something that is not that great or that cool, and you try to add nice, big, awesome pieces of bread before and after it.
Cool.
Same kind of thing that we're doing here.
Yeah.
We're just starting with the low res. Okay, cool. So I have this like sketch of what I want to do, right? Now let's try to add an image in here. We're gonna try this. I am really enjoying Photoshop Mobile. Boom. There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
From our photos. Oh my gosh, how did these photos get in here?
When did you take those photos on
Guys,
the phone?
I'm so sorry. Somebody gave me the phone. It just happened. Anyways, let's start with this one right here. So, boom, new layer has been added. We're going to scale this up. The cool thing about this is when we hit transform, you can actually toggle on a setting that makes any direction view size scaled and linked, opposed to just squishing an image,
which can happen accidentally all the time.
Exactly. So we'll click on this little scale button. We're going to lock this into place here, just like this, and zoom out a little bit so we can see what's going on. Boom. I think like right here is pretty good. I'm keeping in mind when I'm designing that this is probably going to be cropped at the top and bottom a little bit. So that is good to know. Now, I drew this stuff in my sketchbook, the title for this one. So we're going to go ahead and put that in here too.
Yeah.
I'm going to add from photos again. Oh, this one's pretty good, don't you think? Okay. We're going to call this one Solo Sesh. Why not? So I love doing this in my designs all the time. I'll take stuff that I've actually drawn and written, and I will populate it as type. By adjusting it and tweaking it as need be.
Fantastic.
This has been something that I haven't really been able to do on the phone at all up until now. So I'm going to show you how I do that right now.
Perfect.
We're going to take this and we're going to make a new adjustment layer. I've been teaching myself Photoshop, so I've kind of learned to do things the wrong way. I've been working what's called destructively, which is just like taking an image and adjusting it so that you can't undo anything. But the way this app is set up is completely with masks and everything, so that it is like generative, and you can go back and you can
retry.
Exactly, retry. Huge part of parkour too, by the way. So what we're going to do is make an adjustment layer, which actually doesn't tweak the image. It just tweaks the above thing.
Wow, so you can go back and change things.
Exactly. I
retry.
Doing the curves. We're going to take our curves and make our darks super dark and our lights super light. And you can see how I get some grain in like the little bit of solo there. Boom. Then we're going to add a mask to just our type, which is going to be solo session. So I'm going to take this and select area. We're going to do tap select this time because we don't really have any subject. And then we're going to subtract our white. Boom.
Does that contrast after you've removed the shadows from your initial image? Does that help selection?
Yeah, so the one thing that I do all the time, like if I were to just select this as is without adjusting it, it would be quite difficult to get a good selection because everything is relatively the same value or the same shade. So I'm just kind of tweaking out the white. I just want the black parts of this type. I just drew this with a Sharpie in my sketchbook, nothing too crazy. But I think it has a really great effect. So I'm going to confirm this. Anything that you mask that has those what's called marching ants around them, that's going to be...
Is that actually what they're called?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow, okay.
Marching ants like at a picnic. Apply as mask. Boom, layer masked. Oh, shoot. So I did this on the curves, which is no problem. We're just going to do it again for our type here. Quick select brush. Boom, boom. Now it kind of knows what we're doing. It's super intuitive the way you can mask on mobile just by tapping and using a brush. Before like other apps that I've used, I would have to like really spend time brushing things out. But now you can kind of just get it really fleshed out quite quickly.
It's also very clear that you have so much dexterity in making these adjustments by either zooming in or even adjusting the contrast as you did to get those selections really fine-tuned.
Exactly. And I have like this minus brush if I need to go smaller. Boom. Okay, so that looks pretty good. See, now we have clipped this up so that we only have our text on here. And this may look kind of awkward right now, but we're going to fix this up. No problem. One of the things that I like to do is make bold colors in my designs. If you can't tell, I'm a pretty colorful person all around. So I'm going to add a fill layer. This is going to be like, we'll do like a nice mustard, kind of yellow, maybe more like an orange, something like this, and a little bit darker. Let's try, oh, perfect. We're going to add this, and notice how when I open my layers, everything is automatically clipped. This is one thing that Photoshop Mobile does for you. It will clip the above layers to whatever you're doing. So my curves, which I'm going to just pop down right here, and then my color filler on top, and that's why my color looked a little weird. I'm going to unclip it to show you what would happen if I just made the color as is. Obviously, it just goes everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Less than ideal. Let's change that up, make this a bit more like mustard like we wanted, and then mask it or clip it again, excuse me. Boom. Okay, so you can actually group in Photoshop Mobile for iPhone just like you can on the desktop. So we're gonna group these right here to make it nice and neat. And then I'm going to transform this whole thing and scale it up nice and big.
Now we have a question coming in from Robert. Have you ever met a Devin Supertramp? I watched his YouTube videos.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I used to watch. I haven't met him before.
Okay.
But I've met some of the athletes he's worked with. A guy named Kalen Chan who did some of the Assassin's Creed parkour videos with him.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. He's a really sweet guy, and he's funny. I've met him before, so by proxy, maybe that counts. You know. Solo sesh. Okay, cool. I kind of want me in the middle. Everyone can see through my hair, hopefully. It's great. And then we're gonna do a couple things. So because this is grouped, I can go ahead and just say I don't want to see it right now. I keep everything organized. I would rename it, but we're kind of on a run and gun operation. So next thing I'm gonna do is make me stand above the text. So I'm gonna duplicate this layer, move it on above, and then we're gonna create a mask.
Yeah.
The cool thing about design programs these days is that they kind of anticipate what you're going to be doing ahead of time. So like whenever you're done transforming or moving, there's like a menu down here of like stuff you can do, which I generally want to do. Let's subtract this. Boom.
So while you're working on tightening this clipping mask here, can you maybe help inform the viewers more about your design process? Because you mentioned how you started as a parkour athlete, and you're kind of taking those aspects of planning, but also freestyle and free running. How does that affect your design process here?
100%. So I think that parkour is a really great thing everybody should become familiar with, because it's a lot about it's kind of like golf, and that's funny to say, but parkour is about beating yourself and trying to be better than you were the day before, kind of like playing against your own score, you know, doing the best that you can. It's also very communal, much like golf. So I think that is really great, because that is kind of like how design works. You should always be trying to iterate on yourself, trying to be getting better, learning more skills, more technical approaches to things. But you're also doing this as a team, as a group. Like we all should be looking out for each other. Mm-hmm. And throughout the years, I've learned that like you have to fail to succeed. That's especially true with landing things, trying your moves and your lines, and that's especially true with design and technique, and especially drawing.
Yeah,
you have to draw a ton of bad things before you can draw some good things.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah, so
the composition is coming along fantastically.
Here we go. Now we have things looking solid. I'm going to add a new layer. This is going to be an adjustment because I want to make myself a little bit brighter. Mm-hmm. I'm going to rearrange this so you can see what's going on here.
Yeah.
Brightness is actually going to be clipped up here. We just want to clip it to myself. So you can see like the red in my jacket is already looking more solid.
Yeah. Play around with those sliders a little bit more. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see how we can get this going. Good. Boom.
Nice.
And boom. Great. So this is looking pretty solid. We're going to do one more adjustment layer for the bottom. One of the things that I use mobile editing apps for most often is actually just editing photos and making them look good, like we can see over here.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do that now. Oh, we need to get out of here and make a new adjustment layer. We're going to do our curves a little bit for this layer. Yeah, make that a little bit darker. Boom.
Ooh, adding that contrast really makes that that yellow type stand out so much more. Or sorry, hand lettering.
Speaking of type, we're going to add one more thing at the bottom here. I like to do a little graphic designness of like unclean, low resolution handwriting and super clean type.
Got it.
I'm thinking something maybe condensed. We'll say, oh my gosh, I'm upside down.
Oh man.
Maybe, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That works.
I think that's funnier actually.
Yeah. So you can edit text or we can do text options. And the cool thing about this, we actually have color. And we can match it to the exact color of our type over there. But our font's kind of whack right now, so let's find something that's like condensed. We have access to Adobe fonts. So we get like a ton of really amazing typography.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look up condensed, C-O-N-D-E-N-C-E-D, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, S-E-D. Shows you what I know. Great. Let's do this, demi, done. And great, we can do this. Remember that handy dandy hack we had earlier, this awesome button right here? We can use this to scale up our type without warping it. And then we can check mark it, move it around. Oh my god, I'm upside down.
Out of curiosity, would you be able to use maybe a perspective or distort tool to mess with those a little bit?
Sure, let's organize our layers here so I'm not tapping random stuff. You can see our sketches covered up.
You have a wonderful layering, by the way. I tend to go a little messy, so
yeah.
Just like parkour, it seems like you're planning your composition out pretty well.
Yeah, our transform is over here. So if we wanted to, we can skew it a little bit.
Yeah.
And say, oh my gosh,
whoa,
like upside down.
It definitely adds direction to, it adds the energy that you were giving off in your flip.
100%.
That's I really like that. That's great.
Right?
Yeah.
So boom, there we go. Oh my gosh, I'm upside down. That's perfect. And we will actually, now that you mention it, we should warp this group here and see what happens.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Let's see it. We have to zoom out a little bit, but solo sesh.
Nice.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah.
I don't block too much of the type either.
Are there opacity changes at all in our mobile version?
Yes, you can change most anything. You can do blend and opacity if we wanted to actually change this blending mode.
Oh wow.
And honestly, I'm glad you brought that up because this gets some of that like roughness showing through.
Yeah.
Let's do, these are usually solid. Difference is a little too harsh for what I want, but we'll do like a little lighter color. I love playing with blending modes. The coolest thing about blending modes is you get to watch them occur live, and you can see what happens directly on your phone. You don't have to wait for like a delay and try a million things.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's looking pretty solid. A little bit of a masking impediment there, but it is okay. We're gonna be good to go.
So I think I missed it, but what blend mode did you end up using with this?
For the color fill, I just chose linear dot, aka add.
Okay.
So that's gonna make the color like just show up on our.
Is there something you can do maybe to the initial type that you have, that base layer? Is there any like a multiply function you can add?
Yeah, you could for some reason if you wanted to do like transparency. We can see what that looks like now.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just curious myself.
Yeah. Generally, when I do like this hand-drawn effect, I don't mess with the opacity or blending mode.
Yeah.
I try to just spike the lights and dip the dark values so that everything is like one color or another.
Got it.
And then
so
you can just
it keeps the detail too of what the initial.
Exactly.
I see.
Have a selective eye. 100%. So yeah, we'll call this one done. We're gonna go ahead and export this as PNG. Boom. Quick export.
Amazing.
We'll save our image. We would like to allow access And that is that. Okay, cool. So we have first one, but I filmed so many clips when I was out by myself that I actually have a second. I have enough videos for like a second Instagram post. So
got it. Let's
if
see
you want,
it.
we can make another one.
We got to make another one.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Boom. So we're gonna start from a photo this time. This also scrolls all the way down. That's one thing I didn't know. I thought we had like 4 options, but you actually have like many, many more down here.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid to scroll around, I guess. And here we are. Oh man, maybe we should start with this. No, another time, guys.
We'll see if we have enough time.
So I had the idea of doing like kind of a surrealist looking photo. Oh yeah, by the way, when you hop in, it gives you these options. One thing I want to do is actually hide the background right away. See, it already anticipates what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
That was pretty good, straight out of the gate. But one of the things I wanted to do is kind of like a surrealistic photo of just like me in like a sea of blue sky, and there's type behind me, and maybe it says something funny at the bottom.
Yeah.
So let's do it.
Can't wait for it.
Boom. Yeah. I am...
Nice kicks.
Oh, thank you, right? Oh, wait, we want to actually modify the mask that we already have. Edit mask. We're going to quick select more of these shoes right here. Perfect. If we can, we're going to change the size, like wicked small. We'll make the hardness like somewhere between the 80% value, and then we're going to subtract this little like line of stuff. And of course, I always erase my own leg. I hate when that happens.
Hate it when it happens. You're doing a flip, you erase your leg.
You erase your leg.
It's going to mess up your landing.
The real thing you erase is your pride. I'll tell you what. Great. So we have this right here, much like what we did before. We're going to make sure the photo looks solid. So we're going to add an adjustment layer. Boom. This is how you change everything on the photo. You don't actually change it on the image itself because, like I said, it is protective. It's not like destructive editing.
Yeah, so you're not editing directly on top of that image. You're adding a layer and then editing on that layer.
Yeah, so we're going to add some exposure, really pop out the kind of bright values.
Yeah.
I think that looks pretty solid already. Now I'm going to add my image.
I see.
Add from photos, and I'm going to take this blue sky. I took this picture when I was out training. I thought, wow, it could come in handy, and it sure did.
Yeah.
So we transform this, have our swag scale button on, and all of a sudden it fits the whole screen. I'm also going to add a new adjustment layer after I confirm this and say, okay, perfect. I want some curves. Curves are my go-to because you can change like all kinds of levels right away. I kind of like how we're getting a little more green value. Ever so slightly, I want to add that. And then a little more blue in the shadows. Boom, something like that, kind of teal.
Yeah.
Great.
I love that when you adjust those values, you can see them live, and it's also those values are not blocking like parts of the composition. You can see all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So there we go. So we have our curves, our sky. We can, for sake of demonstration, let me go ahead and rename this. Flyin, F-L-Y-I-N-N-N-N-N. Great. I have fun renaming my layers. I think everybody should. Obviously, if you need to send them to a client or something, it's probably better not to call it like Super Swag 1000.
Mm-hmm.
But I like to do that. So
I don't know, unless my client's business is named Super Swag 1000, then I'm going to have to name it that layer.
I guess so, huh? So the thing about grouping is sometimes it won't let you slide over if you're selecting the layer. So you can select the bottom, and then it automatically selects what you're on.
Yeah.
So we'll group this just so it's easier to transform. And I can actually go ahead and tap this over here and quickly, boom, one shot, scroll, see where everything's at, and also like reorganize things. We don't want that. We just want this guy down here. Oh, I think I have to be on it. Anywho, group. Our exposure should be up here. Sometimes my big fingers give me trouble.
Oh, please. They're definitely normal-sized fingers. But again, things happen.
Things happen. So there's our group. Fly in. We'll put that in there. And then we want to clip. Boom. Okay, cool. So it kind of looks like the lighting matches between both.
Yeah.
Now let's get the position right. Oh, we don't need to crop it just yet. We want to adjust the group. So I like to slide and see my layers, get a rundown of where everything is, and then transform. Scale and rotate. We'll kind of do like a leaning motion. We don't want, oh wait, I forgot. Number 1 rule, this awesome button.
Number 1 rule.
And sometimes you can even do like a perspective warp. Like if I wanted to like get my body a little bit higher up, I'm gonna do that like ever so slightly.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna transform this a little bit more. Apologies for everyone looking at the top of my head predominantly. I like to just see what I'm doing, I guess.
I think perspective really adds that motion. Even though in the picture that you're using for this, you're stationary, giving that perspective warp gives it that motion that we need.
Exactly. So here's my type again. I do this thing where I'll go in here, make sure everything's organized, perfect, and then I'll add an adjustment layer. And of course, me being me, working destructively, I have found a way to combine layers to work destructively. So I'll go ahead and show you that now. Generally not the best way to do things, but sometimes helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. We spike everything so it's nice and solid. We still get some like little bits of white showing through in the type. Boom. We're going to mask this now. So we can go select area. Quick select brush works pretty well for this. Boom, chill. Matt, when you work, do you work destructively or do you work more, what's it called, like safe?
I make layers to be destroyed. So if anyone tuned into our live stream right before this one, I was duplicating layers specifically with the intent of painting over them to be used for specifically that notion. I was using those to make strokes around certain shapes.
Drop in the comments, let us know, are you a destructive or a safe layer editor?
And be honest, because sometimes we forget.
We can tell if you're lying.
Oh, I wouldn't say that's true.
Perfect. Okay, cool. So we have our mask. There we go. So we're going to collapse this. Boom. And make sure we apply his mask. Boom.
Nice.
Chill day. So yeah, this one is kind of funny. I was like at an angle on my bed when I drew this, so it got a little sloped up. But that is no problem because we're going to transform and distort it a little bit.
Yeah.
So that way we can get a little bit more even grab of what we want. Perspective. We'll probably do something like that.
Yeah, we're getting some comments in the chat saying it seems like it's half and half, that we have some safe layer users, but we also have some honest, non-destructive Photoshop, or we have some honest, destructive Photoshop users.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm one of those people. I'm with you guys. You know, sometimes you just got to get it done.
Yeah.
Just got to get it done. Great. Let's add a fill layer.
Yeah, we have a very kind comment coming in for you that you are super fast with your Photoshop skills, but also it reflects the nature of your skills in parkour.
Aw, thank you.
So thank you for that comment.
Thank you very much, my friend. All right, let's clip this now. I can't get too big of an ego, otherwise I'll float away. Let's go ahead and clip this to layer below. You can see, boom, we have some chill type for our chill day already.
Chill.
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and group these. Oh, press the button, that would probably help. And then we're gonna rename it because I like to be organized sometimes when I'm getting paid to be. Type, yo. There we go. Let's move this, transform. Also, drop us in the comments. Have you had the chance to use the new Photoshop mobile app?
Yes, you were able to download that through links attached to this Adobe Live, and a lot of creators out there that are also helping show everybody what Photoshop on iPhone is capable of.
Yeah, there's a link on your Instagram, right?
There's a link on my Instagram.
Which is right here, guys. Matthew Jokro, just in case. I like to think ahead sometimes.
I love the way that you wrote that M.
Oh, is it like all funny? Yeah, it's kind of like 4.
You got 4 hills for 1 M.
That's because my man is just 4 times amazing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the comment.
Transform, that's what I'm looking for. Excuse me, y'all. We're going to rotate slightly. Boom. There we go. Also, I'm curious to know, do you have any like pet peeves when you're designing anything like file specific that really irks you? I'm curious.
I think more specifically for me, I love working with vector. So my preference is to have, if we're using like an effect in Illustrator, to have everything expanded out. Yeah, I think that's my pet peeve whenever someone hands me a
Expanded?
No.
I don't.
When someone has non-expanded files in Adobe Illustrator. But what about you? What are your pet peeves?
I'd like to say naming layers, but sometimes I don't name layers.
Oh.
When things are not grouped.
I work grouped. I need to work grouped. It helps with organization and moving things around, especially in Photoshop. Yeah. Sharon's asking, when is it going to come to Android? Soon. We're still working on that.
Yes, it's very difficult to make a mobile app, as it turns out, especially with something as complicated as Photoshop. So we have to trial run it, make sure it works, and then we can get it to everyone.
Yeah, the team is still working on bringing all your favorite tools from desktop to mobile.
Shout out the Photoshop team. Thank you.
Shout out to the Photoshop mobile team.
And huge thanks to Adobe for bringing me out here today. It's an honor to be on this show with everyone, and my friend Matt here.
Of course, yeah. So what did you write here? Sorry, I can't see super clearly.
So I just wrote staying cool, staying fly.
Staying fly, that's a great one.
And we're going to transform this and kind of move it where we need to. We have our awesome scale button. And we're going to also skew this up like we did last time, kind of for consistency. But something about this right now is it looks a little kind of mustard colored compared to that bright yellow.
Okay.
So I'm going to go in, edit text. I'm going to go into text options, and I can change my color right then and there.
Nice.
I can use an eyedropper. Eyedropper is awesome. And use that. Then we kind of drag it into place. Boom. And I realized for the last one, we didn't get the chance to crop it to the right ratio. So we're going to do that with this one so we don't have any unexpected issues going forward. So we can go ahead and scroll over to hit size. Ratios, 4:5. That usually works. Also 3:4. And we want to kind of blow it up, expand it in. Boom. Chill day, staying cool, staying fly with my man, Matt.
What aspect ratio is this, by the way? Is it anything specific that you'll post somewhere, or?
So if we saw earlier when I showed that swag equals the move.
Our first template.
I say that word so much. Our first template. That was like the aspect ratio of those thumbnails on Instagram. I think it's like kind of nice to have a good thumbnail because sometimes you don't want your face like.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Now I making custom thumbnails any chance I get because it just makes the video pop a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think it kind of adds a level of professionalism, even if it's like a hiccup. So
yeah. So what aspect ratio did you end up picking for this when you just cropped it just now?
3:4. 3:4.
Is that anything specific?
It's usually a good aspect ratio to post because it's not square. It will work like super vertical. It tends to work for 4:5. Which is a little bit more narrow, closer to like letter size paper.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to print it out, you could, I guess.
Dude, that's so cool. Is there anything else that you can maybe add into this to maybe make it pop that you are in the sky?
100%, yeah. So one of the things we can do is actually add like a selection and gen fill some stuff. Yeah. So like if I wanted some clouds or like an airplane, an airplane would be cool.
An airplane would be amazing. Or maybe even a parachute.
Parachute would be swag,
coming out
super cool too. So what we're going to do is hit this plus button here, hit empty layer, and we're going to select an area. We're going to go over to lasso. You can object select, rectangle, ellipse, magic wand. See, all this stuff is over here. You just got to scroll to get it. We're going to lasso, and right through here, let's see, I have like a cool diagonal going on with my body. So I'm going to kind of match this up and see if we can get a selection here. I'm going to put generative fill. And for this
super
prompt,
excited to see what this happens.
We're going to play, I think it's called a contrail, is like the tail that's
left
behind.
Yeah, it's a contrail that's left behind after an airplane,
so let's say jet plane far away, not way over, far away with contrail. Let's see what happens. I like tweaking hand-drawn elements a lot, which is why I use a lot more production AI than I do generative AI. But I think for adding things and getting that extra spice like this awesome result, that is perfect. Gen AI is like our perfect solution here. That's like far away. That's like super cool, actually. I kind of like the one that's a little bit more like evaporating or in the sky, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
Great. So we have that here. And on this layer, I might as well add some other things. Actually, one thing I am going to do is add some clouds behind me, but I don't want to like put clouds in front of me just yet. So I'm going to go back, hide myself because I grouped my layers like a good Samaritan. And there we are. Here we are, layer 1, and we're going to select area. So maybe over here we have like a select area. Oh, I have to like drag it back to place. There we go.
Nice.
Generative fill. What should we say?
Oof. I don't know. Just cloud. What do you want to do? A rainbow cloud? You could do any kind of
say
cloud.
gentle. I'm trying to be a poet here. Gentle. Gentle. Cumulonimbus is probably too specific.
Yeah.
Let's do gentle cloud. Drop in the comments what your favorite cloud type is. Are you a cumulonimbus person? Let's hear it.
I actually am. I love those clouds.
You love the big puffy ones.
Yes.
Gentle cloud, puffy.
They're giants that roam the skies. What can you say?
View from below. Let's see what that gets us. And that's
View
a good
from
place
below.
to start.
Yeah.
Because we're kind of looking up, but you also don't want like straight on.
Yeah.
In this instance. Yeah. One of the things I didn't do for this one is make a sketch, but that's okay because I had a pretty clear idea in my head. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, wow, great. Oh, yes. Banger. Let's add another one over here. Boom. We're going to add generative fill, and we're going to say, okay. Let's say, same kind of thing. Gentle, cloud, unique shape, maybe. I'm always so bad with prompts because I'm not like a language person naturally, you know. I'm more of like a visual person. If I can draw it, I have a good grasp on it. So I'm learning to get good prompts. If anybody has any recommendations, please drop them in the chat. We have some cumulonimbus fans. That's great.
Yeah.
Shout out our fans over there.
Yeah.
Gentle cloud. Anybody? Oh yeah. What does it say? Curious clouds? I like those too. Like they're kind of soft, jetty ones. Anyway, let's focus. Gosh.
Well, by the way, you were very profound with your words. Yeah.
Thanks. View from below. B-E-L-O-W. If only I was gracious with my typing and spelling.
I feel like my typing always decreases whenever somebody else is watching, let alone our viewers here. Yeah, I am just bad at typing. I just am.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm always looking for good prompts. Okay, this one's kind of nice. I like how subtle this is. It kind of matches with our background a little bit. We'll take that for now. And why don't we add like just a little bird for fun. I feel like that could be really cool. So we have this diagonal going on, with my body. Let's cancel that. We also have this oblique kind of angle going on with the type. So I think we can add a little bit of a bird here. That makes some sense, especially if it's in line with the cloud. I'm always thinking about how my elements point to each other. You don't really need a exact grid system to use grids as long as you have an understanding of where things are pointing.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to say, okay, this makes sense for probably more like a circle shape. We don't really need like a long bird. No storks today. We're going to say over here is a bird in the sky from far away. A wag, that's funny. A-away. Let's see, what other words could we use to make this specific? Flying pose.
Flying pose.
Sometimes it might get like a bird that looks like this.
Yeah.
We want like a cool bird. Anyways, bird in the sky from far away, flying pose. Side view, probably? Because we're kind of at the same level as the bird.
Yeah.
Maybe I think too logically for surrealist art. Who knows?
I think way too logically. Whenever I'm making something, there needs to normally be like a narrative attached for me to really be enthralled by the piece that I'm making.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty much perfect.
That's good. I love that.
Yeah. Okay, great. There needs. Yeah, I like a little bit of structure. I think it makes things make sense even when they're not supposed to make sense.
Can we see what you're like back in this?
Quickly, let's group all this so that we can move it should we need to. That's perfect. Group. We'll have this like under our type.
Yeah.
But not below our curves. We'll throw our chill type on there. And then guy. Boom. So we kind of have this going on here.
Yeah. Oh, dude. That is really cool.
It's getting solid. Cut off the plane a little bit, but I think it works.
But I think even kind of where the eagle, where the bird is kind of hugging where that Y is really nice. Yeah. But I was wondering if me being the more structured as opposed to surrealist, is there any way that maybe you can add more of a narrative to this piece? Because we have a bird here, we have an eagle, but we don't really know where it's coming from.
True.
Do you think we should maybe add like an island or the ocean or something right below the composition?
We could. You know what else would be cool is to kind of exaggerate the fact that like I am up in the sky. We could put like the little skyline right here or something.
Yeah, dude, let's do that. Yeah.
That's perfect.
Let's see what either Adobe Stock or what GenFill can do.
You think of some good prompts for me, okay?
Oh, no. Oh, man. Okay, well, once we get into GenFill, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, let me go ahead and put this in here. It's as easy as tapping those little carrots. Boom. Transform. So we're going to move our type back a little bit, and it's really nicely situated.
And you're scaling these correctly, the way that you have been?
Yeah, I'm kind of warping them. I'm like not as worried. You see how we have that gap in the C for the chill?
Yeah.
That works really well. I think we'll probably zoom in our background with that bird.
I see.
And then we have some more room at the bottom now for our GenFill. So because all this is here, we're going to try to make a selection around it. And I always like to separate things on layers. I'm a really bad digital artist because I paint on one layer. Maybe I shouldn't do that. It's hard to change things later.
Yeah.
It's like a real painting to me. But I try to keep things separate when I'm doing design. And that's the easiest thing about this app is like if you are on a bus, if you're going somewhere, if you're on the subway, you're in an Uber, in a car, chilling on your couch. You can do one thing, you can stop, save it, automatically cloud uploads.
Yeah.
I'm going to be brave and say like, let's do that right now. You can see it's like loading, refreshing, syncing up. If I need to like, Matt, oh my God, it's been so long, catch up with you, stop my design thing, and then be like, okay, I'm so sorry, I have to leave because I really got to do this Instagram post. I can get right back to it.
Yeah. What did you want to give a shot? Did you want to see if there's anything on Adobe Stock you might want to use? And
that's a great call. Let's use some stock. Let me pop this new layer open. I keep hitting this button, but I mean to press this one. Image layer, just blank layer. Great. Okay, cool. We want to go to stock.
Yeah, if you hit image layer, you should be able to access the stock.
That's what it is. Thank you. Add from Adobe Stock.
Let's see what's on there.
Yeah. Great. So we want to look up. All this is free. You can use this for all kinds of projects. Adobe Stock is awesome. It has tons of stuff you can use and jump off of.
Yeah.
So we're going to look for skyline. Skyline daytime. Let's try those two words.
Yeah, winter has a good suggestion later, but first we're gonna see if there's a skyline that we can use here, and if it's clipped well, we can add it into the background. But we're gonna get to your question in a second.
Yes, hang tight, my friend. Okay. You know, what'd probably be good is this one.
Yeah.
Because we can kind of mask this out pretty well.
Okay. Yeah. Let's give it a shot.
So we're gonna go ahead and pop this in. Boom. Not downloading asset. Can we place it quickly? Man, I sure hope so. I'm gonna design it sickly. Whoa.
Multi-talented parkour athlete, artist, and musician.
I don't know about that. Mostly I embarrass myself, but
no, you do not.
Let's do this. Mask, select area. So remember, we select what we keep, but we can also invert that selection. In this case, I'm gonna try to select the sky and have my lasso here. I want to do something different. We're gonna object
try
select.
tap select. It'll be all the way at the bottom.
Oh yeah, okay. Tap select. We're gonna tap select the sky, adding to the selection, and that worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Let's see how our marching ants look. Yeah, this building got a little clipped, but for the most part, honestly, that was solid.
Yeah. This is the Los Angeles skyline now that I look at it a little bit more closely. I'm based in Los Angeles, so this is a skyline I see very regularly.
Yeah. So we're gonna apply it as a mask. And then we're going to go in here to edit mask. We're going to invert it so that the rest is kept. And I'm just going to quickly snag this with the click select brush. I'm adding it. Boom. There we go. Is this the LA skyline? Is that right?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Come visit me in LA and you'll find out.
There we go.
There you go.
Perfect. So then we can take this and scale it. Over here to transform. Make our special button available. And I'm kind of going to just see where it would look good. We're going to put probably that type in front of this. Yeah, we're also gonna scale this down slightly.
You go urban free running right there.
Yeah. If anybody has seen the LA skyline, let us know. Are you from LA? Are you from elsewhere?
If there's anyone from LA, please shout it out in the chat.
Shout us out in LA. Likewise, if you're from Brooklyn.
We actually did have someone from Brooklyn earlier in the chat. So.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Represent. We gotta uncheck that to move it around. Curious to see where everybody's from.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay, great. So we have this. Cool. We have our like sky kind of clip. This looks pretty movie poster-esque.
It does. It really does.
We're gonna do two things. We're gonna make sure that building matches the background, just like my character, and then we're gonna put the type in front. And I think that's all the time we have today.
Yeah.
Great. So let's do this. We're gonna add an adjustment layer, and that is going to be, in this case, our curves. I'm gonna darken this up a little bit. But one of the things I'm also going to do is add an adjustment layer for the contrast, because as we know, things farther away have lower contrast, more atmospheric interference. So it'll make it look a little bit more like legit if we kind of dull down the contrast. And last thing we're going to add is a fill layer of like a color kind of like a grayish blue.
Let's check it out. I'm learning so much about Photoshop just watching you go at it.
Oh, shoot, man. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Look at that. So we can clip this, but it doesn't really matter. Actually, it probably does. We'll clip it to the layer below. So you can see this is like, oh, we cut off our building, but not yet. We're going to change the blending mode to something that's a bit more kind of gray. We're going to do screen, and that doesn't look exactly
It's definitely adding perspective distance here.
Yeah, see, so we lower our opacity a little bit.
Yeah.
We kind of get that distance from far away. Boom. Also, that doesn't mean it's such a strong element in our design. It doesn't have such contrast as like my black pants against the yellow.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be as loud and in front.
Yeah.
Last thing we're going to do is handy dandy group all of these things together and move them to the bottom.
Yeah. There's still one more thing on your checklist, because Winter was asking whether or not we could do 3-point perspective on Photoshop. If we're not able to get to that by the end of the stream, please feel free to answer that question, but we're going to make sure that, or we're going to try to at least get to that before we finish this.
Check back in soon, because as we go throughout the day, we're going to discover and explore more features about this amazing, powerful app, and you will get to learn some crazy stuff you didn't think was possible.
Exactly, yeah. All right, let's see what else you're able to do. Is this...
Great, so I think we're pretty much good here. One of the last things I'm going to do is transform this type, make it just a little bit smaller, scale and skew. Yeah. Great, and we're going to move this over here. Whoops. Move this over here, just like that. Staying cool, staying fly. Just like that, my friends, we have our finalized social media thumbnail poster.
Nice.
We're going to save this image, and then we're going to check it out in our photos here. Boom. Oh my God. Oh, sorry. Just kidding. So we have our solo sesh. Oh my God, I'm upside down.
Oh my God, upside down.
Chill day. Stay cool, stay fly.
Wow, you did a fantastic job with these. And everyone, please keep in mind, sorry, Winter, we were not able to get to your question, but you are more than welcome to download this on your phone and check it out on iPhone. And you can see whether or not it is able to do a 3-point perspective on generative fill. So, yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Bruce, for the awesome comment. And thank you, everyone who tuned in today. You can follow Matt and I both right here on Instagram if you want to see these final posters. I'll probably post another parkour session soon. Huge thank you to Adobe Live for having us out here.
Yeah.
And we'll be on the next stream.
And I just want to reiterate, because we didn't get to it in this live stream, there's a free eBoy file for you guys to access and to move around and to really get to learn Adobe Photoshop on iPhone and to really see whether or not what you can do with adjustment layers, what you could do with Gen AI. That's all available to you guys now directly on the Apple App Store. So again, thank you guys so much for your time, and tune in next to our live streams.
Peace.
Thanks.
We are gonna get into Lightroom Classic and edit some of my street photography. I like to kind of go through my images, and one of the things that I love to do is give them a color label, and doing the shortcut keys, like either 6, 7, 8, or 9, I believe, are like the colors. So I like this one. And sometimes I like to just see if I can find stories, right? Color stories. So now we can go over to this bottom section here, and if I click on blue, all these are the photos that I selected. So that's amazing. Like that keeps things organized. Now you can see kind of a little story happening here. How do we start with this? Let's go ahead and just do a little auto moment with white balance. I'm gonna bring down the contrast a little bit. I'm gonna bring down the highlights because I want some of that detail. Bring up the shadows. Do you see how now this becomes like a way more dynamic image? But one of my favorite things to do, of course, is do a little copy settings here. If there's any other images in that set that works for that, then I can just apply and then make tweaks again. So I can just kind of paste these settings onto this one, and Command V, I can paste these settings onto this one as well. And there we go. We have a little bit, ooh, look at that. Let's do a little bit of a different color story because I do want to show a little bit more of how we can use layer masks. So let's go ahead and do a little white balance auto. That looks way better. So let's go down actually just to the transform area because there's some odd things going on in here. So I'm gonna just give it a go with the auto. Let's bring it in though. Let's make this like really just like a headshot here. So let's go ahead and kind of copy those settings again and see if they can work for our other images here. So let's paste that. Ooh,
that color is
okay,
nice.
okay. So let's go ahead and increase the exposure. If we're feeling like this is like too hot, we can always go into the layer mask, select objects, and what I like to do is just kind of select those areas. And let's say I want to kind of select this like hot spot right here. It'll just kind of know to select it because it's kind of bright. And it'll all combine it into the same mask. There we go. And now we can bring down the highlights, bring down the exposure even. Look at that. Perfect.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even think about doing that.
Yeah, so if we turn, and this little eye mask shows you what you just did. So let's go ahead and make another mask. Let's select a sky.
Oh yeah, selecting sky, easy.
Easy. Go ahead and go down to this little point color. Now we can just do is select that color, right? And now I'm gonna like work to make it a little bit closer to that like color that's from the
like teal on the window? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go down here as well and give it a little auto moment. Okay, perfect, that looks good. I'm gonna bring this down just slightly. Copy those settings again, and let's paste it on this one. Let's do a sky mask here. Okay, so let's go ahead and pump up that saturation if we can, bring that down a little bit. Now what we can do is do a linear gradient.
Ooh.
So that it's just all of this over here. And let's like increase the contrast a little bit. I'm gonna use my little generative AI remove tool here to kind of get rid of all this stuff right here.
Boom, done.
Easy.
Easy.
So let's go ahead and do another object mask, and let's have it select this whole little section over here. Let's go ahead and use the point color. Now let's kind of play around. See? Oh,
we're trying to match that color.
Trying to match that color. We can do the primaries. Primaries. Let's go ahead and bring that contrast down a bit. Bring those highlights, and then let's bring up those shadows. Look at that. Ooh. So now let's definitely pump up the vibrance. I think we need.
Yes.
Ooh, look at that.
It's so good.
Oh, it's so good. You guys.
That's crazy.
Go down to point color here. Let's just make these a little bit like more vibrant. I don't know. Just increase the saturation just slightly.
Someone said almost the same color as my shirt. Look at it. Like that is almost a perfect color match there.
So let's copy paste that. Let's do it on both of these.
Primaries. I love the color story of just like finding those primary, and you have the green, you have the blue, you have the red, like it's all there in just different ways. Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Okay, can we do the first three real quick?
Yes.
Okay, chat, we're doing photo stories. Amazing.
Amazing.
Love those second two together. And then we worked with primaries in these three photos.
Okay, this we could probably deepen the green a little bit, you know.
Oh my gosh, I love this. So I love finding those color stories, chat. If you're going out and doing street photography, find a color story and then watch the stream again to learn how to do point color, to edit everything together, to get it cohesive. Bye.
Bye.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm here with Andrew Hockrattle.
Hello, hi. I like that everyone's on the blue theme today.
We're on the blue theme. It's Photoshop.
And yeah, why are we on the blue theme today, Finn?
Well, Photoshop Mobile came out for iPhone today on the App Store. So we're celebrating that. It's also Photoshop's birthday, belated.
It's true. It's weird that it all happened at the same time. So last Thursday, last Wednesday maybe, was the 35th?
35th.
35th birthday. Me too. Photoshop. My birthday wasn't then. My birthday's in April, but also 35. But we are talking about Photoshop on iPhone today, and we have looked at kind of an overview during our first stream. We created a little book cover, and then last stream we'll get to what we did. But this stream we are going to piggyback off last stream and show how you can expand from your iPhone into other apps. So we're going to go from Photoshop to Adobe Express. We're going to go back to desktop and show how you can kind of use your iPhone with all these different pieces. So let's talk real quick about what you did on the last stream if we want to go to the phone cam real quick.
Let's do it.
Phone cam, where are we, phone? There we go. Okay, so talk to us about what you created here and kind of what the last stream was.
So in our last segment, we created a couple different social media thumbnails for Instagram videos. So I used the Photoshop mobile app to combine some like hand-drawn typography that I did and some photos I took for these parkour vlogs, essentially.
That's rad. Yeah. So there are a couple pieces here that we are going to change a little bit. But if you don't know, chat, you can actually use Adobe Photoshop files in Express. Very easily, it will bring all of your layers in there. And so since we are working here, this is a cloud doc. So this is a PSD-C, I want to say it is. And even though we're working on the phone, it is saving to the cloud. So check this out. We have this file here, right? I'm going to set this down, right? No hands. And we're going to hop over to my computer screen and check this out. So we are going from phone to computer, and I can actually go to Photoshop right here. And this is what we did on my stream, is we can go to File, Open, and check this out. I'm going to go to Cloud Documents right here, and I'm gonna go to Shared with Me, and Finn has actually invited me on both of these to work on the files.
Exactly. Boom.
So what's really cool is I can tap here, and boom, this is going to be another image that you created during that last stream. But the best part about this is this was all created on Photoshop on iPhone. But check it out. I have all of my layers here. Like everything that we would have done in Photoshop on our computer is here from the phone.
It's pretty cool.
It's really, really cool. And so what we're gonna do is there's a couple pieces here that are not gonna translate to Express, but we'll try it anyway and see what happens. So when converting from Photoshop to Express, it's easiest to have like flat files, and there are a lot of adjustment layers in there, which is fine. Let's see what happens. Yeah. I can go over here in Express to My Stuff, and then we can see files right here. These are files that have been shared with me, right? I changed that over here to shared with me. And check this out. All I need to do is click here and then do create new Express file. We are going to do it as the same size. So let's see, we want to do custom size. No, wait.
We can do Instagram story. I think that's the same size.
Yes, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Instagram story, I was guessing that it was that. And so let's see, it's pulled, oh, drama. Okay.
Bum, bum, bum.
What's cool here, so we're gonna change this a little bit. What's cool here is that this is a linked asset. So it's actually pulled in the PSD as a linked asset instead of its individual pieces.
Kind of like InDesign.
Yes, so what's cool, oh, this is gonna be actually really rad. Let's hop back over to my phone. And what's really cool is I can grab on the phone here, and we are going to have you just be less like tilty. So I'm gonna use Photoshop on iPhone here to just rotate you. I want it more like horizontal. So we're gonna rotate you just a little bit here.
Cool.
And then we're also going to, oops, I moved you too much. Come back. Okay, there we go. I also am going to maybe change the color of what's happening here in the background. And it looks like you have an adjustment layer for the text.
That's right.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to take this and we are going to pull this out, which I actually learned from you. I didn't realize that you could just like slide it out to grab all the layers.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to change this color fill here. We're gonna edit the color, and I want this to be like more of a like blue. There we go, sure. So we're gonna hit that, and check this out. It is saving right now, so it looks good. I'm just gonna go back to the home screen. It's going to save, and you can see this little like spinning circle refresh on the image here. And so once that syncs to the cloud, and chat, I'm saying this with like never have testing this before. Once it syncs to the cloud, in theory, in my brain, because it is a linked object in Express, it should, cross your fingers, update in Express as well. So we'll see what happens with the linked assets to see if we get those colors.
Yeah.
But let's go back to my screen. Okay, synced until 4. Oh no, this is a different. This is a different one. This is a different file. Okay, hold please. What I can do? Hold on. What I can do? Hold on, chat.
Can we airdrop this file here?
I could. Okay, hold on. Wait. All right, chat. We're gonna try something. We're gonna try something different. Okay, we're gonna try something different. Here we go. Oh, can we do it that way? We can't do it that way. All right, we're not doing that, chat. We're on like 7 different accounts, so we're not doing what I talked about.
Tricky. Yeah.
But that's fine. Okay, so what we can do is we did make that on iPhone, and so I do have the cloud dock here still. And so I can grab this cloud dock, right? And what I could do is just save this as a PSD. So we're gonna save this as a PSD, and we're gonna work this around. Just regular PSD into the downloads, save that. And now we can bring it into Express, and we're just gonna hit the plus, and then we're going to upload media. We're going to grab this solo sesh, open it, and then choose convert PSD to an Express file.
Wow, okay. And this will give us like a breakdown of all the files kind of separated?
Yes, so it should grab us all of the layers.
Yeah.
And so this is just to show you, and this actually could be easier if you're on the phone kind of going straight through. But this is a great workaround if it's not working for you. You can create everything on your iPhone and then just open it in Express by downloading it. So it's gonna upload it, it's gonna break all the layers down. I do think it's gonna break a couple things because we have some adjustment layers that aren't compatible with Express.
We're gonna find out.
We're killing this demo.
Yeah.
But we are gonna be getting in a second to some street photography. I just wanted to show what this workflow could look like to then animate your work. So
a lot of the time when I start my projects, it's often like on a sketchbook or an idea, but sometimes being able to kind of flesh out your thoughts in a rough draft like right away is super useful because then you can take it home wherever you need to be, bust out the laptop, put it in here, and you're good to go.
Yep, 100%. Okay, we're gonna let that convert for a little while, whatever, we'll come back to it. Let's hop in and talk about photography. Do you photograph?
I do.
Are you a photographer?
I would say I am a amateur photographer.
Okay, I like
dabble
that.
with passion.
I like that. Okay, back to my screen. We tried to stall and then it finished. So we're gonna go ahead and open this file and see what happened here. Oh, not that much broke.
All right, sweet.
So what I can do is we created this obviously on Photoshop on iPhone, and then I go right into Express, and I just want to see you tumble on in. So I'm going to click on you right here, and you can see all of our layers right here that we created.
No way can I do a tumble.
We are going to do a tumble.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Right there. We're going to do
That's
a tumble, and that looks good. And then we might just have you do a loop of a spin.
Oh, that's really, look at this.
Pretty cool, right?
So, and like all you just did was one click.
Yeah, and so this is why I love the combo of the two, of using Express with Photoshop on iPhone. And in theory, we could do a lot of this actually on iPhone. So let's go ahead and hit play. Boom. And it looks like there is a copy of you somewhere in there. So that is probably a remnant from a...
Might be the base image.
Oh, it is the base image.
But do you think we can put some kind of layer in there?
Do you know what? This is like one of my favorite things to do actually.
Really?
Is we can grab this base layer and then I just use generative fill to like remove you. So you can come in here, right? Smart. So you can come in here. We can do, okay, select the image. Yes, edit. We can go into insert object. And then where you are, we just go over that super quickly.
Boom.
Let's see. And it will actually remove you from the area. So I do this all the time, specifically to do this kind of animation. You just go over the whole area, and then we're just going to just put sky, insert, and then it should remove you from that from the
that
background.
section. Are you the type of person that gets very specific or very loose with your prompts? Like you like to be
Oh,
surprised?
I'm super loose. Because I like to just throw something out there and then like refine it as you go.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yep.
Yeah, look on the top.
Got it. So
Perfect.
now when I play it, it should be a bit more. There you go.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it filled in that
perfect.
background for us so that we have you fly in.
Yeah.
And then spin. So again, if you're trying to go on the fly doing social media and then
Get it to fly.
yeah, working on your iPhone and then in Photoshop and then pull it into Express, super easy workflow there. And yes, he isn't wearing a helmet. Do be careful.
Don't try this at home, y'all.
Don't try this at home.
I have a lot of experience and a lot of practice, and you should too if you try anything like this.
Also,
learn the right way.
I used to do parkour when I was in high school.
Is that right?
I did. I was quite the parkour kid. I was backflipping off walls and everything. Okay, let's hop over an iPhone. Let's get started on some street photography. I love taking pictures. There we go. I love taking pictures. And so I've kind of grabbed some pictures that I've taken over the years here. And we're just going to start from our own photos. We're going to add from the camera roll right here. And I want to do...
Oh, nice.
Let's go ahead and do this photo because I think that it's like really nice.
Whoa, where is that?
Right? I believe... I think this is in San Francisco. And as you can see, when you are bringing in a photo, there are options for you to do like really quick things. And so you can hide the background. We can do a solid color background, black and white background. So really easy to kind of just tap what it thinks you're trying to do. But we're going to go to the editor and now we can start working with this image. So I think the first thing that I want to do is I don't like this car being here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take like specifically that car out and generative fill, and I might try to take out all these cars actually.
Let's give it a shot.
Let's give it a shot. So what we can do is we are going to select area right there, and we do have a quick selection brush. We also can tap to select, but what I'm going to do is I think that I'm just going to lasso these. So we're going to do a really loose lasso around this whole area, and I just want to see if I can get these cars out of the picture. So that looks like I selected all the cars pretty well. And we're gonna hit OK, and it's gonna make that selection for us. Looks like I got pretty much everything I want out. Then we're gonna go to generative fill, and we are just going to type nothing and hit generate. And in theory, it should remove those cars for us. We're also gonna try this with the remove tool, which is new, but is in Photoshop on iPhone, and see what happens.
Is that something I should do normally? Because usually I hit remove, replace, blah,
so
blah, blah.
don't put verbs in your prompts. Like don't tell to do anything. Sometimes you can prompt to like inform what it should be.
Like empty
so
street.
I'm gonna do an empty street. So if you're trying to remove something, usually don't put anything in it, and it will figure out what you're trying to remove and replace it with what's around it.
Good to know.
So here it did see that there were other cars and tried to replace like more cars in there. So let's see what happens if we get empty street. Let's see, no cars. And usually negative prompts have been on the mend, so they've been working on negative prompts and making them better, but every now and then doesn't quite hit, but let's see what happens here. Okay, cool. So it's not working, but guess what? I'm gonna sneeze real quick. No, I'm not. Oh, I might sneeze. Oh, my head's gonna explode. Okay, what I can do is, thank you. What I can do is I can actually just use the remove tool. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to retouch and we're going to go to remove, and check it out. Our selection is still there.
Right.
And so I can just go in here and paint in the remove area, and it's going to maintain that selection. So just like in other versions of Photoshop, it is going to allow me to paint within a selection. So when we let go there, it is going to think about it and it is going to remove all that area. I'm so curious as to what it's going to put in there. Okay.
Hey, that kind of worked.
Not terrible.
No.
Not great, but not terrible. So let's try this. Let's try to do...
Should we gen fill on top of that?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. Okay, so let's do that. Let's take here, and then let's generative fill on top of the remove tool. So the remove tool took all the cars away, and then let's see if gen fill can bring back some of that detail of the street. And I actually do think this is going to work. I say that.
Knock on wood, everybody.
No cars. Oh, actually, hold on.
Trash cans. Oh,
hold on.
Oh, I don't see a vehicle.
I don't see a vehicle, and that's a bit better. So we're going to hit OK there, and I am not mad about that at all. Okay.
Cool.
So we've got pieces. That looks good. And yes, we are working non-destructively, but I am going to kind of pull some things around here. And I might want to change some colors. So I do like the red and yellow that's going on, like the kind of primaries, red, yellow, and green. The thing that's kind of killing something for me is this sign. I really want this sign to be like this green sign.
Oh, yeah.
Just to have that balance. Sure. And so very easily we can do a couple different things here. I am gonna try to do a selection there, and then I'm going to try to just paint in green and then multiply it down so we still get the text coming through. So let's go ahead and let's do select area. We are going to do the quick selection brush and see if we can just grab like the majority of this area.
One of the things that I really like about the mobile app so far is how when you paint, it's not precise. It does kind of guess what you're trying to select.
Yep.
Because in previous apps I'd use, like, I have big fingers that hide a lot of what I'm trying to do. It would, select things I didn't want to or brush over, and it'd take a long time. This seems to be really
my freaking fingers.
Useful.
Yes. Oh, look at this. It's actually pulling all of these different
objects.
elements
So cool.
As different things to tap to select. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So let's do a quick selection, see if we can grab just this piece. Oh, let me actually do the selection. Yeah. All right, select area. Let's see here. Tap select. Let's see if it finds the sign for me. I doubt that it will. Ground sky. No. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see if we can grab. Yes. Perfect.
Boom.
Actually perfect. Okay, so let's go there. We've got a selection. It looks like it's missing a couple little pieces, and so we can actually select the area and then add in those pieces that we've missed.
Yeah.
Okay, not too bad at all. I am gonna get in here, and actually, I really like more so than any other thing that I can zoom in like so far here.
You can see every pixel. That's
and
for
get
sure.
like every little piece that I want.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's grab this little piece right here too. Thank you. Okay, so now we have our selection. And that looks like a pretty good selection. That little light is going to be in the way, which maybe we'll remove. We'll see what happens. But with that selected, we are going to go and I am going to do a new layer here. And we are going to fill this. So we are going to go over here. Oops. With a selection, I want to... Can I make a new layer with this selection?
You might have to mask it and then duplicate.
Yes, that's I was like, there's like a million ways. And again, there's a million ways to do everything here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to create a mask. So I'm going to apply it as a mask, and that looks fine, whatever. And what I'm going to do is I am going to duplicate that layer. So we're going to duplicate. Where are we? Duplicate here. Then I'm going to delete that mask. So we're going to delete mask. And now I have a clean layer of just that mask. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the layer mask and then load this as a selection. And now we have a selection of just that area.
Cool. So did you essentially like just flatten it?
Yep. Flatten it and then use it as just like using it as a shape.
Cool.
Cool. So from there, I am going to really quick. Let me go ahead and...
Thank you, Wade and Cody, in our YouTube chats for dropping those links. And shout out to everybody joining us on Adobe Live.
What's up, everybody?
Thanks for being here.
So I'm going to do a new empty layer, and then I am going to load that selection. So we're going to come back here. We are going to load this as a selection. Then I'm going to go to that empty layer and grab my brush. And then I'm just going to paint in that green color. And here's something that I learned. You can tap and hold and then sample a color.
Awesome.
So I want to sample that perfect little green color, and then I'm going to bring it over here with my brush, and then you'll see that I'm just painting in on that selection. We can change the size of the brush, which I want, and then we are just going to paint over this whole area. And then, because it's on its own layer, I'm going to change this layer to be a adjustment layer. So we're going to go to our... deselect, there we go. Then we're going to go to layer properties, and then here I am going to change blend and opacity to multiply.
Okay, not mad about that. Color burn is not bad. Color burn might be fine if I bring the opacity down a bit. But I'm trying to match what's happening over there.
Yeah.
And so I think it's not too bad on some of these. And this is literally the only way that I use blending modes. Like
Me too. I wish I was an expert in understanding what they do, but I just understand how they look.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that I am going to do like a multiply here. Actually, let's do color burn and then just bring this down. All right.
It has a good balance now, yeah.
Not mad about it. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I also want to just add some adjustments to this overall image. And so what I want to do is I want to add some adjustment layers. So we're going to go here, we're going to go to adjustment layers, and here I want to go hue and saturation. We are going to saturate this quite a bit. And what's happening immediately is that it locks to the most recent layer. So I want this to be over the whole thing, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to have to detach this. So we're going to unclip the layer because I want it over the entire image. And then I'm going to just edit this adjustment layer. How do I edit my adjustment layer? How do I get this back? There we go. All right, so let's give it, do we want to go like neon with it?
Might as well.
I'm not mad about this.
Let's do it. Let's do like a cool poster vibe.
Yeah, I'm definitely not mad about this. So lightness, I do want to keep it just about the same. We can go to colorize, and that's going to make it like one color. Not quite what I want, but I also can shift individual colors. And so let's say that I really want the reds to come out more. I can choose red, and then I can saturate those reds more to really get like some oomph out of it. And I actually am going to go back and lock this back down to where it was. I don't want to go neon, but I am going to just like punch these colors super hard.
Let's do it.
So we're going to saturate the yellows. Like I definitely want to get the primaries looking like super poppy. So you can see there I'm bringing the yellows out, I'm bringing the reds out, and now I want to bring some of those greens out as well. So we're going to go to greens here, and we are going to super saturate those greens and make them a bit lighter as well. Nice. I do hate the adjustment layer that we did. I think it looks super tacky. Okay, let's take that off. And then I'm maybe going to just adjust my brightness here. So we're going to do another adjustment layer. And if you have worked with Photoshop, the whole thing is working non-destructively. What does working non-destructively mean, Finn? While you say that, I'm going to blow my nose. I'll be back.
Non-destructively means you're very kind to everybody and you're very friendly. No, I'm just kidding. Non-destructive is about maintaining integrity in your layers so that you can come back and change things should you need to.
Yes, 100%.
So like destructively means working on an image and making an edit that permanently changes it. You can't go back and tweak the original image.
Yep, I like to think of it as like scrapbooking, that you're just like stacking stuff on top, and it's like
that's a good analogy.
Like putting like a clear piece of plastic and then like drawing in something with a whiteboard marker or whatever. Right. So all the pixels stay the same, but we can add stuff on top. So back to the phone cam, which I just hit, so it's probably going to be misaligned. Hold on, hold please. Okay, we're good.
Solid.
We're close. I'm so sorry, studio manager. I'm so fired. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. We'll get there. Okay. Yes. We did it. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm so fired. And how loud does Andrew sneeze? Oh, like aggressive. You could probably hear it without the microphones. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to add some exposure curves. I'm probably going to actually change a lot of these. And if you want to work with an image and have a crazy like pop out of it, Finn, pop quiz for you. Do you know the difference between vibrance and saturation?
Oh my gosh. So let me take a guess because I don't know. Saturation is how close to the pure color you get, and vibrance is like how light the colors are?
Sort of.
Okay.
So saturation increases the intensity of that color. Sorry, intensity of all colors. Vibrance only does the intensity of the least bright colors. So it takes the values of the lowest colors and increases them to be equal with the other. So we're going to add a vibrance layer right here, and we are just going to pull the vibrance up. And we'll see how we pull it down. We still have some color in there, but vibrance is allowing us to really punch those colors
like
that
the
are
blues in
the
streets.
midtones. Yes. So you can see over on the sidewalk bottom left is a great example how blue those colors get.
Is it over here? Yeah. Okay.
And so the saturation is actually going to look terrible because as we pull the saturation up, it's pulling all the colors up. And so see how like muddy it gets, and especially like
Crunchy.
around the lights, like it's just crunchy. And so doing the vibrance instead is going to allow us to not have the crunch on that light, but still have a lot of the pop in what's happening down over here.
There you go. Thanks,
Okay,
Andrew.
so this is looking okay. I don't love it yet, but we're getting there. The next thing I want to do is I want to adjust the brightness. So we're going to go ahead and go here. We're going to do another adjustment layer, and we are going to do the, let's do curves, because we can do that pretty specifically.
Curves are my favorite adjustment tool. I really like to see like exactly what's going on.
There we go. So I want like really, really bright, and then I actually don't want that much contrast. I kind of want to level it out a little bit and have a little reverse curve. Now the reds, I do want to like boost those reds and kind of cross process because I want it to have very contrast intense colors. I almost want it to look like it's been like a 3-color print. Like I want it to be like a green, yellow, red, black print. So I'm going to try to crush these colors quite a bit and find where on this little curve, and if you can see, oops, no. Ooh, can we delete a specific point? We can.
Isn't that nice?
So you can see the little overlay that's happening there that's kind of coming down here is I'm finding on that where I can put a point that isn't going to like overwhelm my image, right? So you can see as I follow that, it really is following those rays. If I pull it over here, it's going to look really crazy. So you want to find somewhere on that growth to put kind of your starting point. And at the end, you can pick where you want it to. So this is going to crush it down.
Right.
And here we want those to really thrive and almost look like they're like full on red printed.
And if I'm not mistaken, we're in RGB mode, and that's a level of darks to light, like a map of them in the photo. Right?
100% yes.
Okay.
And so same thing here is I actually want these greens to get crushed down pretty far because that's not one of my core colors. And so that, as I push this down here, it's going to keep taking those greens out more and more.
Right.
So I don't quite want to push it that far, but I am going to take it about there. And then the blues, I want to boost the blues a lot. So we're going to boost these blues up here so that we see them in that bottom corner, but then also take them down so that we're not overwhelming the highlights. So these right here are the low lights. So these are like the shadows, and I want those to really have a lot of blue. But the highlights, if I brought them up, you can see that bazaar is like really glowing over there. And I don't want that much blue, so I'm going to keep it down so it stays pretty white. Cool. Okay, that's good.
Do you have like a checklist when you go through your photos to edit? Like you start with curves, you start with this, that, and the third?
I don't. I kind of go for what is the like vibe that I want.
Right.
So like here, I wanted to start out and I want it to feel empty, so I know that I'm removing things first. And then I really wanted it to feel punchy, so I need more saturation. So as I'm like looking at it and feeling the vibe of the photo, I know what tool I need to use to accomplish that vibe.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So we have some of those pieces. I think it's looking pretty okay. What I do want to try is to add in a little bit more blue in this bottom left corner and in a couple places. So I'm going to add a new empty layer. And I'm going to grab my brush, and this is kind of a little hack, I guess. We're going to do a 0% hardness on the brush. We're going to do it as a very, very large brush. So we're going to make a large brush. We are going to keep those the same, look good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sample like this blue. So like a very like light blue.
Okay.
And the reason I want it so light is because I'm going to multiply it down. So check this out. So what I'm going to do is kind of just paint in like a little bit of a blue piece on either side here. And then what I can do is take that whole layer and I am going to change that layer to have a multiply. So we're going to multiply there. And you can see, right, that I'm starting to get more of that color. And even a color burn is giving me more on the store over there.
The darker color's nice. Got some purples in there.
Yep. And I think that the color burn is getting a lot of the intensity on the ground, but not pulling the light. So color burn basically won't affect like lighter colors because they're already so light. And so this is kind of pulling it through. And someone is saying, hey, Wade, are you streaming roll or troll episodes? Oh, chat. We gotta call out our friend Wade. So if you're watching this over on Twitch, there's other content that happens throughout the week, and one of those shows is called Roll or Troll with our friend Wade Acuff. Absolute all-star, such a fun show. Wade, you're the moderator. Please plug all the things about your show, where they can follow, where they can watch more of the show if it's coming up. Let us know, Wade, where all the things are.
You're the man.
Yes. And Cody says, shout out to Finn.
Shout out, Cody.
All right, so I have my colors there. I have the blue. I want to do a little bit down here for like the road.
Before you go on, could you quickly show me just eyedrop on and off, like what it looks like with and without that
yes,
layer?
Let's do it. Okay, so let's put
really
this
curious.
up here.
Yeah.
And then, oops, can I turn this on and off right there?
Yeah.
There we go. So you see that it kind of, over here especially, it has like not a lot of that blue. And when I turn it on, it's really like crunching down those mid-tones to be colorful. And so it just helps you to add a little bit of color to what you want.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello to Enat and the homies back at Pratt. What's up, Gavin?
Yes, Pratt friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the road, I'm trying to think of like what else I want to see in here. I kind of don't love how open the sky is, but I kind of want to put something there.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do is I think that I want to see if I can make a selection. I think I want to crush down the entire image, make a selection, and then put a texture like in the background that is more of like a blue and green texture. So you can have the primaries just like, no, I want like a full like Shepherd Fairy style, like wallpaper kind of texture.
Sure. Yeah.
It could look crazy, but I think it's gonna look interesting.
Let's try it.
It could be terrible, but it might be great.
That's how the best things are done.
Right? Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, hold on, let me think of my steps. I need to make a selection of the sky. I need to be able to have that as a selectable area. So I might need to break it out.
The sky. Okay.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna open up our layers panel. I am going to make a new layer, new empty layer. I am going to use this layer to merge visible. And what merge visible does is it basically takes all of your layers and merges them onto one layer. This is probably going to break, and I'm probably gonna have to undo it, but let's see what happens. That's what I thought. Okay, so it is merging all the pieces. Okay, so what we can do as a workaround here is we are going to make a copy of all of our layers, unvisible one of those groups, and then merge it down. So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, this is gonna be so crazy. Wait, you did this in your last stream. How did you select multiple things?
So the thing you have to do is tap one thing that you need. Yep, and then you can select multiple, and then use those check marks.
Okay.
And then you have the option to group or do more settings.
Cool. So what we're gonna do, chat, is we are going to grab all of our layers here. We are going to group them. Then I'm going to take this group. No, I don't want to select anything.
You can just hit the caret.
My selections have been selected. So I'm going to duplicate this entire group. I'm going to turn off this bottom one so it's not visible. And now when I choose merge visible, guess what? We have all of our layers that are not visible as a safety, but I need a flat version of the image. So I can go to merge visible, and it is now going to merge all those pieces. You need to go away. We are over you. So now I have all of my layers still hidden down here if I need anything specific, but I also have a version of the image that is just flat. And so I'm gonna use this as my selection. And we're going to go select area, and here I am going to tap select. I wanna see if I can get the sky.
We have the ground. Oh.
That's not wrong.
That's pretty good.
That's not wrong.
I guess we have the
That's
sky
not
too.
wrong at all.
Perfect.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so we're gonna use that. I think it got, yeah, because that's all buildings, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Sweet. Yeah.
Dang,
pretty
that's
much.
crazy.
That's pretty spot on.
Okay, pretty spot on. I am gonna go down here and grab some of these pieces. So I'm gonna go to select area. We're gonna click selection brush, and then I'm going to grab some of this area as well. Oh, that's a building. Oh, there are little like building pieces in here. Okay, so let's see if we can get.
Welcome, Lorian, in the chat. Hello, hello. We're doing some street photography for those just popping in. We're using our new super awesome Photoshop for iPhone to do this stuff by hand on our phones. Pretty cool.
It's magic. Okay, don't even try to get that. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Join us for some of our shows coming up next.
Got it. Oh yes, what's going on next? Talk about it, Finn.
Next up, so right now we're doing new ways to edit some street photography. After that, Berkeley and Emma are gonna hop on and talk about some photo collages for Instagram. So check that out.
Sweet. Okay, so what happened here, we have just our sky now. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go and I'm going to add an image layer. We're gonna add from Adobe stock, and we are going to do like, I mean, let's try it. Red, oh, what do we want? We want blue and green. Blue and green wallpaper. Okay, so we're not gonna get anything. Actually, this is not what I want. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and let's use generative fill. Why not? So we're gonna go to stop. We're gonna go to plus image layer. We are going to generate image, and here we are going to do blue and green distressed wallpaper flower pattern. Good luck. And what I want to do is create this like really cool looking like texture pattern, and I'm probably gonna throw texture on top of this as well and see what happens. Ooh, that's not bad.
Well, nice.
Also not bad. Also not bad. It's too big.
Should we do repeating?
So yeah, I'm going to do small repeating and see what happens. And I just want to get like this like texture element up there. I also think that like there is an opportunity for me to hate this, but I have to at least explore it.
Okay. I feel like that's closer.
I feel like this is good. Okay, so we're gonna use this one here, and that is put it over the whole image, which I don't need. I'm gonna do it just over like the area that we need. And now I'm going to go back to my layers. We are going to load in this selection. So load a selection. Oh, I did the whole thing. That's fine. We can apply that layer mask, and now we are going to load a selection. And now we're going to use that selection to go to our distressed paper and create a mask with it.
And did you just like swipe over on the layer side right there to get from one layer to another with the selection? Okay, cool.
So you can actually, you can choose the layers here. And so I just swiped from one to the other. Yep. So now we can go back into our layers panel, turn on this background group. And now you can see how I wanted that sky, right, to be this really cool texture. And I actually think it's working very well. But the tones are like so bad and so off. But it is the vibe that I wanted.
Let's comp it in and do some adjustments.
Let's comp it in and do some adjustments. Yeah. This is fun. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this, and we are going to go to our layer properties. We are going to go to, nope, we want an adjustment layer. Let's go to adjustment layer here. Let's change the hue and saturation. I think that that's good. Let's grab the like blues first, and I want the blues to turn a bit darker. Oh, are there only cyans? Oh yeah. So I want this to be darker for like the sky.
There we go. That's already looking like 10 times better.
Right, and a little more saturated. I want it to be like a purple though. Let's see if we can get it a little more purple. Okay, that looks good. Let's grab the, I'm guessing the greens are gonna be the biggest one. Yeah, so let's grab the greens, and here I want these to be much more yellow. So I'm gonna see if I can just hue that over. Okay. And then the yellows are going to be the one that I want saturated. Yes!
There we go.
That's what I
sweet.
want.
Yeah, awesome. Whoa.
Okay.
Already looking great. Just with a few adjustments, that's what hue, saturation, and lightness will do for you.
Yes. Okay. There, it looks good. The reds, I actually probably want to take down. I'm trying to find like what
Approva
pieces.
just said in the chat, when they said street photography, I had bike gangs and all in my mind.
Yes.
A little bit different.
Very that. Very that. Okay. This is looking not bad. The other thing I can do is I can add another adjustment layer. And this adjustment layer, I'm actually going to do a color balance. And we're really going to try to pull the colors together here and get more of those greens.
Oh.
Right? And get the like red tones in there for the sky.
That's looking great.
And then I want it to be a lot more yellow with not a lot of blue. All right, shadows, I definitely want to go more into this like glowing red.
Yeah, or warmer, okay.
I'm
That's
not
kinda
mad
nice.
about that.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, let's drop it completely out. Hold on. Yes, dropping it to that blue.
No, that's the way to go.
That's the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to highlights here, and this is where we can really start to play. I think I do want it warmer. Oh, that is helping a lot. Okay, how far can I push this without it getting... And then I want these yellows to like really yellow. Okay. I think that looks good.
That's pretty cool.
not-
Looks like it's coming right out of the signs.
Yeah, I want it to definitely feel like it's like a part of this like
scene, huh?
glowing scene. So now what I can do is I'm going to do one more adjustment layer over the whole thing. Actually, let's do this. I like to add noise on top of things to like give it a little bit of a look. And so I do want to try to grab the street, and I want to kind of get the street looking a little brighter, a little more contrasty. Thanks, Studio Manager. Our focus was off. All right, so I'm gonna go back to my layer, select the right layer here. What layer do I want? I want to put it on this street layer, which is a generative layer, actually.
That was a really good call earlier when you saved the stuff not visible. Because we can go in and work non-destructively and be all good.
All right, so this guy needs to go away, delete. And then I am going to lock down, so I'm just going to merge down that's just me merging down the street. So going here and then going to merge down is going to make it so that like now the background street, the generative layer we did, is now like on its own thing.
Cool.
So all of our adjustments are still there, looking good. I do want to try to get this street looking a little more contrasty. So we're going to go to layer properties. Oh, no, we're going to go to select area. We are going to do a tap select, and it should find the street for me. Yep.
Billy Mac Norris says, y'all are some nerds.
100%. Yes.
Nerds and proud, mind you.
And somebody said, I want wet streets that reflect some of the floral background. Oh, we can do that.
That'd be really cool.
Oh, we can do that.
I was thinking that too.
Okay, let's do the selection here. And then we are going to... Oh, Wade, why? Wade, why would you do this? Now I have to do it, and I only have 10 minutes to do it.
We can speed run it.
We can speed run it. We're going to do
this.
an adjustment. We are going to do a brightness and contrast. I want it to be a little bit brighter, and then a lot more contrasty.
Ooh, ooh.
Right, hitting it with a little bit of that oomph.
Yeah.
So from there, I also am going to like try to load the selection again. And chat, let me know. Load as selection. See, I really want to be able to grab like the same selection that's on a mask, and I don't know if you can do that.
Can you get back to your like marching ants somehow, like modify mask?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to have to.
Wade says it's looking wild.
It is looking wild. Okay,
Great
Wade,
job.
how do I want to do this? Oh, Wade,
Is
why
there
would
any way-
you do this
Is
to
there
me?
any way we can make a prompt that says reflection, something kind of that is reminiscent of our sky?
We probably could.
Should we see what that does?
Yes. Okay, let's chat. We're gonna go for it. Okay, so we're
Pushing
gonna
the limits
Yeah, we're gonna
of
select
today's
this.
demo.
We're gonna go to select area. We're gonna tap select. We're gonna select the ground. With that selected, we're gonna go to generative fill, and then here we are going to do like wet reflective road
flower shapes maybe.
At night.
Something.
So with it being reflective, usually if you put reflective in there, it's going to assess the image that you have and reflect that.
Wow.
Yes. So
we're in the
let's
future,
see,
everybody.
Yeah, let's see what happens if I just do this.
That's so cool.
This might work. This might not work. If it doesn't work, I can mirror it and then shift the perspective and then do color burn to give us some of that texture at the bottom. Oh, that's pretty rad.
Okay. We got some reflective colors, that's for sure.
Okay,
and a little bit of like something with the flowers.
I'm not mad about it. I don't like it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, Wade, because you're just making us do all the things. What I'm gonna do is I need to deselect this in the next like 5 minutes. Wade, why are you doing this to me? And we are going to select multiple layers, which is this, and then we go to select multiple. Here, there.
Our friend Robert in our Behance chat says it's looking great. Hawk, keep going.
Thank you so much. It is looking very cool, and I'm actually very excited about it. I just really want this to work because I do think it's going to be really cool, Wade. I'm not at all mad about that, but I am wanting it to happen. Okay, flatten rasterize layer. Yes, please do that. Not group copy. Wait, merge group?
Merge group.
There we go. Okay, so now we have that up there, and I'm going to, that is a copy, so I can take this copy here, and we are going to kind of just blow it up to go over the street area and make sure it covers all the street area, which I think that's pretty close. Let's give it a little bit more there. And now I need to go to my other layer, which was the street. So I need to go to this layer. I need to select area. We are going to select the ground.
Boom.
So now we have that selection. Now I'm going to come back up to our like reflection here.
By scrubbing over on that little
Yep, just
layer
scrubbing
icon.
down.
Yep.
And then we are going to apply mask. Okay, now we've got that
All
on
right,
there.
now we're getting
I'm
somewhere.
going to go to layer properties. I'm going to change blended opacity to like a color burn.
I just want to make sure, do we still have that version in the sky too?
We do. It's just
Okay.
hidden right now, I think.
Cool.
I'm not mad about that. Okay, so I do like, actually overlay's not bad.
Yeah.
So I think overlay's not bad. I am going to erase some of the area. Okay, let's do overlay. So let's overlay it here. We are going to turn that other layer back on. I just have it hidden to see. Okay, we're getting some of it. I'm not mad about it.
Here we go. Now we're getting some pattern.
Yep.
Wade says even the reflective street wasn't bad. Just dial it back. So let's lock it in and dial it in.
Okay, so we're going to go here, and I do want to... I think that I want to lasso and just remove some of the mask here. So I'm gonna go in here, and I just want to like lasso out some of this so that it doesn't look as crazy. No, stop that. And then this one like got weird going on this line here. Try to hit that. Okay. Better, much better.
Yes.
So zooming out, now what I want to do is, okay, we edit that. I want to edit mask.
Emma Gustafsson says, need, and I'm not mad about it, shirt for Andrew.
There we go.
I think that's your catchphrase, my friend.
Okay. Here. Great. And then let's select. Oh, yes.
I agree.
I'm not mad about it is 100% the way that I function in like all my creative endeavors. I just kind of go until I'm like, I don't hate it. And then it's done.
And then it's done.
Okay.
That's looking solid.
Love the reflection on this.
Here we go.
Okay, this is looking good. Now let's add one more thing on top to just like pull everything together.
Unify
Anything that's like really unify. And then maybe we can show a before and after of all the work that we did. So we're going to add one more layer here, and we are just going to add in an image layer. We're going to do it from stock. And I want to add in like a subtle noise. And let's do something like this. And what I'm doing is it looks like it's just all black, but it's got little white speckles. Is I'm going to use this and then change the blending mode to screen over the whole thing. Yeah. And that will give us just these little speckles so that it might look like maybe it's snowing a little bit.
Yeah. One thing you can do to scale on this too is press that button right above skew, that like little square thing, and no matter where you pull it, it will be locked in all dimensions.
Oh, I like that. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you for.
But you have to uncheck it to move it around after.
Okay, so we're gonna change this one to screen. Where are you? So now you see we got like those little like details and little flecks.
Yeah.
And then I also might add on. I want to do some tears. So we're gonna do a new layer, and I want to do some like torn paper. So we're gonna go to image layer. We're gonna go from stock, and then we're going to do like torn paper.
Wait, sis. Oh, it's getting juicy.
It's getting juicy.
Juicy and fresh. That's us.
Okay, so this is looking good. I do want to get some of these like edges in there and see if I can play around with these details.
Like an old photo type thing?
Yeah, 100%. Yep. We can't get stuck here. This isn't the time that we get stuck. There we go. So same thing here. Okay, so what did you do for that?
So once you hit transform,
okay,
there's that button with the squares and the arrows right above skew.
Got it.
You can press that and drag anywhere, and it will lock your width and height.
Magic. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Blend and opacity. I probably want this to like just hit a little bit on one of these. No, screen's gonna bring all the lights out. Color dodge is too intense. I'm not mad about an overlay or a soft light.
Yeah.
Too much, that's insane. I'm not mad about it actually. Hold on. Let's
Wait.
go back to a vivid light and then just take the opacity down a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not mad about it. I do want to delete this real quick because I'm not crazy about the like flex. But I think this looks pretty good. So we're going to save this. We are going to quick export this as a PNG. There we go. We want to save the image. There we go. And then if we want to go to the schedule and talk about what's coming up next, can you let them know?
So
and then we'll come back to me.
Come up with some fun
Berkeley
branding
and
for
Emma
this like fake
talking
music festival.
memorable Instagram photo collages.
I went ahead and kind of came up with this really rough pencil sketch.
Super handy
The
thing.
first thing I want to
We've been
do
really playing
is
with
get this
and getting
rounded
into
text.
today.
And I'm going to use good old text and
if we
path
want to hop back
tool,
over, I'm going to get rid of some of these other photos. We were going to do like 7 photos, but we didn't have time. So if we want, wait, we're not done yet. Studio manager trying to end the stream. Shameful. So here's the before. Get out of here. So here's the before that we are working on, and then here's the after.
Boom.
So you can see the
Everything.
power, right? That's pretty crazy. The power of Photoshop on iPhone. Here's the before, and there's the after. If you're out on the street, you can really bring your content to life and create some really cool stuff right in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, and we did this in 30, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
That's like a bus ride home after you took a photo.
Easy. That actually turned out so much better than I thought, and it really like takes it from being just out on the street to really like an imaginative experience, which is really cool.
Yeah.
That's rad. I'm not mad. Oh. Well, with that, it's the end of our time together, everybody. We have one more stream coming up from 1 to 2 more streams?
One more
stream coming up from 1 to 2 with our friend Berkeley, and I think Emma Gustafsson is back. Right. So hang out with us. We'll see you later, everybody. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Jacob, and thanks to Adobe Live for having us here.
Back to the cam, Jacob. Take us out.
Peace.
So I was thinking we could come up with some fun branding for this like fake music festival. I went ahead and kind of came up with this really rough pencil sketch. The first thing I want to do is get this rounded text. And I'm going to use good old text and a path tool, coastline. So I'm just going to line these points to make sure I can get everything centered. To kind of create the 3D look, I'm going to create outlines for this. And then I'm going to go to the Pathfinder tool and merge all this. Now I'm going to go to Object Path, Offset Path. Ooh, yeah, there you go. Let's do 0.15. I'm going to merge this too and just change the color. I'm going to go ahead and add that outline stroke. I'm going to change this to white, and then I'm going to option click and drag. and move this to the bottom. Okay, so now I'm gonna go use the blend tool. Click on the top one option and then click the bottom one. So I'm gonna do specified steps. So let's just try 8. There we go. I think especially for things like this where you just want like quickly to get an even border around something, just turn on your grid. It's command and then the apostrophe, and then snap to grid is super easy too. So I'm gonna just switch that to an outline. So I'm gonna do offset path this time for my son. Let's group this and center it. Can I just jump to the final product? Okay, so this is what I came up with for the finished product. I was thinking like some VIP passes would be cute. And then I just wanted to show you another fun little like cute asset that I made.
Cute, the
some little
wristbands.
Yeah. So what I did to bring this into Express is I created a library. You go to this plus button and then it'll show you like all the different options. And then I just can add some of my graphic elements too. So I added my sunshine, my palm tree. Let's go into Express. Ta-da! Okay, so now you can see that like all of our assets, our fonts, our colors are automatically
waiting for us.
So what I did here is I just brought this in to a PNG and lock it. So I just went and added new text, first name, last name,
a proper template.
We're gonna go to share. To save as a remixable template, we'll click here. We wanna turn on that they can only pick from the fonts. And then we'll hit save template. So you can see this is the template that I created, and you'll click on here and then it'll start a whole new file. So when someone goes to open this, it's not going to corrupt your original
master
template.
file.
Exactly.
It's safe.
And you can see here, the only thing it's allowing me to edit is the type. So if someone were to use this in the handoff process, they can just keep duplicating, adding more names. What I did is I brought the poster, VIP passes, and the wristbands together.
Oh, cool.
Just in a cute, like, little final composition. And yeah, these were our deliverables for our summer music festival. So fun.
Awesome. All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you guys. We are back for the last stream of the day, saving the best for last. I'm Emma, and this time I'm with Berkeley. And Berkeley, you're going to be making some Instagram collages?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so excited. We said we're saving the last for some cute girly fun.
Yeah, girl gang to end the day.
I love it. I love it. So show us, what are we going to do today?
Let's do it.
Okay.
So this is something that I do all the time, and oh golly. Down here, perfect. Now that we have Photoshop for iPhone, it's gonna be so much easier. So I love on Instagram, whenever I go on a trip, like,
oh cute.
I have so many photos and you can't in good faith post like 20 slides. So I try to combine them.
I mean,
all
I
together.
appreciate that because some people do post
'cause
20 slides,
think you
but this
can.
looks way more aesthetic.
Yeah, and so like even like little receipts and whatever, I feel like it like kind of makes everything a little bit more fun. So today we're gonna be creating some little Instagram collages like this using the new mobile app.
I'm so excited. This is the kind of stuff I love to do too, just with like your random cute pics you have lying around your camera roll.
And then even if you're not actually on a trip or doing anything that fun or exciting, it looks fun and exciting.
Yeah, do it for the gram.
Because it's all, you know, aesthetically scrapbooked together.
Yes, I love it.
So I don't really know what we're gonna do today. I live in Colorado and I snowboard a lot. So I think my plan is gonna be to make kind of like snowboardy winter collage vibes.
Ooh, that's fun.
I think that's the idea that we're gonna go with
to
today.
end ski season, right?
Yeah.
It's coming to a close, what, March?
Yeah, like beginning of April, hopefully.
Okay.
If we get more snow.
Love it.
That's the goal. So let's see. Let's start with, it's nice on the new app. You can start from like so many different areas.
Yeah.
I honestly might start from Lightroom because I have a photo that I saved in here that I think will be fun to start. Where is it? This moose.
Oh, cute. I love adding my photos to Lightroom too, but I had no idea that I didn't even have to export from Lightroom.
Yeah,
I can
you can just go right
upload straight from there.
Because this picture was a little bit like dark and questionable before. So now we're starting with something, you know, a little bit fresh, a little bit light. So we're gonna start with our little moose friend here. I think obviously to start off, I don't really need the background.
Yeah.
So we'll select area. As we've seen in some of the other streams today, super easy to select different things from the photo. So if we'll do the top
removing
select,
the background for stuff that's like on a white background or like has a very clear subject, I feel like it does such a good job of selecting it for you.
Yeah, like I can't even imagine the time it would take for me to go in and like try to mask this.
And the hair too, like I know that's always a huge struggle on desktop for me to like
like so much detail,
things
but
out.
it's so like intuitive and knows what I want, honestly, before even I know.
I love that.
Okay, so I like the moose as kind of like the focal point of this picture. And then you can go and add another image layer, and this time we'll go from our photos.
From your camera roll, love it.
So we've got some fun photos
oh my
of
gosh,
the mountains
how cute.
here.
You just have a good ski aesthetic from living there. That's so fun.
There's so much.
Look at that
good stuff.
sunset.
So this is a photo I took when I was snowboarding the other day. I like the mountains.
Yeah.
Specifically the Gore Range here. Something that if you saw the stream earlier when Matthew was doing his stream, he selects the sky first and then just inverts it, which genius.
Wait,
because
sorry,
then you don't have to
I wasn't
like
paying attention. What does that do?
Yeah, so like I feel like traditionally I would probably go in and be like, okay, I need the tree, I need the mountains, I need this, and that obviously would take much longer. So instead, if you just select the sky but then invert it, then it picks everything except the sky.
Nice.
It feels like it just like might save a little time.
Yeah.
So we'll apply that as a little mask.
Okay, that is genius.
Okay, so I like this as...
And you know what? I've done that on desktop so many times, but I'm new to like figuring out how to create things on our phones like this. And I'm like, oh, that's so easy.
And it's so, to think that you can do all of this like essentially so quickly because now it's on a mobile app.
Yeah.
Like, genius.
No airdropping to your computer, no worrying about that.
So I kind of want to make it a little bit smaller, like this.
I mean, this is already so cute.
Oops. But I think I'm going to see what Photoshop has in mind to see if I can kind of fill in this right side over here. So...
Are you going to do a little gen fill action?
Yeah, I think so.
Ugh, I love that. I was telling Andrew in our first stream that I do that all the time for extending photos for like Instagram stories.
Yeah.
When it's not tall enough, just to like add a little more sky.
Yeah, right. Because you don't want to lose all the
exactly. And I feel like it does a great job with landscapes and non-human things.
Yeah. Which
you don't have to worry about it.
I might see how it goes if we just don't even
prompt it. Just hit
see
generate.
see if it comes up with what we're looking for.
I love it.
It's kind of a a roll of the dice, but
yeah, I feel like I've had pretty good success.
I'm
with
usually
it.
pretty impressed with it. Like I said, knowing exactly what I want it to do.
Especially knowing like you're gonna layer things like on top of it.
Right.
With the collage effect, I think you don't have to be like as precious.
See, I feel like, I don't think that you could really
get
more precise than that.
I can't even tell there's not a seam or anything that makes it
aside
super...
from this random sky.
Yeah.
Which will be easy to get rid of. Okay, let's see.
Easily mask that out. Oh, I haven't tried the lasso tool.
Yeah, I do like the lasso, although I might have to merge them together
refine
first.
it a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna do something.
Yeah, so is that the trick with generating parts of your image? You want to merge these layers so you aren't messing up the
I don't know if that's
layer?
like what you're supposed to do, but that's what I've been doing.
I mean,
to kind
there's
of make
no
it,
right way to do anything in Photoshop.
Like it's sort of, I think Finn and Matt were talking earlier about like destructive versus non-destructive.
Sure.
So if you're not like so attached, like I'm not attached to these two things remaining separate.
Totally.
So to me, it feels fine that they
that's
would become together.
genius.
So let's see. Let's see if we can just do it like this again.
And what tool are you on now? I'm trying to.
So now I'm on the
you're
like
good.
select tool.
Okay.
So we're gonna see. For some reason, the moose is getting involved. Which I don't know about that.
I don't know either. I feel like it's easier to play around and experiment to personally on a phone versus on a computer. I feel like it's more precious, and like you were saying with the phone, it's like worst case I like delete it and re-upload for my camera roll or whatever.
Right.
It's not gonna be like I spent hours and hours and I ruined this photo.
Yeah, and especially I feel like if you're someone that's not maybe like so savvy on Photoshop on desktop anyways, this is so like intuitive to someone that maybe doesn't even know the features of Photoshop on desktop.
It could
like
be a great way to learn desktop,
Right.
like your entry point to kind of get familiar with the tools, and then you have a much like more expansive knowledge.
Right. So we merged those together, kind of got
Okay,
rid of
you
the
got
sky
it.
there.
Nice.
Easy peasy. I kind of like the idea of doing like layered, maybe like mountainscapes in the background, and then Mr. Moose kind of being in the front.
Oh, I love
so
that.
let's see if we have anything
Kind of
else
create some
good.
depth to the collage. Do you typically post your collages on like a regular post on your stories, or does it just
A little bit of everything?
A little
I
bit
mean,
of everything.
Yeah, I like if it's not something I'm like so committed to. It's easy to just throw it on a story.
Yeah.
But
I feel like I'm very non-committal with my posts. I'm
Yeah.
like story.
So we'll do.
Do you get post anxiety? Like when you post stuff? No.
Not really.
I'm jealous. Chat, let me know like if you're the same way. But anytime I post on Instagram, I'm like throw my phone across the room. Like I don't want to look. I don't want to look. I don't know why.
I don't know. I feel like recently I'm like whatever.
Yeah.
It
It's not that
matter.
serious.
Yeah. Okay. So
Ooh. Okay. Loving the second set of mountains you've got going on.
so we
And
got
this is from a different image?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was somewhere else in Colorado. Who even knows
Beautiful.
where half these are coming from? So now I like that the moose is kind of like behind, but I kind of want his little snout to be like in the front. Because I want him to still be like the focal point.
The main attraction.
So we might maybe we'll duplicate our little moose friend. We'll bring him to the top. And then sometimes when I'm working, I get like distracted by this background stuff. So like I kind of want to just delete these other things first, and then we'll lasso everything.
Turning
but
on and off, like hiding and showing again the layers.
So we'll just select the moose. Again.
I kind of get overstimulated too when I
like
I
especially
have too
knowing
many things.
how many layers can like exist on here. Okay, so let's just go in and kind of
And what you're using?
So now we're using the lasso
okay.
again to just kind of get rid of the parts of him that are not his little snout.
Because you want to separate like the head from
the body, like I want his to look like he's like peeking over the mountain.
Peeking over the mountains. People are loving the moose in the chat, which
Are they?
I am too.
Guys.
Is this in your house?
No, it was in a house of someone else's house that I know. But this
Fun.
year I've actually seen like so many moose in Colorado.
Really?
Which is kind of crazy.
That's awesome.
Because I was feeling like I hadn't seen a moose in a long time.
Uh-huh.
And then this winter I've seen like
They're
5
huge,
or 6
aren't
moose.
they?
They're huge and they're really mean.
I've never seen one in person.
Okay, so we've got him selected, but
Cute.
I think I might have goofed because it's already a mask.
Oh,
So
okay.
it wants me to.
So we're trying to figure out how to move it.
Because I like, the right thing is highlighted, but I
Uh-huh.
need the rest of it to go away. So I may.
That's a good question.
have to.
I'm just here for moral support. Unfortunately,
it.
not tech support. There's lots of different ways we can figure it out.
I know it exists in here somewhere, but I'm trying to.
Are you trying to deselect?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Maybe I need to just get off of this for a moment.
Yeah. The good news is we didn't spend an insane amount of time trying to select it. So if you make a mistake, you can just start all over. Not a big deal.
Layer selection. There we go.
Selection. Is that what you were looking for?
Okay, now. Oh, I see the problem. We're on the wrong guy.
Oh.
There we go.
We got our copies of the moose. The meese.
Let's try again.
Is that the
I
plural of moose? Meese?
I don't know.
Oh.
Is it just.
I would
is it
trust
just
you more
moose?
than me. Just moose.
Oops. I'm doing this again. Okay. All right. Got him selected again.
Okay, so now we have the
we're
head.
going to subtract.
Subtract.
I'm
Okay.
hoping this will do what I want it to do.
Yeah, it's looking.
Delete it. Ah! Oopsies.
Close,
I
close.
deleted everything except for.
Well, if you...
There we go. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Now we've got it under control.
This is really inspiring me to like want to take all the random like kind of like filler photos that I have lying around my camera roll and like put it together in a cute collage.
And you should.
I should.
That's so
I'm going to.
I know. I feel like I have so many project ideas now after
Really?
Matthew's postcard and
Yeah.
I was like, I should be making postcards for everything.
It's pretty impressive what you can do just on your phone. And I feel like my like most frequent use case for Photoshop for iPhone will be social media.
Yeah.
Just as an easy way to clean up photos because that's what I was using it for, like Photoshop for before.
Right.
The most in my personal life, like getting rid of people in the background of photos or like using generative extend to like make the photos longer.
Right. And it's like, yeah, all of that stuff is so easy.
I
now.
know.
Like, to think that you don't have to like pull out a laptop.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
airdrop the photos.
Yeah,
like,
or if I didn't have my laptop with me and be like, like I didn't bring it
yeah,
on a trip.
yeah, I like can't post this till
till I get home. Like
now
I want
it's
to post
like-
now.
Except now, if you're like the friend that knows how to use Photoshop Mobile, you're gonna be.
So I've
like,
always been that friend,
Really?
and now I think I'm just gonna say it's free on the App Store and it's not hard to use.
Figure
So
it out.
I'll show you,
Yeah.
right? Like teach a man to fish.
True.
And whatever the saying
Whatever,
goes.
give them a fishing pole. I don't know.
And you give him a fishing
You give a
pole.
man a fishing pole. He posts on Instagram.
And he posts on Instagram. Exactly.
Okay, I think I will do some trees just to kind of wrap
Those
up
are
the little-
gorgeous. Is that like a 0.5 photo? No, I don't just
know.
cool angle.
I think I was on the chairlift.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
Yeah, I feel like I have 1,000 of the same photo because every
I'm
time
sure.
it snows, I'm like,
It's so pretty.
even though
it's so
I
pretty.
have probably this exact photo
I
100
have
different times.
1,000 photos of the Golden Gate Bridge
Oh,
just from living in San Francisco. But every time I see it, I'm like, I'm no better than a tourist.
Right. That's how
It's always
I feel.
pretty.
I know, and I feel like I have to act kind of too cool sometimes. I'm like, you guys are taking
Sure.
pictures of that?
I'm a local.
Me too.
Yeah.
I would never. Wrong. Okay.
Amanda. Oh, ha ha ha. Wade in the chat said, who is Amanda? Wade, thank you. You're on our same wavelength
Wade.
for humor today.
Yeah, get Wade in the studio.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I have this really cool picture that my friend Eric took.
I
of
want your camera roll.
the chair lift
Like,
here.
all of your photos are so aesthetic.
So, I feel like if it fits, it'd be cool
Do we have the wrong?
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
That is stunning. I want this as like a print in my house.
Honestly, me too.
Like some bar cart artwork would be so
true.
cute. Oh my
Okay,
gosh, this is so
It's kind
cool.
of fun. I'm thinking maybe we'll scooch the other things down a little bit.
I wish I had a trip coming up soon.
You could
where
go
I
to
could.
Colorado.
I could go. I love Colorado. This is beautiful. The sunset adds a really nice like pop of color too. And it's cool that like the mountains are all different photos, but since it's like similar subjects, it feels cohesive, even though it's like this collage-y style. This is really, really pretty.
I'm liking it.
I wish we had some snow here. That's like, I love the temperate California weather, but sometimes I miss the cold, which is an unpopular opinion in California.
The cold in Colorado is not like that bad though, because it's usually sunny.
Right, it's a different kind of cold.
Yeah.
And if you're dressed right for
Right,
it,
it's not like a
totally
miserable
fine.
cold. It's like
Absolutely.
you maybe like being outside, which apparently is why I have all these photos.
Yeah.
So I kind of like where the moose is at for now. I think what I'm going to do, something that I like to do, and I'll kind of start a different file here to show you, is have you ever seen on Instagram where people do like the carousel?
Yes.
Where the photos kind of like
overlap,
go together? That's what I've been also really liking to make lately.
And you can do it here.
Yeah, so if you create
that's
a new
another
canvas-
thing that I always do in like Illustrator and desktop
Mhm.
or like Photoshop.
Yeah. So
okay, teach me.
So, you know, all of the little sizes are already kind of here for you.
nice.
So Instagram post is 1080 by 1080. So then what I've been doing is just making a custom size.
Okay.
Oops, so we'll go pixels. So it's going to be 1080 for the height, because that's the same.
Perfect.
And then let's say I wanted to make like 4 slides.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm going to have to do some math.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes me feel better. I'm like, do you know that math off the top of
Okay.
your head?
That would be
Because
really
we're
impressive for me.
designers, not
Yeah.
mathematicians.
Okay, so then we'll create that. So now we've got this kind of like long.
Okay, so you know it's going to be
situation.
4 slides. So you just take the Instagram dimensions times however many.
Yeah, and then sometimes
Okay.
I'll like save the photo that I made. Like I'll make one that's like 1080 by 1080 and kind of size it out like that. So maybe we'll go to something I created.
You have so many fun little projects in here.
No, that's what I mean. I've been loving this already.
Yeah.
So we'll save as a PNG.
That's so cute where you have the like location tag on there.
Okay, now we'll go back into this little guy here.
Okay.
Let's see. We can add an image layer.
And for anyone that wants to download this app, there is a link in our chat posted by Wade, which should take you directly to download it in the App Store. And I honestly can't wait to see like what people create. I've seen lots of really cool work being done like internally by like other Adobe employees and like people like you. So it's gonna be fun to see like, especially like our demographic, I feel like loves to make like collage and like cutesy things like this. So I'm excited to even like see my friends try it out. Like I know some of my friends have creative muscles that they don't get to exercise all the time, maybe because they don't have like the full Creative Cloud on their desktop. So this is like the easiest entry point into.
Well, and this app specifically comes with so much access to like Photoshop or like Adobe things that maybe you don't always get access to, like if you don't have the full cloud. Okay, I can't really find where that photo has gone, so we'll just
That is my one. Oh, there it is. Oh, good. My one complaint with the new iOS update is I can't find my photos. Like the camera roll app is so different. I really struggle with it.
I'm scared to update my phone because I heard that it's bad.
I'm like, I'm Gen Z and I still can't figure this out. That's kind of embarrassing.
All right, so then we'll just duplicate this guy a couple times.
Wade also posted a brief FAQ, frequently asked questions, in the chat, which is helpful. I honestly might read that for myself to kind of see like what's able to be done in the app. Okay, so this is you like testing out how this would look all together.
Yeah, so just because then it helps me kind of like visualize where the actual like cutoff point in the photo will be when you like slide it. So I'll pretty much cover all of these up with other things.
Yeah.
But
that's good, like a little guide for yourself.
Yeah, so then like when you're swiping, you know, like these are kind of where everything will be.
Yeah, so it feels seamless too, because you don't really want it to have, I've made that mistake before when posting these, like, oh shoot, I left like a weird little like line, and so things don't seamlessly flow through.
Yeah, because I know there are apps and things that like can do this for you, but it's nice to think that you could do everything in one place, because it's always annoying when you like, you make this in Photoshop and then you have to export it to wherever else that turns it into like, you know, whatever else that you want it to be.
Yeah, I love that you're showing us how to do this here. And I'm definitely going to do it for myself. I have some like self projects that I want to like make cute little posts for, so I think that would be fun.
And like you said, even like an Instagram story or something, I feel like making it like fun and cool like this.
I'm obsessed. This is so cute. Chat, if you have any ideas for a moose name, let us know. Unless, does your friend name this moose?
No, I don't think so. We should probably give him a name though.
Yeah. Is it a him? Is it a her?
I think it's a him because he has antlers.
Oh, is that how that works? I trust you. The Colorado gal.
Don't quote me, but I feel like that's...
Okay, I think that sounds
that might
right.
be how it works.
Yeah, the antlers are pretty majestic.
Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. But I think maybe before we get into like making it the whole carousel, we'll just work on the next...
Yeah,
swipe.
The next swipey thing.
So...
Next slide, maybe, is what they call it.
Yeah. Let's add right from the photos.
Albert, that's kind of a cute name.
That is a really good moose name.
I like that, Oliver.
Okay, let's see. I think that we'll start... I kind of want to recreate...
This is like my Pinterest dream feed.
This is one of my favorite photos that I've ever taken, is I put the skis on the ski rack.
Oh my gosh.
And then strapped into the skis, hence why there's a backpack here to make sure that I don't break my friend's skis.
That's so... I wouldn't have even thought about that. No. That is such a cool picture. Also, you could totally, if you didn't want to commit to standing on the car, you could Photoshop yourself.
True.
So if you like this photo, you could take it with the skis on the ground and the car separate.
Put yourself on the car.
Yeah, I actually saw on the Photoshop Instagram page, there's like some cool videos just like promoting Photoshop for iPhone, and I think there was like one where they edited themselves. It was either like on a car or like in a shoe or something. I don't know. It was kind of fun. Go watch the video.
Yeah, in a shoe. Okay, so I think we're going to take maybe everything out except the car and me.
Okay.
Is
that's
kind of what I'm thinking.
Focal point.
So, but like there's so much detail. Like I can just highlight just the bag that I'm standing on.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Maybe, actually, now
yeah,
I think about
if
it,
you wanted
we don't
to
want
get rid of the bag.
Okay, so let's get rid of the bag. Highlight me.
Yes, we want to keep yourself, the skier,
the car.
The car. Are the skis really thin?
Yeah, I don't know if we'll... Okay, wait, these are the poles, or at least one of the poles.
Yeah, I guess that's where it gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah.
Oh, it did keep it.
I can't really tell.
I guess you could just add it back into the mask.
Ooh, okay, so we're missing a little bit of the skis here.
And Moose me out of here. Ha ha ha. Someone also said Archie. I think Archie's Albert and Archie.
Those are both good names.
What if it was Albert Archie?
Albert. Oh, he's like a middle name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Best of both worlds.
So we gotta try to get the skis back in.
Yeah. So you're trying to refine the mask right now?
I don't know. Oops.
Yeah, and this is where you probably have to play with the size of the brush.
Right.
Because if it's too big, then it's going to add too much back into the mask.
Let's see.
I'm so excited for how this is going to turn out, though. Once you get this like little detail, luckily it's like a straight line too.
Okay, let's see.
There we go.
I kind of expanded it a little because I feel like it makes it easier to see, and then we could. I don't really know.
I guess like perfection isn't necessarily the goal if this is like a collage style.
Right.
I was also thinking like for someone, if they didn't want to get as precise with cutting out these images, they could like make an artistic decision and leave some of the background kind of looking like, oh, if you took a printed out photo and like cut roughly like around it, I think that gives it like a cool collage effect too. So you can mix in like some really nicely cut out things, but also can leave a little background, a little personality.
Right. Okay, so I think maybe we'll scooch me down.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, make it look like you're speeding down a road.
Yeah, true. We could. Okay, let's.
Oh my gosh. Sir Albert Archie Moose III Esquire.
Wow.
That is incredible. Chat has been on a roll today. Let me
Really.
tell you. They're keeping me energized and all of us on our toes.
Okay, let's add, I think, let's just see what Adobe stock has to offer.
Okay.
Because maybe we'll have like a scenic road sort of situation.
Okay,
don't know
I like
if we'll
it. I
find
like it.
Something that fits, but
Worst case, we can always use Gen Fill.
scenic mountain road.
Scenic mountain road.
Maybe.
Snow. Yeah, gotta have the snow. Okay.
Okay.
That one's kind of got like the sunset vibe that you had.
Yeah. Oh, true.
Are you looking for like the same perspective, or does it not matter?
I don't know. I feel like maybe, but also this kind of looks. I don't know. Maybe this is more fun. Something
Okay.
like we. Except I guess there's not really that much snow in that one.
Well, there's snow in the mountains still.
That's true. They're like, why are you on top of the car in the middle
Like,
of this
it's the end of ski
desolate,
season.
like-
It's kind of what Lake Tahoe looks like in the summer. It's like a little bit of snow
Yeah,
still.
just a little bit on the
Yeah,
top.
and I'm sure Colorado as well.
Okay, maybe we're on this road because why not?
Yeah, okay, I like that. That's kind of a good balance of snow. We're not gonna worry about you like skidding off a
Yeah, like, it's
snowy
not
road.
dangerous.
Right,
Like-
exactly. You're just an extreme athlete.
Yeah,
like
we'll give some disclaimers.
Like Finn,
Yeah,
right?
I was gonna say
I know.
we'll give all the disclaimers. Don't try parkour at home.
Yeah, and don't try skiing down a mountain on a car
Exactly.
at home either.
Okay, so now I think we'll try.
So you just move that
Oopsies.
behind.
Yeah, so I just kind of move that into the
Okay.
back, but then we're obviously having a lot of kind of like empty space here.
Mhm.
So I think we're gonna try, and it worked so well before with our expanding the mountains.
Okay,
so see
making a
if we
little-
can fill.
So you
the
just
rest of
create
the
like
sky.
a little rectangular selection.
Yeah, kind of just choosing like the area. I don't know if it matters, but I like include some of the like photo.
I like to do that too.
I don't know if that like helps it. No, but
I
it
think
feels
it-
like in my mind. Like
Yeah,
it does.
I think it helps it be a little more seamless. Ooh, that's pretty.
Okay, kinda fun.
Yeah, this is like the exact use case I use this app for all the time.
Yeah, I guess if I posted this on Instagram, it'd be kind of like phony of me because I wasn't on this snowy road. But
It's artistic.
I don't know if what it will think of this because maybe it will get confused by the car. But
I don't know. We'll have to
what
see.
happens.
Fun to play around with.
Yeah,
Worst case, you
I
just
feel like that's what I've been
undo
doing
it.
mostly. Is just like, what does the AI know?
Yeah.
What can it figure out and help me do that I don't have to do myself?
Yeah, I feel like
Okay.
it comes out with some like fun, unexpected results. Oh, seems like it
All right, I feel like
did
that's
pretty
I feel
well.
like that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is so cute.
So now there's me riding on this road. I kind of want to adjust maybe the colors on the car because I feel like the lighting is a little bit weird.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, like just
So-
matching up the colors a little bit.
Yeah, let's try. Oopsies. Maybe we'll just start
Brightness
with
and contrast?
some of this.
Okay.
Oh wait, we're on the. Oopsies.
Oh, we're on the
We're
wrong
on the-
selection.
Let's see if we can't just.
So something that Andrew pointed out in the first stream I did with him was that it like automatically applies the layer adjustment to like the layer that is selected, which is really nice. So it doesn't automatically apply to the entire image. It's just that layer
then
that
we
you
can
had
go
selected.
in, and clip it to just be like adjusting the car.
Which is exactly what we want in this
Right.
case.
Oopsies.
Oh, that is how you name your layers.
Yeah.
I advocate for for no named layers.
No names at all.
Yeah, and phone.
Yeah, true.
I like desktop. I understand. Maybe if you have like so many layers, but
Yeah, if you're like working on the eBoy.
yeah,
file with, like,
okay, that was
2,000 layers.
That was intense. Yeah, If you didn't watch our past couple of streams, definitely check it out. There's a freebie in the chat too somewhere. The most detailed Photoshop phone document I have ever seen.
I don't even know where I would begin to.
I don't know. I was afraid to
something
touch
like
it,
that.
but it looks amazing.
I know, it's wild. Okay, let's see.
So you get your adjustment layer. Did I miss that?
I kind of just darkened like
Okay.
this bottom part of the car. I don't know if it's quite perfect yet, but I'm a little bit afraid to use the curves or any of these adjustment because I don't really know how to use.
That's okay.
Some of those
I didn't
like,
either.
colored things.
Andrew was teaching me in the first
I
stream.
know.
how
I was
to-
watching. I was like, how did you?
Yeah, he said it was like an S, and like the right side was highlights, and the left side was shadows.
Okay.
Which
Maybe
kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I'll have to play around with that.
Yeah,
That'll be
not
my
when you're on
next-
camera.
Not right now.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I like what we have going here. I don't know. This is usually when I make these, like, I don't really know, where I'm going with it because I feel like I just have like 30 photos and I don't know which ones I want to use.
Sure.
So far we got me driving in the road.
Cute.
See if there's anything else we want to add. Sometimes with these two, I like to just, like, let's add something like this. Like,
I
you know,
love
just
that.
I feel like it makes it more like scrapbooky.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like it's not really like anything ingenious, but maybe we'll just add me floating up here.
This is the scrapbooking of our generation.
I know. And I
I
feel
love
like
it.
when we were like younger, it was like so nerdy. If people scrapbooked,
Yeah,
it was like
I think I was in a scrapbook club for maybe a couple weeks in like 4th grade, and
you were
kinda
ahead
takes-
of your time.
I don't know about that. Or I was like a grandma at heart, depending on how you
Deep
want to
down.
look at it. Now we're just trendy and cool and
Yeah,
know how to
true.
do all the design stuff that our friends ask us for help
Exactly.
for.
Everyone has that one friend that has to do it all.
And you're that friend?
That's me.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so I kind of like something like that. Like I
Yeah.
said, I feel like this is just an excuse to be able to post multiple photos, you know, without overwhelming the masses.
Absolutely.
So I kind of like what's going on here.
And it's more like self-expression
Yeah.
too. Like you can really curate this to like your custom design style.
Right. It's like, check me out, I'm creative.
Yeah. Elevate your posts a little bit.
Okay. I kind of like where that's at.
Yeah.
So we've got the moose, we've got the car.
You've got some solid compositions
going around. Start something new.
Okay. And we're still making all of these to add to your carousel.
Yeah,
Is that right?
I think that should be the goal. So we're making kind of
Perfect.
a little slideshow of like
I love
winter
that.
fun.
Winter fun. Maybe if you have some winter snow puns, some like caption ideas, throw those in the chat for us too.
Yeah, one of my personal faves is That's Snowbiz Baby. So
Snowbiz.
you know,
That's cute.
like finger guns.
I like it. I think I did Snow Much Fun. I've posted
classic.
that before.
A classic.
Not that creative. I wish I had that Snowbiz baby. That's cute. That feels like that would pair well with like a picture of like some après ski, like a beverage.
Exactly.
I saw a picture of your champagne in the snow.
Yes.
Like that's a good one.
Okay, this time we're gonna be smart and we're gonna start from the correct size instead of starting from a photo. Then we don't have to. Where did I go?
Yeah, I guess it just kind of depends on like what your output is.
Yeah, and if you like, I mean, if we're moving it all into that file at the end, it doesn't really matter. You know, you can resize the whole thing if you'd like, but
it is nice to have those like social shortcuts too, because I have often like been Googling, okay, what's the post size for this platform and this one, and it's easier when you don't have to look that all up.
Okay, we'll start with a little classic lift selfie maybe.
Cute.
Which this is another thing that I just have too many of, but
I mean,
it's like I have 5,000 photos of me in the same exact outfit on
it's amazing.
one of 20
and are your
lifts.
goggles pink?
They are pink.
I love the pink queen over here.
Gotta. Okay, so I think that I want maybe just like me on the lift to be the main focus, and I kind of want to get rid of all this other background stuff.
Okay.
So,
which again, I feel like you're a pretty clear subject in the photo, so I'd like to think that
it'll know who I am.
Yeah. There's nobody like me. Wade, snaps for you. That was so
Wade's
good.
killing it. Okay, let's see whatever this is. Okay.
So you're removing background. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
nice.
right now it's kind of just me highlighted and then this little part of the chair. I do want this like back part of the chair, and then I guess I don't know that I care about the rest of it up there. Maybe like the top pole right there.
Sure.
We'll start with this. Oh, okay, so there's part of it.
Okay, you got, not too much you needed to add back in.
So we'll go in here, we'll try to add that.
Fun. Yeah, I like having the part of the ski lift in to kind of like anchor the image.
Yeah,
and so you're not just like
just,
randomly
like,
floating.
floating
I
in
mean,
the
which
abyss.
it's a collage. You could be floating. You could put yourself in outer space if you really wanted to.
True. Okay.
And what do you think you're going to add to the back?
So I think that this one, I want it to be more like the moose one, like more collagey, just like kind of things, like collagey scrapbooky, like everything just sort of stuck together.
Lots of layering of the images.
So that it kind of just looks, because I like when art that's digital feels like something you cut out and like glued together.
Yeah.
Even though you could just do that, but like, I like the look of that.
Me too. You could even, like, in stock, I've found some good, like, little pieces of tape, like images of, like, tape and making it look like kind of physical, but you did it digitally.
Yeah. Well, and there's, I was going to say, there's so much good stuff in Adobe stock, like gradients or, like, lens flares or, like,
yeah, like textures, too. I love the lens flare idea. You could play with, like, the blend modes on like the opacity to get some cool effects, textures if you want it to feel like grainy. You can also play with those blend modes. That's fun to think about what I typically do in my workflows on desktop Photoshop and then bringing it into the phone and kind of like a unique, more personal way, honestly, because I think a lot of times I use Photoshop for more like client work or like professional work, but it's fun to see like, oh, I can do that like with my own photos.
Yeah, and I feel like people are like generally deterred from like knowing how to use certain platforms or whatever because they feel like maybe it is just for professionals, but I feel like this is so
a lot more accessible.
Yeah, like
okay, that's awesome.
Okay, so
that almost looks like how the photo was supposed to be.
I was gonna say it doesn't really make sense if you like think about it too hard, but if you don't think about it hard enough of like where the light is and stuff, then I feel like it's kind of fun.
Yeah. If you don't
it's
have
like
a
technically will the shadow be there?
No, but that looks pretty awesome.
So I feel like I like what's going on here, and then I kind of, like I said, want to just add something like random that's like some kind of cutout of something.
Sure, fun.
So let's see.
Yeah, to make sure it doesn't feel, because you're not going for realism right now. Like you want the collage style.
Nonsense. Like let's put something random.
Sure.
Like this little picture of the mountains in the reflection.
I love that.
Okay, so we'll start with, old trusty.
And it looks like we have some streamers on from some of our past sessions. So hi, welcome. Be sure to, these are all recorded, so go back and watch some of the other sessions we've had today because they've been really fun. I know just like as a host, I've been learning a lot too. Lots of fun things. And lots of fun personalities today, too.
Definitely fun personalities.
I loved Finn. Shout out Finn. He was talking about parkour. That was, like, pretty awesome and super unique. I love the personality that everyone brings to these streams.
And he's a professional.
Yes,
so remember
professional. That looks so fun.
Okay, so
and I like that you hid, like, the harsh line of the, like, image behind.
Yeah. Like, again, it doesn't really make sense, but I feel like just kind of Mod Podging things together.
I love it.
I kind of want to...
Yeah, digital Mod Podge.
Yeah.
No glue needed.
Let's see if we
I used to
do something.
hoard magazines from, like, my mom and, like, my aunts and, like, my grandma to, like, do little, like, decoupage collage things. Wow, sentimental. I could do that here without having to hoard.
True, yeah, see?
My mom was like, when my parents were moving, she was like, we need to get rid of all of your old art supplies. Like, no, it could be good. Like, who knows? Like, that magazine could have been great for something.
Also, it's like, I don't want to hang on to it, but you have to hang on to it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have the space in my apartment.
Yeah, where am I going to fit it? But you could hang on to it.
Maybe that I should take that as a sign to scan it in
Oh, true.
And then just
Turn
have it
into
for things like
now you can turn it
digital
into something
projects.
New. Okay, this is what I've been loving, honestly, the most.
All the blend
mobile
modes.
is, all these blend modes where you
Yes.
can put things together, make them look, fun. I
Okay,
feel like this
fun.
is what, like I said, I like things that look like they're like cut out and glued together, but this is, only something you can do digitally, essentially.
Yeah.
Like making it kind of like giving it this look. So I feel like that's my favorite thing to do is kind of blend them all together.
Yeah.
Make them look
And just a quick reminder as you keep going,
Mm-hmm.
I would also recommend to stay watching our streams today. We're going to be live on Twitch at 2. So if you haven't had enough of us, the
There's
party
more.
continues.
Okay, now
4 to 6 p.m. Pacific time. Thanks, Jacob. It's just like magic. I want this in my life. Just pop-ups as I talk about things.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think I want part of the blend to be a different color.
Ooh,
so I
okay. How are
duplicated
you
the
gonna do
layer and then I moved it behind the original layer. So now I'm gonna see what happens if I kind of want to use the pink goggles.
Yes. I was gonna recommend the pink, but
we'll see.
It's your project.
No, you do what you
But pink would always be my choice of color.
Okay, so now we've got that.
Okay, so you're just painting in the
and then I'll so we've got I hid the original layer and then now it's back.
Okay.
So we'll
Love
see
it.
if it looks better,
Ooh.
something, now that there's pink hiding back there.
Yeah.
We could also change the opacity just of this front layer just in general.
So fun.
Like, this is kind of fun. I feel like because it almost looks like what things look like through the goggles.
Yeah.
So
oh
it's
my
like,
gosh. Mind blown.
Kinda
Like
fun.
reflection. Wow. This is getting so conceptual,
I know.
so artistic.
This is actually way deeper than you thought it was.
Yeah.
Instagram is deep.
We take things very seriously
Exactly. Okay,
someone said Adobe Community is up to snow good. Thank you. I love these
so many good puns.
captions.
Okay.
I'm still not over that snowbiz, baby.
I know. It's my favorite.
You're
I
a
feel like it's some of
genius.
my best work.
That is some of your best work.
Maybe we'll add one of these fun captions somewhere. Just
Oh, cute.
just
Yeah.
one.
I love that I have all my favorite Adobe fonts in this app.
I know.
And how it syncs to my cloud documents. Someone was mentioning that in a previous stream. You can open up your desktop app and open this file back up, which is great.
Okay, so we're using Up to Snow Good.
Cute.
Because it was so great. Let's see, what kind of font do we?
Yeah, what are your go-tos? Do you have any?
Lately I've been liking more like a little thick
Okay.
font like this.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's
cute.
Kind of fun.
Ooh. I'm loving the pops of pink. That's really fun.
I think I'm gonna do something crazy.
Oh, what's something crazy you're gonna do?
It's actually not that crazy. But I don't care about the name.
Oh, okay, duplicating
Maybe
the
we'll-
text.
See, and I feel like as I come up with ideas, I change the ideas midway through. So
That's okay. It's iterative. You can just keep changing, building things. We've said a million times, it doesn't have to be super precious, especially when you're designing on the phone. It's so easy to make tweaks and just experiment. I feel like that's also how I personally learn new tools the best, is just by playing around. And going in maybe not with that many ideas, but just experimenting with what you have in your camera roll or what's offered in stock.
Right.
Because then you can really learn all the tools and then find different ways to create what you had in your mind. Okay, what are we doing now?
I made it 2 separate
okay
kind of situations here because I kind of want them
Okay.
Maybe we're just
some different type sizes. Ooh, I like that little touch of hiding it behind the person.
I feel like that's what I do, and every time I include text in something is I was I want you to know that this is a layer.
Yeah. I like that.
You think that I just typed this on the side? Wrong.
It's a sneaky little design trick for sure.
up to snow good.
People are saying that this is perfection, and I agree.
Let's.
This is looking beautiful.
I do love.
Oh, and just a quick correction. Twitch is at 2 p.m. Pacific time, so it should be directly after this until 6 p.m. So my goodness, do you have endless hours of content from yours truly,
It will never end.
Adobe Live community. Honestly, I love to watch like our other streams when I'm working. Just like creative inspo, like in the background, and it's fun to like learn little tips and tricks.
I know. I was thinking like, what am I gonna do in between my other like before the stream I did earlier, and then between now, and I just watched the other streams.
Yeah,
I just,
it's fun to do. It's like your little show.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, that is looking beautiful.
So now we've got kind of a little pink moment here.
Pink moment, and it feels nice and balanced too with like the pink on both sides.
Yeah, and also I feel like it goes nicely with the.
Oh my gosh, yes.
The moose.
I forgot about all the other
like,
beautiful things we've done.
They're kind of matching
it's all
already.
coming together.
So let's save these. So that,
Okay.
'cause it seems like it's taking a moment to get them into my camera roll.
Okay.
So we'll save that here.
Ooh, I didn't know you could save it as a PSD too. That's nice. All the different options that we know and love from Photoshop.
Exactly.
And a quick export, which is probably sufficient for what you need for your social posts.
Okay, we'll see how we're doing over here.
Yeah, let's try it out.
See if we aren't ready to add our little moose friend.
So you added in these 4 photos with a longer canvas to help us plan out how we're going to create this seamless carousel post.
Especially because, like, with this moose one specifically, I didn't make it, like the correct size.
Oh,
so, like,
sure.
It's not.
You'll want to crop it a little bit.
Big enough here, but then I feel like that goes nicely with what we're going to do, where it kind of like scrolls with the photo.
Because you want a little peek of the next photo to kind of lead the follower, the user.
Like there's more
to
keep going.
Keep sliding.
Yeah. And then I feel like also sometimes once I like put this all into the one like long image, then you can like throw random stuff in the middle here anyways.
Oh,
so, like,
that's such a cute idea.
Like go in here and find something that could go in between, like this random bottle of champagne.
Yeah, I love that photo. That caught my eye for sure.
Unfortunately, I don't drink this expensive of champagne. It was from work, so.
Yeah, fair. But it looks good for a
But
picture.
It looks cool, yeah.
It looks like you're very fancy.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry, guys, I'm very fancy.
So, whatever. You can make people believe you're fancy on Instagram.
So then maybe.
Are you going to cut this out? Okay.
I'm just going to see if just the champagne bottle can be kind of what flows along.
I like it, the common element between the 2 slides. There it is.
Boom.
Beautiful.
Applies mask. Amazing.
I love that. These are so cute, Berkeley.
Boom.
I'm loving this.
So now we have our little champagne hanging out in the middle there. Maybe we'll add the car photo next.
Okay, yeah, this is a winner for sure. Fun.
Perfect.
I'm mesmerized just watching you. Speechless.
So now I feel like, we got these first 2. Like when you would be swiping, you get kind of like this portion of it.
Sure.
And then you'll swipe. You'll get
And
this
you'll see
little
that.
portion.
That's fun.
And then, as you can see, we're still kind of like off center from the like what the actual spaces are, which I feel like is why I like putting them in at the start, because then you can kind of like keep track of that. So maybe we'll just line this one up with
a little trial and error before you commit to posting it.
So then that one will be like...
Oh, and that will line up perfectly.
Yeah, like a swipe.
Nice.
Like that.
I kind of like the mix of like a square photo, a more like vertical photo.
And like we said, I feel like it gives a nice like there's something good over there.
Yeah.
Like there's more.
Yeah.
So like keep swiping and then then you get
This is so cute.
This
is also inspiring me just to like take better photos, which I like wish I could do. I try to.
But I feel like this also shows that you don't need like like this was just a picture of a moose on a
Yeah,
wall.
that's true. Like
And
that
now
didn't start as
it's like a whole thing. Yeah.
It wasn't like the most aesthetic, but you
Right.
made it aesthetic.
Right.
From
So-
this collage.
So we've got some good
Gorgeous.
stuff going here. Maybe we'll just, no, that seems scary. I was gonna say we could just work from this file, but it feels easier to work like in individual little
Okay.
blocks. So I think we'll stick with that.
I like to do that too sometimes, just like keep a couple different documents open and then combine it like when I feel ready.
Right. And I mean, we could do like Matthew was doing earlier, was like grouping everything into smaller groups. So it's kind of like you're working in little like workspaces, even if you're maybe not necessarily.
Yeah.
Let's
Whatever you're comfortable with and however like whatever makes you feel organized too. That's kind of even the conversation we were having about hiding some layers if you're getting overwhelmed with like what's showing up, just so you can kind of sort through things.
Right. Which I feel like is why like some of these programs that allow you to work in layers like that are so beginner friendly, because you can like, if you have to like see everything at once, it can be super daunting.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a nice little last kind of
Yeah,
slide.
so pretty.
You know, we got the mountains, got the lift.
Tying all of your slides together,
like,
really.
What did you just witness? This
All
is
that.
what it was. Sometimes I like to just like do something simple on the end and just add like a text or something, but we'll see if there's any photos we don't want to forget about.
Okay,
Because
love
that's
it.
what the whole thing is about.
And we got the Twitch link up there, which is great, and in the chat.
All right, I think that we'll just round it out with this kind of fun
beautiful
situation.
And like that's a cool photo that doesn't need any help, really.
Yeah, so we could, you know, like mask some of this other stuff,
Sure.
have me just kind of plopped in the front. Maybe if we do want to do one quick thing, we could duplicate this, and then we can kind of how we did with the moose, like put me behind the mountains.
yeah.
So like I said, we'll just do the sky and then
invert it. Wow.
Boom.
You'll have some good tricks.
And then it's kind of like the mountains and the trees are like the frame.
I'm loving
of the
that.
photo. So maybe we'll just save this guy here.
And then will this be your last slide to your carousel?
I think this will be the last slide.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, this is so fun. And also, just giving me so many ideas of like, I could do this, I could do that. Also, you're so brave for like sharing your camera roll.
And I was like, there's nothing crazy
I love
on
it.
there.
But it truly does look like a Pinterest board. Like, I wish my camera roll wasn't just like screenshots of random things. So you're just resizing it to fit. And did you delete or will you delete the photos underneath that were like your guides, or does it not matter?
Yeah, I suppose.
I guess it doesn't really matter, does it?
Or like, We'll get rid of these
kind of your guidelines.
And now we've got this whole little strip, little
beautiful.
photo strip that we can swipe along.
So cute. So
all
how
the
would you recommend exporting this for Instagram? Like, do you save it as one and then like crop it a couple times?
Yeah, sometimes I save it as one and then just like post it 4 times and like zoom into what I need on Instagram. You know, like select it 4 different times. But other times I do like, I'll leave those photos underneath and like crop to that. Almost, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
I didn't know there's 2 ways to do it. That's pretty cool.
So
awesome.
Albert, I don't remember his long name. Alfred.
Albert, Archie, something
very cool and
beautiful.
regal.
Well, Berkeley, this turned out amazing. Thank you for showing me and all of us your workflow. I'm excited to like make some cool social collages of my own. So this was so much fun getting to chat too. Thank you all so much for joining us. Make sure to go on to Twitch and watch the next round of streams if you're interested. But thank you so much for joining us today. All things Photoshop for iPhone, and we can't wait to see what you all make. Thanks for joining. Bye.
Bye.